Malakas ba yun sa'yo? Check.
Ang lakas na
ito ba yung ano, sa pasta 3 or sa
Yan natin yung suggest kanina. Palit kayo ng mic. Hello, don't use this not meant for shouting.
Yeah. Oh, nag-permanent.
Hello. Nice one.
Hello. 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Di ba ding mahina? Kasi yung audio na
daming talks kasi ng mga tao.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat, Pilipinas! It's time once again for another Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Stage 2 nga pala. Kami po ang mga kasama nyo buong gabi at may second batch pa tayo ng mga talent. So abangan nyo yan. Ako ang host nyo for today, Rico nga pala. Kasama ko si Giyang, Infinity at saka si Crazy Apple. Hey, kamusta?
Ito, okay. Actually, parang upgraded tayo ngayon eh.
Oo
Apat tayong nandito ngayon imbes na 3.
Oo, nag-assemble, no?
Oo.
Nag-assemble and looking at it, mukhang mainit-init yung makikita natin mamaya.
Maganda. Saka nakakatawa din kasi ito napapansin ko lang kapag mga broadcast parang lonely si Rico eh.
Hala!
Kaya
Okay
kanina,
na ako, guys.
kaya kanina, kinalabit niya ako, sabi niya, Giyong, tabayan mo para may kasama
Hindi ko
naman ako
sinabi
dito.
yan.
Si Crazy Apple saka si
This is the canon now.
Ay nako, mga kung ano sinasabi ni Giyang. Pero guys, syempre, ang hocus-pocus natin din ang mga players. And ano ba ang pinaglalaban ng mga players? Pero bago ang lahat, tingnan muna natin ang nangyari kahapon. Dahil madami-dami ang mga plot twist. But of course, yun nga, prize pool ang pinaglalaban ng ating mga players. We have 4th to 3rd place, 125,000 pesos. 2nd place, 250,000 pesos. At saka 1st place, taking home a whopping 500,000 pesos.
Yeah. Paldong-paldo ang mga players natin eh. Pag nanalo dito, pag nakuha nila tong prize pool. Also, let's not forget na this is also a chance for them to get to that road to Korea.
Yes.
For sure. And there's a lot of teams hoping for that road, for that path, for that ticket to Korea, as you mentioned, Crazy Apple. And nakita din naman natin, as Rico has mentioned, that is a ₱1 million prize pool as well.
Maganda yung mga matches din natin kahapon kasi parang
Yes.
yung TALAS, they had a decent game number 1 ng kalaban nila yung Tempo. They secured game 1 kaso na-reverse sweep. Na-reverse sweep sila pala ng Tempo. They got game number 2.
Yes.
And Tempo definitely having a strong performance rito. Much better than last split.
Totoo. At syempre, makikita natin ulit syempre si Tempo today as we check out our schedule. Magkakaroon tayo ng 4 na series back to back syempre. So, grabe yung bakbakan natin today, guys.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have 2 Tempo teams, 2 Tempo matches, 2 Bespren Esports matches. Tingnan natin kung dito nalalabas yung, friendship, power of friendship.
The power of friendship!
The power of friendship na ng Bespren Esports ko, kaya nilang makakuha ng 2 panalo dito, or we'll see kung paano yung magiging resulta. Pero nakita din natin kapag gano'ng kalakas or gano'ng kaganda ang performance ni Tempo.
Yeah, and I gotta say, sinabi mo kahapon yung mga matches and even in the past week as well, in terms of matches, I think yung storyline between these 2 weeks is just dominating certain number of teams, right?
Exactly. I mean, when we look at this as well, the kill leaders as of week 2, and parang may common denominator tayo nakikita, Giyang.
Yeah, ang ganda yun. Parang from 2 teams, I think, ang kill leaders natin na namumuno dito sila Onops, Goody Two Shoes, also known as Onops, leading top 1 already. Karma as well. Chemical Kid on Gensokyo, I like to see this because Gensokyo is one of the teams that are actually really good. And unfortunate lang na nadali sila last split, pero parang ngayon gusto nila mag-redeem.
And I like your focus, diba? Nandito sila Karma, Goody Two Shoes, Chemical Kid, and ito yung sinasabi natin kanina na dominating teams. Because for like August 15, IIXWR got 2 series for themselves. Gensokyo 2 series for themselves as well, laban ng LM at saka Revenge in like 2 weeks ago, right? So these are really, really strong teams that we can expect a lot from.
Yeah, I mean, abangan natin ang kanilang mga performance kasi so far, pagdating ng stage 2, di ba, ang ganda ng kanilang start and as well racking up all these kills. But of course, let's head on to our match proper. Ang pinakaunang series natin ay Tempo versus Bespren Esports. Tempo coming from a really nice momentum from yesterday. Meanwhile, Bespren Esports, syempre gusto nila bumawi dahil kinalaban nila yung IIXWR at unfortunately natalo sila. So this time, it's bawi time.
Yeah, actually, kailangan dito pakita ng Bespren Esports na manalo sila dito sa match na to and also get the series then for the next two really have a chance in their group. Kasi grabe din yun ang pinakita kahapon ng mga ibang team. So, at least for Bespren Esports, nakita din nila yung kakayahan ng both Tempo and TALAS.
Yeah, and you have to remember, like, Tempo was able to take that win, 2-1 for themselves as well. So we'll see if they could bring that momentum this time around and really just activate the lethal Tempo, if you may, for this
Yun.
matchup today.
Malakas naman to
Grabe.
sila Suwikon, sila series. They're very active in the professional scene, and they scrim a lot as well. Isa sila sa mga active din kapag nagkakaroon ako ng mga community events. Kaya talagang isa to sa mga nilulook forward ko makita. And sa Bespren Esports, I think they're one of the teams naman na parang gusto nila magpakitang gilas. They want to be
Yes.
the stars this time. Unfortunately, sa isang match na nakita natin kahapon, hindi nangyari. In fact, it was the other way around. IIXWR just completely smashed them and well, kailangan bumawi.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the unfortunate part of things, right? Their KDA, their circle matchup isn't exactly the representative of their power. Kasi IIXWR kaagad yung pinalaban nila. And sinabi nga natin kanina, in terms of teams, in terms of expectation, sobrang taas for IIXWR. But this time around, it's all hands on deck. This is the time for these teams to be able to redeem themselves here in Split 2.
Sangayon ako sa'yo dyan kasi pag nakikita natin yung talent prediction, guys, mukhang landslide ang ating mga talents, including myself actually. Boboto ako sa Tempo because of their performance from yesterday. I mean, Apple, isa sa mga casters na nag-trust nun, di ba?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
what was your standout kung bakit Tempo talaga yung binoboto ng panel?
I think nakita natin ganong ka-consistent din sila kahapon in terms of their performance. And for me, the two players na kailangan natin tingnan doon is Series as well as Suwik, their jungle. Kasi for the jungle for Suwik, for me, sobrang solid niya in the sense na he really brings what is missing in the team comp. Ang ginagawa niya is more of a facilitator type of role. And ang ganda ng nagiging chemistry nila ni Series. Dahil si Series, ang hilig niya makakuha ng priority in lane, lagi niya nasasamahan yung jungler niya.
Yeah, for sure. I think the synergy really does make sense. They're really just able to ramp up across the team fights. But I also tipping my hats off to Precision as well. Relatively, ang ganda pinakita niya in their previous games. So far, high expectations of them for the series.
Parang onti nga lang yung deaths niya dun sa entire series
Yeah.
na yun eh. Precision was just free hitting and focusing on farming.
Yeah.
Pero I think it's one of the reasons he's able to do that is because of the entire protection from his team. So, maganda so far ang foundation ng Tempo.
Yeah, I agree. Huwag natin kakalimutan din, abangan natin yung mga potential pocket picks. No, I believe si Deja yung pumili ng Tryndamere.
Yeah.
Third
Yes.
game
Oo.
yesterday, by the way. Sobrang big surprise. Sobrang siya din yung nag-stand out in that performance. At malalaman natin soon enough kung makikita ulit natin yung mga Tryndamere picks katulad nun. Now, Tempo, starting off on blue side, Bespren Esports naman dito sa red. Guys, ano kaya ang ipa-priority nila dito lalo na sa blue?
Let's see. Kasi kahapon, if it's any indication yung makikita natin ngayon, it's usually the Vi and the Lee Sin bans coming in from Tempo, which is yun na nga, mabilisan nilang tinanggal. It gives a lot of space to maybe pick the Nidalee on blue side first pick.
Yeah, and there's still options for that early game kasi really depende yung gusto ng mga teams dito. Is this going to be the early game or is this going to be the late game? That scaling, that power spike. These are some of the expectations that we need to look at, but Renekton is still open. If they want to have a little bit of that dueling power on top side to try and just dominate that early game, that could be an option.
Kasi yung ang daming mga picks pwede gamitin dito ng Tempo and including the Tryndamere like sudden surprise pick by Dizio. Bespren Esports has to really prepare for this. So far, they're really taking out those aggressive single target lockdown champions like Ambessa and Camille. And I think it's one good thing to look at. But I think they also want to look into how they're gonna be countering Suwikon in series later on.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm not surprised about this, by the way. Ezreal has been a top-performing champion throughout the series last kahapon, pero Aurora first pick. What do you guys think about this?
Yeah, and I think this is the untraditional outlook of what we're seeing because these two teams have had good performance with this champion. And Tempo is looking at this, you know what, we're going to pick it up for themselves because they know that they have performed relatively well in their past series. They got 6 KDA with Aurora as they've used in the past.
Yeah, actually, kahapon ginamit din to ni Series itong Aurora pick. And dito mo nakikita kung paano niya ginagamit yung priority niya in lane. Na he would be the one to first roam. And also on Aurora, if you're the one on the first roam, talagang tricky kasi yung talon mo, invisible ka eh. It's hard for people to spot you.
Very aggressive,
Oo
but
nga.
also confusing pick here on the side
Yeah,
of Bespren
right?
Esports, picking up Renekton and Yasuo. That would
Yeah.
mean they only have 2 choices here for their jungler.
Totoo,
And that is Nidalee and Gwen.
exactly. Sangayon ako
Or
sa'yo
Lilia.
dyan. Kasi parang uncharacteristic na makita natin si Nidalee na medyo deprioritize sa first rotation of picks. So, excited ako makita ko anong plano nila dito.
Yeah, and speaking of, right, I'm trying to conceptualize kung anong gagawin ng BFFE, but there are a lot of support champions that could enable Yasuo. You have Ornn, Nautilus, you have Rakan. There's just so much
True.
options for them. So if they really want to prioritize and funnel Yasuo's power spike, they could pick these supports.
Actually, sobrang curious ako dito kasi yung Nidalee yung hindi nila pinaprioritize. Good na nasabi nyo kanina. Kasi yung pick dito ng tempo, it's Poppy and Delusion. Let's see kung pick upin dito. Hindi, it's gonna be the Yunara. Hindi na siya nagka-cosplay today. Kahapon, nagka-cosplay ng Timo si Yunara. So, where is this? Well, tapos na yung first round of picks. Nidalee hasn't come out yet. Maybe they're gonna ban it.
Well, Tempo has only 2 champions that they can ban. And there are 3 magic damage dealing champions in the jungle role na pwedeng piliin
there we
dito ng Bespren Esports. So I think
Mm.
Tempo is not even really scared about that at all.
Yeah.
They do have the strong foundation already of having the Poppy to counter the Yasuo, counter the Renekton.
Yes.
They have the Lucian that can bully the Yunara.
Yep.
I like the Volibear pick though, because Volibear is one of the most irritating champion right now. Not only in the pro scene, but also in like solo queue or RG, because
Yeah.
of the Dusk and Dawn itemization.
Yeah, for sure. And in addition to that, this composition so far, it's pretty much an all-in type of composition.
Yeah, no.
Yasuo, Renekton, Volibear, and I think a really, really good support here would be potentially a Leona that could really just jump into the backside.
Or perhaps a setup for another Agragas for the Yasuo for an additional setup. So, it's good disengage, it's good engage, it will fit with the Yasuo. So, excited ako kung Milio!
Actually, yun nga eh. Kaya ako tumatawa kasi parang, again, we've been looking for teams to play unorthodox or champions na hindi natin gano'n nakikita in
Yeah.
wild rounds. And ito, Million naman ang ilalabas ngayon ng tempo.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is we're going for like that global bans, right? And I think that is what really pushes these teams to think outside of the box. And Lulu is one unexpectedly for BFFE.
Actually, maganda nga yung Lulu pick eh. Kasi Wild Goat, kapag pumasok yung Volibear, pumasok yung Renekton, that
Knock-up.
is a knock-up for
Right.
to facilitate this
Yeah.
Yasuo pick. So, it's kind of old school as well if you think about it. Parang back in the PC days, how you also enable a Yasuo. Very exciting to see.
But I have one big problem for Bespren Esports,
yes.
right? Their composition so far is pretty much all in scaling. In terms of early game,
Yeah.
they don't have any tools in their pocket. Maybe the Renekton, it's arguable, but that's a Fiora that he's batting on top side. A duel versus duel matchup, it will be Fiora that is able to really just match up that aggression.
I think if we're going to be looking at it per lane perspective, Fiora beats Renekton. Although
Yeah.
it can be 50-50 at times, depending on how the adjustment is going to be on the Renekton side for Bespren Esports. Jungle, definitely. Even though Poppy is really good for team fights, Volibear is still just unstoppable right now in the meta perspective. Mid lane, I think it's going to be even as much of the time, but bot lane is going to be a hell of a nightmare for Bespren Esports. So, Tempo so far, really good establishments for early game.
I agree, and it feels like there's just a lot more options for them to take when it comes to that scaling, or rather different avenues for their win condition. Meanwhile, for Bespren Esports, it feels very unga-bunga. Parang direct na nila, di ba?
Yes.
And I mean, they do have the
Right.
hyper-carry potential with that setup kasama ang Yunara. Pero syempre, Series 1 pa lang to, guys. Napaka-spicy na. Tempo versus Bespren Esports. Tricasters, take it away.
Yo!
For the first time sa dito sa Wildcats.
Yeah.
Tayo.
But I want to give context for the viewers watching at home. I think in terms of perspectives, right, the junglers is what we have to look at because these are the players that will enable each team. And I'm looking at Tempo. What they have to do is look at the bot side of the map. You have to capitalize on the early game aggression that Illusion does have. And Yunara's weak early game potential is something that they could capitalize. But for BFFE, we all know Renekton is strong. Level 1 to level 3, up against a Fiora, they could put up an aggressive face. So we have Rocha that could really just pat himself towards top sides and get that priority.
Yeah, actually, nakita mo nga dito in the priority side of si Kazikabe already harassing down this Aurora.
Yeah.
by Kazekabe. Just a little bit of an adjustment to get that additional auto attacks in towards series. Just have a faster poking style against the Aurora. Bot lane though, it's a bit of a nightmare for Bespren Esports. This is expected. In the top lane, looks like Dizio is struggling against the Renekton. Might be the first blood, and the outplay is there. Bespren Esports MTB gets the first kill.
And this is what I'm talking about. Renekton, level 1 to level 3, unmatched in the top lane.
Yeah, actually, parang hindi nga na-expect ni Dijon na ganun yung damage. Tumayo pa siya doon, didn't use the flash but got ignited at the tail end of that fight.
But this is what I'm saying as well. Here into the bottom side, we always have to capitalize on that Lucian early game. That is the reason why Spicy Chicken has to retreat back to safety. No honey fruit from themselves as well, because Precision denied it away from him. This is what we can expect all throughout that early game. If they can capitalize and really hinder Spicy Chicken's scaling potential, this is going to be a blast for Precision.
Yeah, speaking of which, Suicune already in the bottom lane, just attempting to bully them even more, forcing Kazekabe to rotate over there as well. So Tempo just gonna be backing out.
Yeah, and apart from the focus that we have now, no, in the bot lane, especially with Tempo side, because they do have that advantage with the Milio Lucian against the Lulu and Yunara matchup. Ang isa ding tinitingnan ko dito in the early game is gonna be Roche, kasi on that Volibear, as na-mention kanina ni Infi, there is a lot of scaling coming in for BFFE from that Yunara, from that Yasuo as well. Pero kung kayang ma-assist nitong Volibear at on the correct timings with the gank, maybe alongside Kazekabe, if he can roam down that bot lane, they get a good setup with the Wild Growth. That could be the way for Spicy Chicken to get an advantage.
And that's the debate, right? Where is Racha going to go? Because there's one perspective of you want to give huge priority on top side of the map, let MTB really just scale out of proportion in the top side of the map, where Indizia can't do nothing. Or another perspective is to kind of babysit the bottom side and let Spicy Chicken scale, but having that risk on the weak side of the map for MTB.
Actually, Dizio having a really tough time here in the top side of the map. 2 levels ahead na si MTB. Yes, mag-equalize to when he gets the whip. Pero makikita mo talaga yung hirap na naramdaman ni Dijon on the top side.
Yeah, may plates pa nga nakukuha sa tower. Kaya nakikita natin sa pagdating sa gold, MTB is definitely ahead. He even picked up an executioner's calling just to ensure the trading being favoring to him as well. Pantay lang kasi bot lane talaga nakikita natin. Struggling talaga si Spicy Chicken, but it's not really something to worry about because Yunara is a very late game champion. Although sometimes nakikita natin aggressive din yan kapag early game.
Yeah, and meron naman siyang konting mobility to go back to safety if they really want to go for that route. But the thing is, like, BFFE really has to put in a lot of investment into the bottom side if they want to let Spicy Chicken scale.
Yeah, ang problema din na spot sa ward si Binirocha kanina eh. Tinry niya pumunta sa bot, didn't have any sweepers, didn't have any way to check if may ward vision ang Tempo in the bot lane.
Yeah, yun nga eh, diba? If gustong lumaban ni BFFE into the bottom side, kailangan nila ilagay si Racha, kailangan nila ilagay si Yasuo.
Yeah.
And we all know, Yasuo in the early game is pretty much not that useful. I don't want to say like useless.
Not yet.
I don't want to say useless, but really in the early game, Yasuo can't do nothing and cannot leave his lane because if he does, Series is just gonna clear the wave and just push the lane.
Yeah. Sobrang bilis ng wave clear kasi ng Aurora. Just so one combo on the wave, then it's gone. Dizio though, on the other hand, definitely struggling, and Roche is gonna be there as well. Has the flash and will get the stun and the guaranteed kill. Even uses the Stormbringer just to ensure it as well. So that's a full push into the top lane, but in the bottom lane, so many plates already. Might even be the first tower.
At yung sinasabi nating story kanina, BFFE, they have 2 options. Are they going to pivot downstairs or are they going to pivot upstairs? And so far, looking at it, Racha wants to really put that high priority onto MTB. Kung titingnan natin, MTB 2-0 na ang kanyang KDA. But Spicy Chicken, tingnan natin, like 400 gold deficit already.
Yeah. Actually, I think na-ignite. May ignite pala si Precision. So, in-ignite niya si Spicy Chicken. Didn't secure the kill, but look out kasi Kazekabe actually trying to help out the bot lane.
Oh, ngayon, i-invest nila si Kazekabe pababa. Tingnan mo naman si Aurora sa mid lane. Push lang, trabaho lang.
Ganda ng macro na pinapakita din dito na Bespren Esports. They already have secured almost 2,000 gold lead on MTP in top side. They secured the first tower as well, even faster than Tempo in the bottom lane. In fact, they even denied the push in the bottom lane because of the rotation that they made earlier as well. So now, in all aspects in the game, top lane is 1, mid lane is even, bot lane is surviving, but Yunara is much better than Delusion in the late game. So things are really good here for Bespren Esports.
Kung iisipin mo nga, it feels like a night and day na play coming here for BFFE. Kung kahapon nakita natin how they fought against IIX, and honestly, it was a really one-sided matchup between IIX and BFFE. Pero dito nagpapakitang gila sila ngayon as there is a dragon fight here.
Oh, Keeper's Verdict ginamit na nga. Healer's gone. So one of the potential setups of Bespren Esports is out as well. Let's see if Subian can actually secure this. No! Rocha just gets it! Drives through, and now the full engage is just here. The Milio is dead, and looks like Tempo has to retreat for now. They lost one. They even lost the dragon.
And that's a good call coming in for the side of TMP. They know that the dragon is taken already by BFFE, so there's no reason to stay on the dragon's pit. And so far, ito na yung nakikita natin. This is a time wherein team fights are occurring and Bespren Esports can capitalize on their team fight composition.
Yeah, medyo maalat din yun para kay Sui kasi sila na nga nagsimula ng Dragon pero na-steal pa essentially ni Rocha. They lost out a member and now Herald also being secured here by BFFE. So far, this early game is going to the hands of Bespren Esports.
Sobrang ganda ng performance na pinapakita sa atin ng Bespren Esports. They can use that Herald into the mid lane to bash that tower up as well and open up the map for their team. But one of the aspects a while ago as well that became the win condition for Bespren Esports in the Dragon fight is the Keeper's Verdict only hitting the Lulu and not the jungler.
Yeah.
Because everyone can still go in. They don't necessarily need the sustain yet.
And si Suicune nag-flash din over the wall. So they just sacrificed the dragon uncontested pretty much. And yes, they were just pretty much like just fighting, trying to delay time. But once Suicune flashed over the wall, over the dragon's pit, not having that visibility onto the dragon, it's just basically free for Bespren Esports at that time. So really medyo mahirap ang nangyayari dito for Tempo and BFFE, really able to capitalize, as you mentioned a while ago, Guiyang, the macro game for BFFE.
Yeah, maganda talaga ng macro game ngayon dito ng BFFE. The hold that they have in this game. Iniisip ko if there's something right now with Tempo kasi there's something na hindi nila ginagawa from yesterday.
Ayun lang.
Dito mamayusan. From yesterday kasi may kita talaga natin yung chemistry din ng series and ni Suik kung saan series would always roam to wherever where Suik is and have priority in the lane. It might be the Yasuo pick, it might be the early game, but so far we haven't really seen series try to influence the side lanes.
Wala pa yan. At most, nag-clear lang siya ng wave, trying to scale up, trying to get to his second item. So when ganking into the mid lane,
Flash.
why is chicken? Just disengage. Yeah. Flash lang.
But I want to put a quick point onto the support as well for Wanpil. Using the Milio, yung ultimate niya would play a crucial role down the road, especially with BFFE having a lot of CCs.
Healer still okay. Rocha is just tanking the front line. And look at Kazekabe also poking. The Essence Reaver definitely landing the damage there. Series trying to answer back, but even took out a lot of damage for himself as well.
Yeah, that's just a bit of a skirmish na nakita natin. Wala talagang nagkapatayan doon. It's a bit awkward as well. It just feels like they just used some of their ultimates but they didn't have enough damage yet to close a kill.
Yeah, they don't have to. Right? BFFE's main goal at the moment is to sustain their lead and not force out fights that they know has risks. Kasi alam natin, their team composition is really a scaling comp.
Yeah.
Yasuo, Yunara, Volibear, these three champions need that time to be able to get those items and deal a lot of damage down the road. And TMP has that innate advantage that they have a lot of utility. The Milio, Lucian has a lot of damage, Aurora has a lot of mobility. So they just have to really play it safe a bit for now, wait for that 12-minute mark, 15-minute mark, wherein they have that second, third item before they force out fights.
Yeah, and normally I would say pa nga na since they have the Aurora, the burst damage, pero Kazekabe might be getting caught out here.
Precision.
Yeah, Kazekabe, 1 versus 4. Even the flash invested there by Suicune just to try and take him down. And it's gonna be a successful shutdown. Konting bawi lang din para kay series.
Yeah, at least nakakuha doon ng bawi na ang Tempo. It's a 4v5 map state. Tempo can look for something here.
Nasa harapan pa nga dito si
Precision.
Healer. Rocha
Malayo.
forced out to use his Stormbringer just to be able to disengage. Kaso nga lang naiwan yung ADC nila. Yunara, one hit na lang. He's gonna be stabbed there by the Fiora. Now NTB also flashing out. Looking at the pokes here of Tempo. Looks like it is landing onto Bespren Esports and they secure 2 kills.
And this is exactly what we mentioned BFFE not to do. Right, force out fights in the early game, really just go in for those risks because meron na silang advantage kanina. And ngayon, nag-force out sila ng fights and now TMP got it back.
Yeah, really, really good Tempo player there coming from Tempo, honestly. Kasi after nila makuha yung pick-off on the Yasuo, they're able to transition it to more objectives, more kills after the tower. Now they're also taking the Ocean Drake.
Suddenly, everything that Bespren Esports has worked hard for is pretty much almost gone.
Yeah.
And it all started with the pick-off onto Kazekabe, right?
Yeah. And another headache really for Tempo is that they have so much utility. Paulit-ulit natin itong sinasabi, but we really have to look at the likes of the jungler. You also have the Milio. That is a huge headache kasi meron silang slow, meron silang knockback, meron silang knock-up, with Sweek as well. If ever nag-force ng team fights, pwede silang mag-isolate ng isa pabalik into the base. So really, in terms of those team fights potential, TMP has a lot of utility to match up against BFFE here in early mid-game fights. Kaya yun din yung sinasabi natin. BFFE cannot put these risks early on.
Yeah, BFFE needs to, tighten things up. Hindi nila basta-basta give up the lead that they were able to accrue here in the early game. But on the other hand, for Tempo, they just really want to force the issue.
Going
Kita
to be
sila sa
fast.
Scuttle Club na yun, ha?
Mabilis to. May Ardent Sensor na si Melio. So a lot of attack speed coming in from Precision.
Oh, the Keeper's Verdict, though.
That's
Well
perfect.
timed. Yeah. No way for the Volibear to actually get there in time. And looks like it's going to be secured here by Tempo. Gensokyo though still
Knocked up.
going in the front line while you're already
Uy,
expanded
pasok, guys.
into the last but onto the back line. Even the Volibear just going all in, but Precision trying to hit the back line as well. Suicune is
Get
trying
forced.
for the team, but it's not going to be enough, especially because of the damage here of the Volibear. Now they're charging once more. Good pushback by the Milio as one pill just helping out Precision.
Yeah, and again, it's a 2-4-1 exchange here in favor for BFFE. Pero yung bala na punta dito sa side ng Tempo. Rocha still on the chase.
Yeah, sobrang sakit niyan, sobrang hapde, at ang hirap makatakas sa Volibear. Buti na lang, may pushback pa rin ni Milio.
Actually, gusto ko lang sabihin, napaka-chill din ni Rocha maglaro doon sa gilid as the
Yeah.
blue buff fight is still ongoing.
Grand challenge.
Partida nakahiga pa yan ha, pero grabe palong-palo talaga maglaro. And even has a 2-0-2 scoreline right now.
Yeah, they have their trade. There's just no more value in staying. And Bracha and Healer is low already. So they're back into the
Oh,
farming game.
no.
Spicy Chicken, what happened?
Yun lang, nagkamali, malaking pagkakamali nangyari sa kanila. Pinasyan na lang, and the Spicy Chicken just gonna be eaten out by the Lucian. Kazikabi and Rocha really wanting to get revenge though. They did secure the kill onto the Lucian as well.
Yeah, it was a 1-for-1 exchange at the end. Pero ang ADC ang nawala. Pero a bit of a misplay right there maybe for Spicy Chicken. Baka akala niya nag-recall na siya tapos na-cancel. Ayun tuloy na catch window shopping.
But that was not bad. Because the thing is like, yes, Tempo got the kill for Precision. Pero nag-trade back si Racha dito. MTB looking for that trade back. And it will be Sweek who gets taken down.
Sakat mo papi ha. Triforce, Sunfire, and now even has a Bramble Vest. And the impact is slowly hitting Bespren Esports as well. But looking at the third item of Rocha though, tagal pala siya hindi bumili ng item. Biglang Ripmaker na lang.
no.
Nabili niya plus yung Null Mantle para at least medyo mas makunat siya. Mga magic
Against
damage.
Aurora, no?
Yeah.
Oo, kasi kanina ang dami din niya ang dami niyang nakuhang kills.
Yeah.
Yun yung sinasabi natin eh. Yes, si Precision, napatay niya si Spicy Chicken, pero nakabawi si Racha, getting that kill instead. So really, the perspective here, BFFE, kung napataba nila si Racha at this point, it will be unstoppable. And you mentioned this kanina, Giyang, that currently, Volibear is such a dominating raid boss
Sobra.
in the Rift. So pag pinakain mo ng pinakain yan, nako,
Lalamon talaga yan.
Lalamon talaga yan
Oo.
mamaya.
Extra rice yan. Yan yung tipong pag dinala mo sa mga may only rice o sa mga eat all you can, malulugi yung may-ari. Malulugi talaga. Ang kulang
Malulugi
na nga
yung
lang sa kanya,
restaurant.
which is I think is gonna be building next, is the Unending Despair. Kasi yun talaga, yung every 4 seconds may heal ka. Not gonna lie, it's kinda OP, especially when it's the Volibear using it. It's just unkillable, yung
Yeah.
Volibear.
May nakikita naman natin yung effectiveness niya na kaya niya mag-chase, kaya niya mag-deal ng damage. And even if he has technically 3 AP items, wala naman talagang dyan tank items. Ang tanky din niya eh. Kaya din niya mag-sustain
Yeah.
in these fights for quite a while.
Yeah, you
That's
have a
the second
lot.
skill.
Yeah, you have a lot of shields coming in from his skill kit. Tapos you have to remember, meron pa si Lulu na Ardent Sensor. So, Nashers, Riftmaker in terms of sustain, onto those team fights, kayang-kaya niyang pumalag. But here, it's Tempo looking for that turret on top side of the map, playing that macro game, and BFFE looking for those objectives instead.
Yeah, big deal din yan. Kasi mamaya, I mean, Dragon was
Flash
secured
out.
already.
Flash.
No, series.
Uy, tinalo na.
Sinubukan kasi niya makakuha sana ng steal, but yun lang, medyo naging mahirap yun para sa tempo kasi ngayon wala na silang bawas. Precision though, going onto the backside, medyo hiwalay yung laban natin. Last pick namin nga dito sa may Fiora, and Moonfield just gonna be flashing out, but still unable to stay alive. 2 members, 3 members dead, and BFFE just going for the finish. Suddenly, everything
Baron.
just falling apart for Tempo. And the Tempo definitely transferred to Bespren Esports as now they're looking at the Baron.
Yeah, at the ace kaagad doon, ang Tempo, a bit of a miss passing from them. Nung unang na-catch out si Series, okay, fine, because he tried to go for the seal, maybe try to get away. Pero yung 4 members of Tempo were cut off by BFFE, taken down one by one.
And the thing is, like, Tempo were just split apart. If we saw just a minute or a few seconds back from this, may different targets sa precision from the front line. May different targets yung isa't isa coming in from this team. And I think that was BFFE who's able to capitalize on that fact na isolated targets, sige, pitasin natin sila isa-isa.
Yeah, and kung thinking about it, where it all started, Tempo actually had a really good play, had a really good rotation where they were on the top side, nakakuha sila ng inhibitor turret in exchange of a dragon na hindi naman talaga malaki ang kapalit kasi wala namang soul na for either of these teams. So just giving out that inhibitor turret, and maybe if the 4 members of Tempo could have recalled safely, but wait a
Ayun
minute.
na, lalo na migla si One Pill. Hindi talaga pwede mamatay yung million niya kasi siya yung pwede makaprotekta lang sa mga kasama niya. Precision going and dashing in, and looks like Rocha really wants to get him as well. But slow at least, coming in from Suicune.
Grabe.
Okay lang.
Grabe yung naging change talaga dito sa pace of the game. It felt very even earlier. Now, it's in the hands of Bespren Esports.
Yeah, now BFFE forcing the fight on top side of the map. MTB now very low as well. But here comes the rest of the crew. Just putting that support top side and just getting that tier 2 turret.
And no ult for MTB,
baba.
Rocha, and Spicy Chicken as well. Kaso nga lang, yung Yasuo, delikado ata yung position niya kasi tatlo yung nakapaligid sa kanya. But I think it's okay for Bespren Esports because now they can still continue pushing top side with the Baron-powered minions. Everything just thrown to Rocha, and look at how big this Volibear is. Yan a big final boss talaga.
Oh, raid boss yan.
Raid
Yung
boss.
tatawagin. And tingnan natin, di ba, 5-1-6 na. Si Rocha, nag-build pa ng tank item. Paano mo tatalunin yan?
Nag-Amaran Twin Guard
Nag-Amaran
siya.
siya,
Hindi na nag-unending despair. Pwede. Oo.
Dinaretso na niya, no? Kasi kailangan na para magkaroon siya ng upfront tanky stats to even help out with these fights. Grabe din yung pinapakita dito ng BFF Esports. Kung kanina medyo nag-even out yung goal lead. Now, after that, the Baron, after a couple of kills, after taking down the mid and toppling inhibitor turret, they have increased it to almost 7k.
Tapos tingnan mo pa yung items ni MTB. Nag-Eclipse, Shojin, BRK. Kung na-stun ka niyan, tulog ka
Tulog.
pagkatapos.
Yun kumaga parang semi-duelist build ng Renekton. Ang hirap. 1v1, sobrang hirap na. And there's no part of this game that we have seen the Fiora getting ahead of the Renekton.
Yeah.
The entire game, wala.
I mean, this is expected. Sinabi natin during the draft, in terms of early game, ang palag lang ng BFFE would be Renekton, and nakuha niya early game. Nung unang kill pa lang ni MTB sa itaas, nakuha niya na yung priority. And napataas, napalaki niya yung gold lead up against that. And alam natin, Fiora really is strong at the duel position. Pero at this stage, hirap na siya.
Yeah.
Hirap na yun si Precision ngayon kasi at most siya yung pinaka nagbubuhat ngayon. Even if we don't see it in the kills right now, in terms of the efforts, in terms of the damage output, definitely most of the damage is coming from this Lucian and not the other members. Siguro tulungan sila ni Series, pero kailangan hindi na mahuri si Series kasi.
Napakahirap din kasi ng pwedeng gawin ni...
Naku, yun na nga!
Oy!
Bang!
Nabate! Flash
Exhaust.
out kaagad, and big deal na yun para sa Bespren Esports sa paggamit pa nga ng ult.
Oo, tsaka flash. Wala nang flash. Si Series.
The ult part is weird.
Actually, oo nga. I think ang ina-expect is hahabulin pa siya.
Uy, sa taas, sa gitna, sa
Oh,
gitna.
yun lang!
Yun lang.
Lizio! Nawala
Son.
yung Milio, and yung Lucian, that is a big deal for Tempo. They don't
Elder.
really have the damage anymore. And the Elder Dragon still being taken by the rest of the members of Bespren Esports, while MTV
Nakuha
is
na nila.
stacking for the team now. They're gonna be breathing fire. Suicune, using the Keeper's Verdict. Man, Tempo losing everything that they prepped for. One of the reasons why they push topside is just for the prep for the Elder.
Yeah,
Kaso
yeah.
ngayon, hindi nila nagamit.
Yeah,
Tapos tingnan mo.
Oh, Baron pa.
Baron
Tinitik
pa.
na ngayon.
At buy one, take one.
Oo. Eh, hindi na kaya ni Tempo pala ganito. May Elder Drake na pag-force pa nila to, tapos wala si Precision tsaka si One Pill. It's really just a demise for them. So at this stage, it's really about playing that defense, looking at the perspective of, you know what, pag nagkamali si BFFE and they overextend, they could try to capitalize on that, but at this stage, they really have to play it very, very safely and defensively at this stage.
Yeah, kita pa rin natin may damage si Series against the support against healer, but it wasn't enough to completely burst out the Lulu. Double buffs ang meron ngayon dito for BFFE. They might look for a death push here.
Oh, wow! That
wow.
burst though!
Oh, what a
That
snipe.
was unexpected by Healer.
Oh, ito yung sinasabi natin. Safe lang, EFAS lang.
Ah.
Oo, huwag tayo mag-overextend. Sunugin lang natin yung Baron buff, pati yung Elder buff. Pagkatapos niyan, tsaka tayo bumanat, tsaka tayo lumaban. Pero so far, BFFE as well is playing it a bit paced, knowing that they are only 4 members remaining. Kunin lang nila yung inhibitor sa baba. Kaya na nilang really put up a lot of pressure with that Baron Nashor.
Yeah, pero hindi sila basta-basta hinahayaan dito ng tempo. Although there are minions on the Nexus.
Walang wave clear. Naku, si Precision, yari pa ata. Kinalmot si One Pin na
Pwede.
lang ang kinuha niya. Pero mukhang gusto na lang
MTB.
talaga mag-focus dito ng Bespren Esports sa Nexus. And they have all the waves crashing
Oy,
onto the base here of
sikabi.
Tempo. Naku, delikado pa nga dito yung
Sunog.
Yasuo. Kaso nga lang, wala focus na lang talaga sa Nexus. And Bespren Esports will break their lose streak and secure Game 1 against Tempo.
Bespren Esports really playing the macro in the early and the later part of the game really, really well to get this first win here in this series.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing for BFFE. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, no? In terms of historical matchups, wag natin tingnan yung kanilang KDA. This is not a representative of their strength. And so far, here in game number 1, this is the start of that redemption arc. They have shown us they have such a good macro here in this series.
Napakaganda kasi naalala ko kanina, not gonna lie, I was kind of nervous when I saw the Yasuo Renekton R1, R2
Yeah.
of Bespren Esports. Then we kind of got worried on what they're gonna be picking for their jungler. We thought of the Lilia, we thought of the Nidalee, we thought of the Gwen, but they disregarded all of that. They picked up the Volibear, and the Volibear performance is really nice.
Yeah, and siguro for me din, ang isang talagang play that set the tempo here, ito yung nakita lang na saglit na highlight, the first blood of MTB. Nung na first blood niya doon si Digio, it feels like that was when the Bespren Esports felt na, okay, kaya natin to guys, let's just play our game and win this first game.
Yeah, that was really, really strong coming in for side of BFFE na pinakita nila sa top side. But for me, what was the deciding factor of that game was into the bottom side.
Yeah.
Hindi naka-farm si Spicy Chicken all throughout that early game. And wala siya nagawa. Puro reset na lang ang ginagawa niya kasi sobrang aggressive ang pinapakita ni Precision dito. And nahihirapan din nahihirapan din tumingin si Tempo kung anong gagawin nila. Kasi pag nag-send sila sa baba, may iwan naman yung different lanes nila. So really, it's just a matter of that macro game na pinakita nila. And sinabi mo nga, Crazy Apple, MTB, getting that first blood for the top side, getting a lot of those priorities, really just set the tone for this matchup.
Sobrang big deal din talaga na nanalo yung Renekton. Kasi yung Fiora kasi, dual purpose yun. Aside sa split push pressure sana nila, siya dapat talaga yung kayang mag-burst sa Volibear.
Yeah.
Pero since dahil sobrang behind, like really behind, really struggling, and the way that the Bespren Esports was able to do that and utilize that as well, just to allow the entire team to flourish, and even Spicy Chicken didn't really need to carry that much. Kumbaga, naka-passenger princess na lang siya the entire game Parang okay na yan. I'm gonna be clearing waves, I'm gonna be hitting from the backline, I don't need to carry because I have my team na ready naman. Sasabayan ko na lang sa flow.
Yun din yung maganda kapag mayroon kang composition na naging multi-threat. Kaya essentially, iniisip natin dito, mas more of an early game threat magiging ito si MTB. Rocha would be more of a facilitator. But because of the current strength of this pick, because of the item build, the Dust and Dawn, Nashor, as well as the Riftmaker core items for the Volibear, naging secondary carry siya for the team.
And I just want to pin the point of the one a while ago, really. Yung nasabi mo kanina, Giyang, no, si Spicy Chicken lagi siyang napipin sa baba, pero hindi nila nasa-secure yung kill. And let's say nag-invest si Suik pababa, trying to attempt to get those kills, pero hindi pa rin nila nakukuha yung conversion, kumbaga. And I think that was really just the mix of what they really want to do. They're investing a lot into the bottom side, they're investing a bit into the mid lane, but they're not able to convert that kill.
I think hindi ito yung ating pang MVP.
I mean,
Si
kung
Racha
kayo ba?
for sure.
Rocha.
Racha.
Absolutely. It's a unanimous decision by anyone.
I think kasi grabe naman yung pinakita din doon, nagigil ni Rocha, di ba?
Saka highest damage siya.
Highest damage siya, 37% of his team. Saka the rotations he was making, the plays he was making. We were actually kanina discussing about saan ba siya kailangan pumunta. Would it be the bot lane, would it be the top lane?
Yeah.
Choose siya to go to the top lane, and that is also shows na yung kanyang presence of mind to make those decisions and the decision-making process in the game.
Yeah, 12 KDA. Diba? Saan ka pa titingin? 12 KDA si Racha. Wala talagang magpapatumba sa kanya. One death across the whole matchup for that game number 1.
Saka nakaka-excite lang kasi ito, kumbaga, nakikita natin. I mean, in our predictions, we put tempo, but Bespren Esports, they're showing that it's not gonna be the case. Kung ano yung na-observe nyo so far, kulang pa yun. Papakita namin na mali kayong lahat, and that's one of the things I really like.
Yun nga, redemption arc
Yeah.
ni BFFE, pinapakita nila the
Power
macro
of
game.
friendship.
Oh,
Power of
friendship.
friendship.
Wow.
We'll see kung yun na makikita natin dito na from Bespren Esports kung kaya nilang ituloy pa sa Game 2.
Yeah. And before Game number 2, of course, we're just gonna be heading down a very, very, very short break. So, chill lang muna kayo dyan. Magbabalik kami.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
Witness my might.
Tayo nagbabalik dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Stage number 2. Nasa kalagitnaan pa rin tayo ng isang mabagsik na series. Kami pa rin po ang iyong host. Ako yung host, Rico, kasama ko si Ian, si Crazy Apple, si Infinity. Kamusta guys? I know you guys try-casted for the first time. Kamusta yung feeling?
Okay naman. I mean, ito first time na magkasama kami tatlo na try-cast here in Split 2. It's really fun, especially pag nakita niyo yung game kanina.
Yes.
Kasi grabe yung pinakita ng BFF Esports. Talagang gusto nilang bumawi today compared to their series yesterday.
Yeah, and they were able to match yung winning condition nila. Because really, the winning condition is to play it a bit safe, to keep it a bit paced in the early mid-game matchup, and then si MTB magwawala lang sa taas. And nagawa naman nila yon 3 kills in the early game. Medyo mali silang nagawa. Nakabawi konti dito si Tempo. Pero at the end, they're able to really conquer at the end of it. Just really good performance overall.
Kumaga parang nangyayari na eh. Power of friendship talaga, literal.
Power of friendship.
May paldo sa kanila, sa yung bahala, tutulong ng tutulong. Tapos yung nahihirapan sa kanila, we got you, chill ka lang dyan. Kami bahala tumulong sa'yo mamaya. Kaya kahit yung Yunara, goods lang eh.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Bespren Esports, parang they're finding their stride kumpara kahapon, no? And it's so interesting too kasi when we look at it from a Tempo's perspective, ang ganda ng performance nila yesterday. It feels like their team fight was solid, was sound. So, looking into this game number 2 draft, what do you guys think Tempo should do this time around para ma-match yung firepower ng Bespren Esports?
Ang feeling ko dito, kailangan natin malagay si Suwik on a more comfortable champion and something na kayang mas mag-facilitate better. I think Poppy is one of those champions, pero it's not the same impact as, let's say, his Jarvan from yesterday. Na it's a lot easier to go for these side lanes and help affect the map.
Yeah, I think those are some options that are available. Lee Sin currently still open. Naban siya kaagad in the last game, but considering that BFFE would be the first pick, that could be an option for them. Nakita din naman natin, nasabi mo kanina, no, if ever we want to bring in a bit of comfortable champion for TMP, Lee Sin can be something if they really want to be that aggressive team comp, but as soon as I said that, Lee Sin will be banned away.
Nabate, sorry. Yun kasi yung binaban nila palagi. Bayat
yung lagi
Lee Sin
dalawang
talaga, parang consistent dito para sa Tempo.
Game 1. Diba?
Kahit anong side sila, no?
Kahit kahapon yan yung Vi, Lee Sin, even in the other games that we saw yesterday. So parang yun din yung flavor of this weekend so far when it comes of the first couple of bans coming from these teams. But for BFFE, may kita din natin na iba na yung third ban nila. It was previously the Ezreal, now it's gonna be the Rise.
Ang pinakamalaking katanungan dito, wow, Jarvan the Fourth, very rare to be seen on the first rotation of bans, usually sa second rotation.
Right.
I'm curious din, di-prioritize si Nidalee, no? Dito sa ating mga bans, ano kayang tema? Ezreal is open for this time around.
So a little bit more of that flavor on the top side of the map, something with utility, something that can frontline into those team fights. Kasi ito yung medyo naging problema ng TMP kanina. But again, like Kisante would be picked up, denying out of way up against TMP this time around, but answers with the Rumble.
Tapos yung Skarner ni Suwikon, ginamit niya ulit. MVP siya nun nung laban nila against TALAS eh. 4-1-8 pa nga yung score niya. So, good adjustment.
Yeah, yun yung gamit nga niya kahapon. I think it was in their first game. It was the Skarner. Had really good catches with the ultimate. But along with the Rumble, then pwede kasing habang nandoon sila sa equalizer na papabagal. So it's easier for you to catch people than with the Skarner ult.
Yeah, and mas mayroong utility to compared to kanina. Because the thing is, like, Fiora is really a selfish champion, if you may. Like, the only thing that Fiora can do is win duels. And in game number 1, that did not happen for TMP. But this time around, Rumble can play it a bit safe and could really deal a lot of AP damage later down the road. But BFFE, etong Ezreal na to, something that we have to look at as well all throughout that game. Si Spicy Chian kanina hindi nakapag-farm, but with the Ezreal this time around, he could do so quite a bit more safely this time around.
You can also dodge the Skarner and the equalizer from the Rumble. So sobrang safe niya talaga. Ang caveat lang, especially when very aggroed, may hirapan mag-DPS. So yun yung na-patch dito ng Gwen. And Zed.
Nakita natin dito kahapon, si Kazikabe yung gumamit. So ngayon parang inagaw ni series compared to yesterday's game. But it didn't have the best performance. So we'll see kung paano gagamitin to ni series.
Curious ako dito kasi yun nga, di ba, usually you're on red side, you can play a little bit more safer in the draft, but this just means that Tempo is assuming that baka mag-Ezreal sila kaya they wouldn't take their chances and then just really force out the support pool out of the way. Meanwhile, wala pa silang AD carry. There is a slight chance na either you get the wave clear heavy engage of On the Hunt or Zaya na mas may magandang disengage potential.
Yeah, and I don't mind Braum or Leona here for BFFE for the support, and TMP could just go in for the likes of Nautilus. I think that is really strong if ever they really want to stack up on those single targeted CCs and play on pickoffs, considering that they have the Skarner already.
Ang iniisip ko nga dito for TMP, might be best din to have a Galio kasi just imagining the possible fights that we're gonna be seeing. Medyo close quarters to eh. Kasi meron kang Gwen, meron kang Kesante, and we're still waiting for, it's gonna be a Hecarim as well. If you have the Galio in the middle of these fights, that would really help with the taunt.
Wait a minute.
Really?
The cat is out of the bag.
Wait a minute, kaping mainit.
Whoa.
Wait a minute, kapeng mainit.
Hindi ko na kaya follow-upan yun.
Ay, okay lang. Wait, talagang linakin nila.
The cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
Uy.
Saka yung maganda dito,
Uy.
there's like
Wait.
Wait.
Teka
so
lang.
many champions na
Bakit puro
pwedeng
enchanters sa
kapitan
part
yan.
one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sona?
Actually, madami nga siya pwedeng
Yeah.
kapitan dito. Pwede siyang kumapit sa Gwen, pwede siyang kumapit sa Heka, pwede siyang kumapit din sa Kasante.
But here's the thing, I'm not seeing any value that Seaver can provide. The ultimate, this composition is a little bit more of that pickoff potential. And in terms of using the ultimate, ang pwede niya lang tulungan in technicalities would potentially be Skarner to set up the fights. But aside from that, hindi to type of composition na all-in kung all-in front-to-back type of comp.
sa Yumi. Kaya medyo,
Yun na eh,
medyo, yun lang. At most, papabilisin niya, papakunatin niya dahil sa shield and the heals na papaprovide ng Yumi. Meanwhile, Tempo picked up a Sona that can actually interrupt the full engage sana na gusto gawin dito ng Bespren Esports because the crescendo really works wonders pag team fight.
Yeah.
Pag sumugod yung kay Santi or yung Hecarim kung sino man sa kanila, yung iba hindi maka-follow up at least kaagad. Dahil lang sa isang skill na yon. Tapos may movement speed pa nila ng severe.
Pero I think the main position here for the side of BFFE is sasakyan lang ni Yumi si Hecarim.
Yeah.
Tapos
Tapos
yun lang. Yun na. Passenger princess lang. Passenger princess lang, literal.
Totoo. I mean, this is a very interesting comp kasi parang kung titingnan natin in isolation yung bot lane, it's very heavy poke. You have wave clear plus sustain to counter that and possibly set up dives for your own team. So, excited ako dito para sa ating game number 2, Bespren Esports. Makikita kaya tayo ng 2-0 from the very beginning of the day or Tempo. Will they reset the series and they will take this into a game number 3? Feeling ko anything can happen looking at both of these teams and there is a lot on the line syempre kasi stage 2 na tayo. Here we go, casters! Kayo na!
Yun. Dalawa lang naman yung parang win condition dito na kailangan talaga ingatan or pigilan mangyari dito ng TMP. And that is the Hecarim getting the early lead.
Yeah.
Tapos yung Gwen ma-accelerate yung scaling niya. Kasi pag naka 3 items na yan, yari na. Ang hapdi na talaga. And the Hecarim definitely can just one-shot everybody kapag pag naka-build ka agad.
Tama. And I'm gonna follow through on that, right? I think Hecarim, yung pinaka nakakatakot sa kanya really is just the mobility aspect to it.
Yeah.
Right? Kaya niya pumasok dun sa laban
Precision, precision.
kahit kailan niya gusto.
Naku!
In precision, delikado.
Grabe! Muntik na! Mapasobra nga lang! Isa na lang!
Yun
Kinulang pa! Nahipan pa! Yun lang. Precision staying alive there with 1 HP.
Namala si Spicy Chicken eh, naglakad ng konti na 1 step, tapos natamaan ng toyo, yun tuloy, that was enough damage.
Masyadong manghang yung manok doon sa baba. Oo, minute. Pero yun nga, going back, and I think picking up the Ezreal is kind of a smart move here for BFFE. Kasi mamaya, Yumi, ang expectations natin dito, didikit kay Racha, and we all know Ezreal is one of the best champions that can peel for himself.
I think one of the problems din kasi kaya hindi nila na-secure yung first blood kasi hindi siya naka longsword.
Actually, yung nga,
Went for the
naka-kill
tier
siya.
instead. That is kung gusto mo magkaroon ka ng stacks, but if you want to be aggressive, you go for the longsword. 10 damage yan eh, or 10 AD eh.
Yeah.
Compared to like nothing.
Kung may long search doon, that fight would have gone obviously in their favor. Pero yeah, I mean yun yung mga what ifs na babalikan na at that point.
Relapse na lang, no?
Sel, iba na yun.
Pero gusto ko
Sarap
yung
bigla si Spicy Chicken eh.
Pero gusto ko yung point nyo kasi si Seaver din ang isa sa pinaka-squishy na ADC sa laro na to. And I think in that perspective, kung nag-AD nga siya or kung nag-sword siya, kayang-kaya niyang lumaban, but Suik.
Okay, sakto yung paglagay ng ward din. Nakita doon si Suik, so naka-back off din kaagad tong si Spicy Chicken kasama si Healer. Pero yeah, so far this game, First blood going to the side here of Tempo, really, really good for them. Kasi kung if this was any indication from the previous game, yung team na nakuha ng first blood can really get a bit of a snowball into, papunta sa mid-game of the game.
Hassle talaga yun sa bot lane eh. Parang, usually kasi, in terms of like stats, Ezreal has the highest first bloods in the game.
Oh yeah,
Parang
sure.
pinaka-agree kasi talaga, sobrang ganda kasi talaga na stats. It's like getting 2 autos dahil lang sa mystic shot niya. Just to think that they lost to a severe Sona in the bot lane, being one of the weakest in the early game. Kasi at most yung Ricochet lang yung, yun nga yung pinale-level 1 eh. So you don't really have that additional damage.
Ang lambot pa.
Ang
Ang
lambot.
lambot ng Seaver. Pero ngayon medyo priority na si Tempo sa baba with the
Aray
Executioner's calling. And hindi na masyado makakapalag dito si Spicy Chicken, especially with the anti-heal as well. Wala na masyadong sustain.
Yeah. Actually, a bit of a trade in the mid lane. If may isang saving grace lang dito pa sa nangyari sa bot lane kanina, yung first blood na punta doon sa Sona. So yung gold lead na yan isn't as effective, you could say. Kasi if you're looking at the gold right now, very even yung Sivir as well as that Ezreal.
Isa lang ibig sabihin yan, kailangan mag-build na ng AP yung Sona. Yan.
Lich
Tama, tama.
Kailangan ng PC, no? Yun talaga eh. Pag nakuha rin ng kill yung Sona, bigla na lang mag-glitch pay na yun. Parang,
I'm the carry now.
Yari.
Tabi.
Ako na. Ako na.
Pero very early switch dito ang ginawa ng Tempo going into the mid lane. So a lot of pressure ang gagawin nila dito sa Gwen na pinapakita nila dito. And series, hindi ko alam kung kaya niya mapanalo up against Ezreal, especially with those pokes. But Suik now going for those fights as well. TMP used up a bit of that aggression in the bottom side river.
Yeah.
Sobrang aggressive. Yung appeal. Hindi naman pa rin
Minuli.
yun. That was an odd interaction. Suicune definitely overextended
Rocha,
kasi gusto na sana umatras dito yung position. Now it's just gonna be punished. But also Shadows invested by Rocha. Bit of a disconnection on the side of TMP, and now Spicy Chicken continuing on the pokes towards precision.
Yeah, a bit of a weird set of abilities being used there, pero on the top side, okay.
Gulat ako doon, nakatayo lang si
Ayun, the
Dizio.
bot lane din.
Series.
Okay.
Uy, dumudugo. Uy, buhay pa.
Nahipan.
Gusto ka, live in P comments.
Inimotan ni Spicy Chicken, pinakita ng Corgi.
na hindi pa ako nakaget over doon sa live reactions.
Live reaction.
Uy, guwan. Pero yun na nga, marami tayong nakitang iba't ibang fights. Meron tayong nakita sa mid lane kung saan nakakuha nga ng kill si Spicy Chicken. Muntikan na makuha ni series doon ang buhay ni Kazikabe in the bot side. But at the end of it, it's still 2-1 na itong Ezreal natin kung saan siya yung kaninang na first blood.
May isa lang yung natutuwa ako dito, yung sa top lane naka-first strike yung Rumble. Kasi yun talaga eh. Pag hindi ka nag-first strike dyan, parang sayang nag-Rumble ka pa. Kasi kay Sante na yung katapat mo eh. Hindi naman ngayon, paldo siya. Wala siya nakuha, no plates, no kills in the top lane, pero may lead siya na 600. Dahil sa first strike.
Tapos si Santi naman dito, very tanky yung direction na ginagawa niya, no? Para lang makalaban ng against Dizio.
Naka-font na nga kaagad eh. First item font siya dito para yun na tumagal lang siya sa lane. But at the same time, para kung ikaw din naman si Dizio, sige, wala kang damage. Pahingi na lang ng balya sa first strike.
And para sa viewers na nanonood dito, no, I think ang perspective talaga dito, ang winning conditions for both these sides is really the scaling potential of things. Ayaw lumaban ng tempo kasi kailangan lumabakas ni precision, kailangan yun first item, regardless kung Bloodthirster yan or another damage item. And same goes for BFFE.
Medyo mahirap to, sila yung nagsimula ng objective. Equalizer gonna be dropped though, and I think that's not the best case for Dizio. And it's not utilized perfectly as TMP intended it to be. Pero impale! Napakaganda rin sana nung kung nilagyan ng equalizer kaso kung wala lang silang bawas. Nahihirapan na sila, and the Rumble has to actually back away, being chased by the Hecarim, but overextended a bit. So now there's a chance for TMP to actually secure this Rift, and they do. Spicy Chicken going a little bit too deep, and will just latch onto the kay Sante. Nabuhay pa rin naman si healer, pero Tempo getting a huge advantage right now.
Nakakatakot yun si MTV. Muntikan na eh.
Muntik i-benta eh. Muntik i-benta siya ni healer.
Madamay.
Teka, pasakay. Teka lang, huwag. Baka hindi ma-cancel yung recall ko. Pero going back to that fight, no, it felt like actually before that, okay, just na 1v1.
Sinapak lang.
Hinampas ng bato.
Hinampas mag-division.
Pinatukan eh.
Ano bang ginagawa mo kasi dyan? Bakit mo kinuha yung tower namin? Pero Dragon Bean started here by TMP after na nakuha din nila yung Herald. after nakakuha din sila ng mid lane turret. Kaya so far, this early game is going Tempo's way.
And so far, Tempo really able to secure that early game advantage. Ngayon, meron silang 2-kill lead up against their opponents, and also like the Mountain Drake alongside with the Tower First Blood, I believe a while ago, from the mid lane. So really, in terms of map control, ang ganda-ganda ng situation ngayon ng Tempo. And si Racha, nahanap pa.
Nakuha pa rin naman na yung blue niya. So at least, medyo okay na rin. Interesting itemization by Suicune though. We see Heartsteel first item. Bramble Vest picked up already as well. And ibig sabihin yan, ma-stackan lang niya yung Hecarim pati yung Kayzante palagi.
And I think the reason why bakit ito pinili ni Suicune is because they're banking on the Zeo, precision, and series to deal damage. So at this point, they need a frontliner. They need someone to be the sponge. They need someone to peel for the rest of the crew. Kasi pag hindi siya nag-tank, nag-item din siya in terms of just building up maybe in a hybrid or tanky, or rather the damage position. Medyo manlalambot yung composition nila. So Heartsteel, we're just stacking that HP and being the sponge for the team.
Yeah, and also yung Bramble Vest, nagbibigay din siya ng anti-heal. And dalawa yung nag-heal dito for the side of Bespren Esports. It's Hecarim as well as Gwen, tas may Yuumi pa. So it really negates a lot of the healing na nakukuha ng team nila.
Anti-shit na yung kulang nila eh, di ba? Serpent Fang maybe for series or yung Trident. Kumuha si Dizio or si One Pill, depende kung sino sa kanila ang mapag-uusapan na kumuha ng anti-shield doon. Kasi marami kasi sa side dito ng Bespren Esports eh. Now, they're trying to punish Rocha being very deep inside their jungle. Grabe naman yun. Sobrang aggressive yung Suicune pero may arcane shift pa eh.
Actually, nakita mo din yung bilis ng decision making niya eh. Na lumigo siya din sa isa pa yung kabila naman tinay niyang hugutin. Okay.
Lalaban nata sila dito. Naghahanap ng trade value.
Ako, equalizer, binaba na nga. Rocha nga lang, masyadong pulado na nga kaagad. And the Rumble will still be able to stay alive. The Hecarim's gonna be taken down. And now, Tempo looking for the punish. Masyadong malalim dito yung mga members ng Bespren Esports. Spicy Chicken getting hit by the boomerang as well. And that's gonna be an ace!
Yeah, it's an ace here para sa Tempo dahil nagsimula yung isang kill do kay Kazikabe sa top side tapos naubos naman sila dito sa bot side.
Yeah, ang ganda
Palto! Si Precision na-emotan na ang Bespren Esports!
Ang dami rin kasi nilang CC, diba? Meron kang Skarner, and then si Sona sumunod pa. And medyo nag-overextend. Kung titingnan natin si BFFE dito, si Rocha, kung titingnan natin balik yun, naipit siya under the turret, dinala siya ni Suwik pa ibaba ng kanilang turret. So I think that was kind of the start wherein BFFE's doom really just started overall.
Yeah, I would say nga yung positioning doon ng BFFE medyo, or at least ni Rocha na medyo disrespectful sa pwedeng gawin ng TMP. Masyado silang harap, masyado silang medyo you can feel it that they're also trying to bait out these fights kasi gusto nilang mag-overstep ang Tempo, but it's actually Tempo being able to catch them out in these situations. And you could also see as well kung gaano katagal these fights can go kasi ang daming mga tanky members from both teams.
So hindi ka pwede na mag-isolated targets na isa-isa kayo papasok kasi titingnan natin yung TMP na lineup, puro single target na kakayahan yung meron sila. Lalo na dito si Skarner, no? Pag nag-overextend ka, ipit ka agad.
Ang kunat niya. Kaya nga medyo weird din na siya yung sinubukan ni target din, knowing na anlapit na rin yan sa Torre.
Series.
Tapos nga lang, yan si Series. Pwede pa na naman siya makatakas. Sobrang liksi kasi talaga ng isang Zed. And he did even return a lot of damage to MTB. And Spicy Chicken as well.
Actually, isang matchup na hindi natin nakikita, yung mga 1v1 ni Series sa ni Kazikabe. Looking at the stats right now, 2-0-1 na tong si Series, habang 0-2 naman si Kazikabe. 2,000 na rin ang gold lead dito ni Series, habang ang Baron sinisimulan kayo ng Tempo.
Ulit-ulit itong ginagawa eh, diba? Sa ibaba pa lang, nung nag-switch ng lanes, talagang nilalaban na nila. But EPs coming in.
Turning.
Uy,
nahuli. Pero kay Sante nga lang yung nakuha nila. Pero parang okay lang natin para sa Bespren Esports. Dinidistract na nga kanya kagad yung backline. Meanwhile, Suicune just doing the same as well. And they should be able to pick up the kay Sante. Kazikabe doesn't have that damage just yet kasi one item pa lang yan. Dusk and Dawn pa lang. No Nashor's Tooth. And now they're just gonna be going back into the Baron. Equalizer.
Actually,
Death Mark, ginamit na nga rin dito ni Series. Kaso nga lang medyo kinukulang ng bawas. Yung Hecarim nga lang sobrang lambot. Pero may onslaught of shadows sa backline. Kinulang nga lang ng follow-up dahil na-zone na nga dito yung members ng Bespren Esports. But it's being very aggressive as well. Like flashing mo siya para makuha yung kill kay Kazikabe. And mukhang mapapuhay pa nga with the help of One Pill. And Tempo just getting all the advantage from all these fights consistently the entire game.
Yeah, pero dahil doon, after that fight from Tempo, mababa ang HP nila, hindi nila makukontinue
Ayoko
itong
to,
balon. Uy, spicy
Makunat
chicken!
pa rin yan eh!
Ang lalim mo!
Makunat pa rin yan si Suicune kahit anong gawin.
Oo, medyo delikado na doon kahit nanlalambot or well, rather tuldok na lang mga buhay ng mga players ng TMP. Tanky pa rin dito si Suwi. Hindi niya pwedeng gawin lang na habulin to. At ngayon Infernal Drake will go to their side. And that's another objective in their name.
Iba pa dito Mountain Dragon Soul.
Actually,
Potentially, makukuha ng TMP. So itong Skarner na to, mas sobrang
Titibay
kunat na
pa.
talaga niyan mamaya.
Oo.
Naka-Titanic hide na rin. So nagdi-deal na rin a bit of damage dito si
Hapdi,
Suicune
no?
sa mga fights. So actually nga din yun yung very deceptive if you're going against a Skarner. Sa una pang makunat lang siya, matagal siya papawas, pero bumakat
hapdi niyan.
Oo, humahapdi
Ang
sa
hapdi
tagal.
niyan.
Tumatagal, humahapdi.
So ngayon, TMP, I think they have to kind of play it a bit safe. Kasi hindi nila kayang, well rather BFFE has to play it a bit safe. Kasi really, those frontliners will be very squishy up against the likes of Precision na kaya na mag-free hit into the backside. Si Skarner kaya mag-tank. And really have Dizio as well with the Leandri and as well as the anti-magic.
Yeah, Bloodletters.
Bloodletter's Curse. Ang
Yeah.
aga nga eh, diba? Second item niya, para yun sa kay Sante, para talagang manlambot siya eh.
Oo.
Kasi more of ang talagang ginagawa naman dito ni Dijo, hindi siya yung main damage dealer. They have the Sivir, they have the Z, and also nakikita niya ganong katagal yung mga fights na nangyayari. So if you can have that as second item, para mag-block yung magic resist, bumaba ng bumaba, the longer the fight goes, it's gonna be better then for the Rumble.
Paldo si Suicune na naka Warmogs na.
Oo nga.
Akala ko parang ibibuild niya lang
3
yung
items
sa...
na,
Yung sa Thornmail, kukompletuhin niya. Pero hindi.
Tsaka puro
Nag-warmog.
HP.
So may increase 30% shield din, heal din siya.
Pang ano niya, pang Titanic Hydra niya. Kasi na ba nagsiscale yun sa HP?
Yes.
Pati yung Heartsteel. Lahat yan magsastock. Naku, pag nag-ending despair pa yan, naku, paldo talaga. Nana. Pero feeling ko hindi na nabibuild yun eh.
Uy, 2-shot dodge ginamit na para mag-check lang sa balance.
Uy, sino
Uy,
nga ng Spicy Chicken? Let's see what's gonna be the sponsors. The Arcane Shift at nahuli! Yung Zed hindi na nga nakabalik! Especially because of the MTB. Really good counter engage there coming in from Bespren Esports, but now they're going in a little too deep. Onto the shouts, ginamit na nga follow-up dito ni Spicy Chicken para maabot dito sa precision. And it's starting to stay alone. It's not gonna be enough. Now on build, gonna be the next target. Sinagasaan na lang na Hecarim. Suicune on the other side though, trying to punish them. Already successful in taking down the Ezreal. Now the Yumi's gonna be attaching to Rocha. Inaatake nga lang ng wave. Binato ng bato. Walang mabato na pandesal pabalik. Pero okay lang, pwede naman tumakbo.
Yeah, pwede naman tumakbo daw yung Hecarim at the end of the day. It's a 2v3 exchange at mukhang Tempo still a bit of an advantage right here kasi Suic and Dijo so strong on the Rumble and the Skarner.
Ang ganda ng pagkapunish nila kasi talaga kay series. They baited out the death mark and then just went for the all out.
Ni MTB. Oo, and wala nang nagawa doon si Series. Hindi na siya naka-shadow pabalik. And alam din naman natin, pag nakakuha na sila ng kill, and if they're able to get a certain amount of advantage, kaya nang lumabas ni Rocha. At nakita din natin yon, hinabol niya si Precision over the hill. Nag-equalizer man si DZO, wala siyang pake. Tuloy-tuloy lang siya at napatay niya si Precision. Sumunod pa si One Pill, and at that point, it was BFFE who was able to capitalize on that overextension by Series.
Yeah, medyo nagpapakiramdaman ang TMP at BFFE doon sa blue buff or dito sa may Baron Pit area na fight. Kasi nakita ng BFFE yung tempo doon. They had a ward, clear out ng tempo, and then tempo was slowly creeping into that jungle, trying to maybe get a catch, maybe trying to get a pick off. And you could also feel si Series medyo nag 50-50 din siya, di ba? Kahit yes, it was a good a catch from BFFE, pero una niyang nilabas muna yung shadow It was the shadow, third skill and shuriken combo. Hindi siya yung nag-in with the ult to try to really burst down the Ezreal. But looking at the bot lane actually, medyo malalim ngayon itong Zed. Actually, okay, nakaalis lang siya.
And I think it's just too far away, no? Kung gagawin natin yun, I think we really have to look or depend on Suic for the side of tempo to start things off. And si Series kanina medyo lumayo kasi nag-attach siya sa Spicy Chicken with the ultimate, and alam din naman natin si Spicy Chicken, pwede lang niyang tumalon over the walls with his skill set and very, very mobile as well.
Hindi na pa natin nakikita nag-attempt mag-recall si Series pero nagsistay siya. Ngayon tinuloy na niya.
Uy, si Dijo, may bigyan ko out. Uy!
Mag-isa nga lang, kahit mahapdi siya, mas marami pa rin yung mga magbe-best friend. Kaso nga lang, tempo sinisimulan na nila yung last elemental dragon. Si
Actually,
MTB lang yung
spotted
andun,
out
just
sila
in
dito.
case. Roger is gonna be here though. May chance pa rin na makakuha ng steal. Kaso nga lang, hesitate siya! Didn't know that they were not really complete on the bottom side. River and the impale is just impeccable! Coming in from Suicune, just going for the punish as Rocha falls down. 4v4 to kung sakaling itutuloy nila, pero mukhang ayaw na ng tempo.
Yeah.
Diretso na kaagad sila sa Baron.
Yeah, diretso sa labanan. Meron silang soul dito, Giyang. And it feels like they could maybe go for a fight. Pero ito, naghihintay sila kung sisilipin sila dito ng BFFE.
Yeah,
They
but
have
it's
the
a free
advantage.
Baron. 30 seconds si Rocha bago mabubuhay dito. So kayang-kayang pumalag, kaya nilang ubusin ang Baron Nashor this quickly, especially considering they have precision, they have the Sivir, and that is a very, very strong ADC in terms of
Baron,
damage.
AK.
Nakakatakot to. Impale ginamit na, so no ult anymore for Suicune.
They're going
MTB trying to tank everything for the team, providing the vision. Deathmark gonna be used already onto Spicy Chicken, but still gonna be able to stay alive. Baron gonna be secured here by Suicune, and the equalizer drop onto everyone of Bespren Esports, just forcing them to walk away. Nakuha na nila yung objective. Nothing that Bespren Esports can do.
Yeah, and Baron secured here by Tempo. This could be the buff that he could use to go and take down the structures on the map. Meron pa tayong 5 turrets here for BFFE. And honestly, that was a really good set of plays right there from Tempo after nila na-sneak yung Dragon because they were able to shove the side lanes, they were able to get map control, secure the soul, and then also go for that Baron.
And nagsimula yun lahat nung nag-try kunin ng BFFE yung Drake up against TMP, and it is very understandable given that this is a soul, but si Rocha yung namatay, yun lang yung problema, and after that, no more smite for the side of BFFE, and TMP is able to get a free objective. So this time around, BFFE has just to try to burn yung Baron buff and delay this time up until na mawala yung Baron before they fight again.
Problema lang may Elder Dragon.
Yun na.
Paspon.
Actually, yung ginagawa ngayon ng Tempo, kailangan nila i-shove yung lanes, kailangan nilang i-clash sa BFFE, and then turn for this Elder.
Kaso parang gusto nila mag-turn sa BFF.
Hindi sa Elder, no?
Nakikita natin sa Suicune, nagdadrift eh.
Medyo mainit yung mga dugo nila ngayon, pero mukhang yung Elder na nga sinimulan dito ng Tempo.
Uy, series naghahanap ng problema sa mid lane.
And
Rocha, no?
Rocha being the target as the Impale doesn't connect. Pero equalizer, medyo hassle para kay MTB. And now, free hit pa rin naman si Spicy Chicken as there is a flank being set up by Kazekami, but he needs to be very careful because they can actually turn onto him as well. Onto Shadow is going to be used defensively as Tempo already secured the vision here on the bottom side of the map, zoning everyone from Bespren Esports, and now they have full access on the Elder.
And this could be enough time here for Tempo to take the Elder. Wala nang Ghost, wala na yung onslaught of Shadows, yung Hacker. This is a secured Elder para sa Tempo.
Yeah, and dito si Rocha
Uy,
trying to
actually,
attack.
Yun lang yun!
What a
Oh my
stun!
God, that is why Sona is so busted. Auto-attack lang, may stun na. Di siya nakatagos dun sa pader. At dahil doon nakakuha na nga ng Elder Dragon ng Tempo, and everything just fully collapses. Imagine mo! Steel angle na yun, tas inoto ka lang ng tumutugtog.
Gusto ko lang sabihin, very valid clash out dito para kay Gian. Dahil sa nakita natin doon, nahinto ang kahit anong steal attempt ng isang Hecarim.
Imagine mo yun, men. Yun na outplay na, tapos inoto-attack ka lang, men. Walang bawi, walang bawi. And Tempo, they won a game number 3 and looks like they're gonna be well deserving of it as well. May entry tayo. Napakaganda.
Oo, ang ganda ng pinakita doon ng Tempo in terms of stacking their utility, stacking those CCs, and all this time nakita natin naging problema na doon si Sona as well as Suik across that whole game. Ang dami nilang pinapakita on those team fights na talagang napipitas lang nila yung kalaban nila, and after that, getting that man advantage, they capitalize and get those constant objectives all throughout game 2.
Yeah, actually, nung sa fight before they were able to secure that Elder Drake, no, makita din natin na binata lahat ng series on the Hecarim. Kasi you try to either kill the jungler or get him low enough para essentially out of the fight na siya. Pero nakita din natin ang ganong kakunat, nag-heal up. The prolonged fight really slowly went into the favor there of Tempo because they did have the Sivir. Pag nag-pop ng ult yung Sivir, it's gonna be very easy for the team to chase down. And also Suik got to that point na he's an unstoppable tank and also deals tons of damage to anyone around him.
Kapig din kasi kahit umpisa pa lang, 'di ba, yung level 1 fight in the bot lane na na nanalo sila precision in one field. Tapos
Yeah.
yung fight nila sa first objective na nakuha ng tempo yung both Rift Herald and the first Dragon as well. Parang doon pa lang nasira na yung game plan ng Bespren Esports na patabain ka agad yung Hecarim o kaya yung Gwen. Kasi si Series talagang kinontrol niya yung mid lane eh. Hirap na hirap si Kazekabe. Kaya at most parang hindi natin siya naramdaman sa buong game din eh, di ba? We're looking at the Kisante, we're looking at the Hecarim, we're looking at the Ezreal, but never the Gwen, really.
Yeah.
Because that's how successful Series was during the entire game, especially nung laning phase pa lang. And suwikon talaga, men.
Oo,
Alo.
ang taas ng value na nilabas ni Suwik doon all throughout that matchup. Sabi mo nga si Series from the bottom side no ng switch in lanes going into the top lane na talagang pinalagan niya 2 solo kills I believe all throughout that early mid game phase. And as you mentioned, right, the dependency of PFFE dito is Hecarim. Pero hindi nila nagawa ito. And even then, nung tinatry ni Rocha na lumaban and mag-start ng team fights, nandyan si Suwik. Impale, wala na siyang magagawa.
Yeah. Looking at the stats as well, grabe yung naging contribution ni Spicy Chicken, 48%. But at the same time, looking at the other side, Series is someone that we weren't really to highlight a lot in that game kasi medyo may sarili siyang mundo eh. But that Zed also gave so much pressure, so much space for the team to be able to play the map.
Yeah, and the MVP of the game, si Suwik. I mean, this is already one of the expectations that we saw all throughout that matchup. Every single time on those team fights, he is present. 84% team fight participation with 16 KDA for Game 2.
Ganda ng performance niya. Kumbaga back to back. Kumbaga yung dalawang beses na nakita natin siya na mag-Skarner, MVP siya.
Yeah, actually. Yung dito natin makikita yung comfort champion din talaga ni Suwik. And also it feels like a very different team, different tempo team compared on game 1. Yung comfort that they had in this game, they were able to just snowball and also take control of the game, essentially from start to finish.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the aspect, right? Nung game number 1, medyo kind of selfish yung naging composition nila. Fiora was alone into the top side of the map. In terms of those team fights, wala siya nagagawa. And the junglers was kind of in a difficult position up against the likes of Volibear in that early game na nakuha or na-secure ng BFFE. But this time around, they know their winning conditions. We have to kind of go in for those pickoffs. We have to win and play it a bit safe all throughout that early game. And tempo, ang ganda ng pinakita nila dito for game 2.
Yeah, and mamaya natin makikita ko din kung sino ba ang magwawagay sa series na ito kasi meron tayong game number 3. What do you think is gonna be? Will it be Tempo or Bespren Esports? Let us know in the comments section. But before we head down to game number 3, of course, we'll just gonna be going in a very short break. So we'll see you in a short bit.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up.
Maligayang pababalik dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Stage 2. Syempre, kami ulit ang iyong casters at host, Riku, Giyang, Infinity at Crazy Apple. At katatapos pa lang ng game number 2 natin. At base sa ating siguro mga prediction, I guess we are truly going to game number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, lahat tayo pinidik tempo, so may chance pa rin tayo maging tama to.
Oh.
But at the same time,
Yun talaga yung
talaga
iniisip
yun.
eh, no?
Yun talaga yun.
Of all the things!
yun yung kinatsaga sa sinabi
Hindi
ni
kasi
Rico, eh.
guys, undefeated siya
Yeah, undefeated
kahapon.
ako kahapon.
Ah, talaga?
3-0
Sa
ako
prediction.
kahapon. So kapag panalo ko kayo,
Kaya pala.
magiging 4. Pero at the same time, di naman din ako, masaya din naman ako kung manalo Bespren Esports kasi grabe naman yung pinakita nila ng game 1.
Yun yung importante, tama sa prediction.
Pero mas importante yon talaga. Pero guys, I mean, nakabawi naman ito si Tempo Esports. And I was actually sitting next to Giyang when I saw the crash out. Yung 'di ba yung may chance sana ng Elder Steel kasi onslaught of shadows.
Crash out
It was
talaga ako.
perfect. Pero Sona was the answer.
Isipin mo ba naman kasi yun yung angle na eh. Tapos may yung Sona na yun. Nakita ko pala na nakatayo na siya. Alam ko yun na yung gagawin niya eh. Hindi na yung mag-ult eh. Tapos alam mo parang nababadtrip na ako palabit pa ng Hecarim kasi wala na, checkmate ka na eh.
Naisip ko na, ano kayang pakiramdam ni Hecarim at that point?
Sakto na yung timing.
Napigilan yung outplay mo ng auto-attack.
Oo.
Exactly. I mean, that is really truly how it ended. With that 10K gold lead, it felt like Tempo was really on their way to sending this game into game number 3. And of course, draft is now on slot with Bespren Esports dito sa blue and Tempo naman dito sa red. I think yung pinakamalaking question mark sa akin laging Ezreal has been a big priority. Nidalee has been prioritized. Zillion is not as popular anymore in stage 2. And we're seeing a different flavor with Maokai and now Nautilus being banned on the get-go. And to me, this smells like, itong feeling namin na itong lalaroin nyo. What's going on, guys?
Actually, very different bands nga. Pero some of the things na hinayaan nila dito, Ambessa. So
Yes.
this could possibly be a first pick Ambessa angle dito for BFFE.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of options here. You have the Nidalee as well if they want to prioritize that for BFFE. But so far, in terms of jungle role, hindi nila first pick to so far in the past 2 games. So this might be a different story. You mentioned about Ambessa. If they want to prioritize it, once again on that top side priority, they could do so once again.
Ang naisip ko lang dito, based on the bans na nakuha dito ng Bespren Esports, they're going for a scaling full engage lineup na composition. Kasi most ng tinagad nila yung mga, Nautilus, strong in the early game, nakasmooth pick off talaga, pambully ng early game. Maokai and Karma are counter engagers. Kasi yung Nature's Grass, as yung Transcendent Breeze ng Karma, pangpigil yun ng mga magpa-follow up eh, para ma-disrupt talaga yung pag-engage eh. And now, we're seeing it happening as well. Zaya, Orianna being hovered a while ago as well by by Rocha.
Yeah.
Yun na, nakikita natin, pang-engage, pang-scale, pang-team fight.
Exactly. Speaking of engage as well, I know nag-react yung panel dito sa ating Classic, Camille, and Galio, of course. And usually, what do you even want to pair the AD carries your carries with, di ba?
Yeah, actually, ninignan ko din tong Camille Galio. Nung pinakita yung Oliana parang magagaya tayo kahapon
Oo
Hindi
nga.
na feeling isang, uy, baka ito pwede yung
Totoo.
And I wonder sino yung magiging ADC dito ng TMP, no? Kasi if they're looking at the composition, so far wala tong damage. And Ash, I think, having this lock-in for tempo, marami silang utility na mailalabas dito. You have the arrow coming from Ash, you have the Hextech Ultimatum alongside Regalio's Hero's Entrance. So in terms of utility, they're already set for that crowd control.
Usually, makakabahan ako kapag Ash yung ginamit kasi Ash is one of the most vulnerable champions,
Yes.
especially in the
Yeah.
laning phase. Onti lang din ang damage siya, mostly reliant lang siya sa
Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
or yung scattered
volley.
arrows niya.
Yeah,
Oo.
the volley. And actually nga din kung isipin mo, itong Ash na to, apart from vulnerable na nga siya, pag naabot pa siya dito ng Ambessa, hindi rin siya makakalaban pabalik She's not one of those, hindi siya isa doon sa mga marksmen na kaya niya din mag-deal enough damage para mag-let go sa kanya yung isang bruiser like an Ambessa.
This is so interesting to me. Banning out the Orianna, akala ko mapupunta siya sa side nila, lalong-lalo na red side naman sila. They can get priority over that. But instead, they just remove that. And I wonder what the plan is going to be. Okay, I just want to say, Stage 2, when it comes to draft and picks, is much more colorful compared to Split 1, di ba?
Yeah, actually, very, not just colorful, it's also, and grabe yung nakikita nating kung paano naisipin ng mga players at yung mga team comp. And doon din natin nakikita yung effect ng having another split of wild rounds.
Yeah, but this is the huge problem now for the side of Tempo. They're very strong in terms of utility. Ang dami lang crowd control. That is really, really good for this comp. But the huge problem is that they're missing a damage. So I'm expecting the jungler to be the carry this time around for Tempo.
Pwede yun. I think yung isa din sa in-adjust nila, naturally kasi pag nakikita tayo ng Galo, parang okay, support to, sasama na yung Ash para masabayan yung Rel and yung Zaya, di ba? Pero I think they switched up the strategy as well. They went for double poke instead para imbis na sabayan na lang natin sila sa tripping sila. Hindi, poke na lang natin. May poke yung Ash, may poke yung Seraphine, may sustain naman tayo, tapos kuha na lang sila ng hyper-scaling jungler.
Yun, as you mentioned na, hyper-scaling jungler, it's gonna be the Jax, and it's probably gonna be an AP build Galio.
Yeah, this is so interesting to me because it's like, usually a Galio wants more options ng kung saan siya makakapag-hero's entrance. With the Seraphine in, it's not a tank jungler that can get inside the fights, but instead you have that jungler as the Jax to make sure that you can just really hammer down the pain. So, Bespren Esports naman, Talia, ang kanilang final pick dito. Ano sa tingin nyo guys? Napaka-interesting ng draft natin, no?
Ang gusto ko lang din sabihin, this composition from Tempo feels a lot like Game 3 from yesterday na malaban nila TALAS, where Dizio has a champion na pwedeng mag-skill late into the game at pwede ding mag-split push and can also make his own plays.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's really good in addition to what you mentioned is yung Jax na addition. Meron silang Counter-Strike in addition to... So if we're going to look individually at their composition, lahat to, every single one of these players has crowd control.
Yeah.
So I think that can be something that Tempo can utilize later down the road, especially on those team fights wherein Camille can set up the plays, Galio can follow through, Jax can follow through alongside the rest of the crew. And I think yun yung kailangan tingnan ng BFFE dito. But on the flip side, BFFE has a lot as well in terms of mobility. May Ambessa ka for that space closer, may Talia ka to really roam around the map. So I think that's something that the MP also has to take note of.
Kumbaga, kompleto. Parehong teams, lahat ng champions may crowd control, lahat sila may mga dashes, sobrang dami nilang potential pang set. One thing to take note of though, I think they're not gonna be going with the Jax jungle. They went for the Camille jungle na okay din naman, especially para sa mga gangs, especially dahil sa hookshot niya. Or tapos, pwede mag-pin down. Tapos yung Jax kasi, mas magandang counter siya or pang matchup siya to the Ambessa to at least negate the auto attacks kapag nagko-combo-combo yung Ambessa.
El Clasico to eh. Year 1 of Wild Rift, literal na you have Seraph, you have Galio, you have Camille, you have Jax. These are pretty much like champions, staple champions in the past. And they're bringing it back.
Ito, yung
Minus 5 years lang.
Oh, 5 years ago. I mean, yung pinaka-differential lang talaga dati, di ba, farming junglers yung uso. Noong year 1 and year 0 of Wild Rift. But, and I mean, Twisted Fate was very popular in the middle. But I think ito yung gusto kong sabihin din. It's that global ultimates that is in the mid lane that's gonna really help out these big skirmishes. Pero
Yeah.
one thing I do want to point out is that BFF has better disengaged, if you will. Tempo, meanwhile, ang lakas ng parang ano yun,
Engage
parang
nila.
boosh. Parang ganun yung gagawin nila sa teamfight, diba?
Yeah, and I want to follow through on that, right? You mentioned about a lot of these crowd controls in terms of that team fights. It's really just all in. Ilabas mo lahat ng crowd control mo dito. But TMP has a huge problem kasi meron silang Sinjao. If we're going to look at the composition, only Ash would be kind of like that main damage consistently for the rest of the team. And just Camille arguably can deal damage as well. But you have to take note, nandyan si Sinjao. Pag nag-ultimate yan, Ash can deal as much damage as they could expect.
Yeah.
So that's something that TMP has to kind of be aware of. Pag nandyan si Sinjao, Ash, kailangan mong tsempohan sino bang target natin dito.
Yeah,
Kaya
but-
mapapaisip din tayo kung ano kaya adjustment gagawin dito ng tempo, especially para sa Galio kasi there's two build variations sa Galio, diba? There's the tank
AP,
Galio and there's the AP build.
AP.
Mas madalas natin nakikita pa rin yung parang combination nun. Napapakauna. Taga-halo regions pa rin pero may
Yeah.
Ripmaker tapos yung medyo
Pero
pan-damage na.
Kailangan natin nila AP eh.
Parang yun
Oo.
eh.
Yeah.
Problema lang, ang lambot.
Yun lang. Oo.
I mean, depende na lang yan kung sino mauna in terms of executing and piling up all their ultimates and all the damage in the world to really create an opening, maybe a 4v5 situation. Lalong-lalo na kung titingnan natin to sa perspective ng tempo. Meanwhile, BFF has a lot to prevent that as they do have the Weaver's Wall, they do have the Sinzao ultimate as well to make sure that pwede nilang i-reset yung laban at pwedeng, okay, don't touch me right now. Go away. Parang ganon. But of course, Series 1 pa lang yan, guys. Game 3 na tayo agad. Sino kaya ang magwawagi sa series na to? BFF kaya or TMP? Casters, kayo na.
Let's go, let's go. So many things can go the way of Bespren Esports or so many ways na pwede mapaparo sa Bespren Esports.
Yeah.
So many ways that it can go wrong. And same din sa,
I mean, yeah.
sa tempo eh. Ganun ka
Oo.
kind of ulti-dependent yung lineup
Yeah,
nila.
it's two extremes in the same spectrum, right? If ever you're going to be really, really good, really, really amazing and dominant, but
Uy.
on the other side, you can be as squishy as this, as you have precision now being targeted by TM, or well, rather by BFFE early on. Talagang both sides dito medyo nahihirapan in this early game because you have, you can deal a lot of CCs, you can deal a lot of crowd controls, but you have to play it a bit paced.
Yeah.
Kita na Bespren Esports sa bot lane. There's the barrier and the ignite already just to chip down the HP of precision. Meanwhile, Ghost lang yung ginamit. One Pill still has the heal. So, ngayon, dahil sa cheese na yun, doon sila nakabawas. Pero ngayon nakita na sila. Diyan na pwede magsimula yung pag-poke ng Ashe sa kanang Seraphine.
Yeah.
Oh, flash in
Uy.
low.
Yeah,
Oh.
and very traditional kasi ito na duo what, right? An Ashe Seraphine is like one of the best in terms of aggressive kind of duo kasi may slow ka na, may root ka na, like paano makakalakad palayo ang kalaban mong duo. So in
Yeah.
terms of that level 1 to level 3, you have that innate advantage of just slowing and putting up a huge aggression up against your opponents.
Yeah, but at the same time, medyo kailangan din maka-find ng recall spot dito ni Precision eh. Kasi kapag nakaikot na tong Shinzao at half HP pa tong Ashe, pwedeng i-force it. Kasi yung Rel, and the Shinzao, they can also go for that tower dive. And also, one thing I want to mention here, later part of the game can be very explosive kasi almost every one of these players have their own go buttons.
Oh yeah.
Like literally, like you know, Camille, yung Ashe, yung Seraphine, even the Shinzao, the Rel, the Ampesa, lahat sila pwedeng mag-decide, okay, game, laban na tayo.
And I think from that point as well, I just wanna like tip my hats off towards yung mga junglers natin. Ang ganda ng pating na pinapakita nila. We all know that Jax's dependency would only be the Counter-Strike. Pag wala na yung Counter-Strike, pwedeng lumaban na yan si MTB na walang problema sa ulo niya. So Sinjao just hovering on top side of the map could really put a lot of aggression. And similarly, for Suik, into the bottom side, as we mentioned kanina, in this early game, an Ashe Seraphine is very aggressive. So having Camille as well to kind of shadow that bottom lane could really surprise the opponents.
Sobrang ganda sana ko si Kazekabe nag-rotate siya pa topside kasi magandang denive nila sana si Dizio. And they do actually win it. So ang malaking trade, tatlong wave yun na na-crash sila sa tower, just denied to Dizio in a series even forced to use the hero's endless just to be able to catch the wave. And look at the gold lead already, 600. Meanwhile in the bottom lane, Kazekabe is gonna be ganking as well, precision. And one pill, still okay.
Yeah.
Oo.
It's a 2v2 in the bot lane and mukhang naging okay naman TMP. But first blood going to the side there. BFFE on the gank against the Jax. And Jax is one of the critical champions ngayon on the composition ng TMP. They need this Jax to get ahead. They need this Jax to get these items to be able to deal damage. Kasi katulad na sabi natin kanina, it feels like it's only the Ashe yung magiging reliable among source of damage ng tempo.
Or they could kind of adapt, right? You have the Jax and Camille going for a bit of a hybrid. Pwede sila mag-tank and damage for both the same jungler and topside. Tapos, at that point, you don't have, or you don't need to have like the Zeo to be that main damage dealer, to be the main dependency for the likes of TMP. And I think that would be kind of the perspective that we'd look at. Ang daming pwedeng flexible na pathways dito ng tempo.
Yeah, Digio going for a very awkward skirmish in the top side. 2 levels behind siya pero pumasok pa rin siya doon at nag-leap strike doon sa Ambessa.
4 ba naman yung kutsilyo ng kalaban mo eh. Lugi ka talaga dyan, boy.
Kaya bang hawakan lahat ng Ambessa?
Kaya na yun.
Oy, sige
Ganun
na.
talaga.
May ulti pa. Suwik. Hexag Ultimatum is ready. But they're not going for the all-in. As they want to kind of hold off for now. And tempo is safe.
Yeah, ang talaga magiging strength dito ng tempo na inaantay natin is... Uy,
Flash!
pero mid.
Ganda ng engage,
Ulti.
pero ni lockdown, sinecure dito ni Subikon para talagang walang alisan. Hero's End is gonna be used as well, just hitting 2 members of Bespren Esports. Subikon getting low with HP, kaso nga biglang may tali yung ball sa likod! Binablock na lang ni One Pill para at least hindi tamaan si Subikon. And they're just gonna be sacrificing series in exchange for spicy chicken, 1 for 1.
Ito yung problema na nakita natin kanina in terms of mobility. Napakadami dito ng BFFE with a public execution as well as the Weaver's Wall coming in from Kazekabe. But now with that win on the team fight, BFFE has a huge priority in the mid lane. And so far, ang dami nila nakuha. Back and forth.
Grabe yung Weaver's Wall doon na ginawa ni Kazekabe. Sinala niya yung pinto sa mga miyembro ng TMP. Hindi sila basta nakatakas ba top lane?
MTB, oh!
Oh,
Flash!
has to force out the flash.
Yeah. Kasi pwedeng mag second skill flash proc ng Grasp of the Undying na dun si Dizio and that would have been enough sakali.
Yeah, that could have been enough. Yeah, even though it looked like TMP might have lost more members in the mid lane, it was only series in the end there. But a lot of plates also going to the side here of BFFE. As we approach itong 6-minute mark, it's gonna be maybe good for them.
Parang tama ka, no? AP yung Jax
Ayun.
sa ibabaw.
Ay.
Oo.
Tasendot. Tasendot build, yeah.
Oo. So mag-AP si Jax and then Camille going for, I
Sakit
think
yan,
it's a
palagod.
Triforce as well. So really we're going to see kind of like a scatter type of build here. We mentioned about those flex, we mentioned about those
Uy.
tankiness and damage output.
Palto yung Galio ah!
Grabe si series
3-1.
na 1v1 ang Zaya.
Ganun kasakit yung Galio eh!
May ult
Pag
pa.
AP.
Hindi nakapag-ult. Hindi
Wala,
nakapag-ult.
ano na kasi yun eh, lockdown combo na yun. This
Ibabaw.
though, channeling that counter-strike, setting up for the dive here. An MTB cannot really do anything against 4 people of tempo.
Yeah, pero may Cosma play tayo nakita doon na namatay din naman si Series on the bot side. So that is also a 1-for-1 at the end there. At the same time, palapit na tayo dito sa 6-minute mark. We might just see an exchange in objectives kasi nasa magkabila ang dulo ngayon yung mga teams.
Alam mo, yung parang sa game na ito, sobrang hirap maging mid laner or ADC. yung Jax, Camille, Galio, pwedeng patayin dito si Kazekabe sa kasi Spicy Chicken.
Yeah.
Same din naman dito kay Series pati Precision. Dalawa yung pwedeng tumalon sa'yo. Malas mo pa kung nasitan ka pa ng rel.
Oo. Pero feel ko mas madali para sa tempo eh. Mas madali manghuli kasi may Camille ka, lockdown, Hextech Ultimatum, sunod si Series. Nandyan pa si Dizio mamaya for that counter-strike as well pag nag-decide na sila sumama sa team fights. And especially at this stage, right, you already have the Tower First Blood on top side of the map for TMP. So at this point, pwede nang umikot-ikot si Dizio if he does want to. Later down the road, pwede na siya sumama sa team fights.
Also, that doesn't do na. That's a big power spike din for Ajax. Kasi mas mabilis niya makukuha yung ult proc niya for the increased damage every time he fights against probably it's gonna be the Ambessa. It's also gonna allow him to push these lanes quicker and take down towers faster.
Blackfire Torch para kay Kazekabe.
Sobrang popular yan for mages nowadays.
Oy!
Tinamaan pa rin naman yung rel, pero not really the target that TMP wanted.
Yeah.
Nakatakot nga lang dito yung Jax kasi Dust and Dawn, kumbaga parang sobrang big power spike yan sa kanya. Sobrang OP yan sa Jax, especially dahil sa passive ng, or yung sa proc ng Dust and
Kasi
Dawn. Yung
count-
on-hit mo
dalawa yung
happens twice, so
Yeah,
yung
yeah.
passive mo, mas mabilis siyang
Mapoproc.
mag-proc.
So, imbes na 3 hits na...
Dalawa lang.
Uy, teka lang.
Aray, flash
Uy,
out
flash.
muna.
Good,
Palalim eh.
good burn for BFFE. Turret Herald nilapag sa mid lane, hindi nakuha yung turret, but nevertheless, nakakuha sila ng bit of plates. But Weaver's Wall na dito, palikod. Si Ash napunta sa kabila.
I think they wanted to trap him instead, but
Yeah.
looks like Hazakabe got trapped as well.
Charm did not connect.
Rocha going in, still has the
Position
ult
low.
as well. This year going onto the backside, here's enters as well. Just wombo combo from Tempo. Wala na nga na silang ult. Blade Car ginamit para at least mas stun yung iba sa kanila. And the public execution cancelling Dizio's jump. Counter-strike gonna be used as well, at least para makalapit. And looks like the other members of Bespren Esports getting isolated a little bit. Dizio staying alive. May shield pa nga galing si Seraphine. And Spicy Chicken gonna be forced to use his Feather Storm just to be able to stay alive. They even got the kill onto the Seraphine. Flashing out right now, repositioning. Habang si Kalakabe, nagpo-poke lang
They're calling it
sa
off.
bandang gilid.
Uy,
Wala doon
uy.
na may Blackfire Torch pa yan, ha?
Oh!
Pero kinulang ng bawas.
Oh, si Suwik
Ito,
naghanap
Suwik.
pa.
Muntik na, muntik na.
Muntik na konti, hugging pa at the end of the day. I think it was a 2-for-2 exchange for both of these teams.
Yeah, and medyo napatagal dun sila sa baba. Pero ang ganda ng pinakita to set up the plays there. You have the Heroes entrance na sumunod si Series on the right quadrant jungle fight. So dun medyo nagdelikado si BFFE. And unfortunately, nakita natin to start it off, si Kazikabe yung Weaver's Wall niya, napunta si Ash sa kabila.
Oo. Dapat nga tama nga yung sinabi ni King feeling ko dapat
Paloob.
si precision paloob para ma-deal pa ng damage. Digio may nakasalubong doon as we head into this replay though. Nakikita ko din sa baba nagkakaroon ng big fight on live right now kung saan napatay din ng Jax yung Shinzao.
High value dito si Kazekabe.
Uy, may laban sa live F corner jungle.
Yeah.
Ako nahuli si MTB.
Oo,
dalawa
Rocha
ngayon
din,
nahuli.
Dalawa.
Nagkasalubong kasi sila doon sa bush. Nakasalubong ni Digio tapos I think sumama din para tumulong si MTV.
Yung maganda nga lang dito para sa Bespren Esports, at least wala pa objective.
Yeah.
Oo, tama.
But that is still gold infusion. Pumunta dito sa, especially kay Digio, I think kanina 0-1-4 yan. So may 1 kill na rin siya ngayon and it's still on that AP build. Meron na siyang anti-heal for the AP.
Tsaka medyo may problema dito si BFFE Kasi even though if si Dizio nag-AP build siya na nakikita natin,
my
Doesn't Dawn, possibly a Nashor's Tooth next,
Yeah.
yung ultimate niya nagpapatibay sa kanya
Oh,
Ang
yes.
hirap pa rin patayin ng Jax kung may ultimate. And I think that's one of the headaches here for BFFE na yes, Jax is going for the AP build, but at the same time, it's very difficult to bring down. And if we're going to look at Suik as well, meron na siyang Triforce, meron siyang Sundered Sky. So that is going to hurt in
Ayun,
those team fights.
Ayan, ito may bawas
Yan ang
siya.
unliprop ka ng Daskendon mo.
Ang bilis, oh.
Steven!
Ang bilis, oh.
Flash in! Look at the damage!
That's
Busted,
disgusting.
bro! Yan yung tipong first item full build eh. Buti na lang at
Uy, uy.
least andyan si
Ayun na, flash.
Kazekabe para ma 1-for-1 trade. Kaso nga lang, biglang may relaban din sa may bot side. Nakakuha pa nga ng kill si Suwikon. 4-0 and 3. Saktong-sakto kanila yung Dragon.
From may Weaver's Wall, pero ayaw na nilang i-risk. Wala si Rocha dito to get that risk aversion for that possible steal. So TMP gets the Mountain Drake.
Oh,
set up.
This could be a death rush. Inaantay lang nila kung si CS papasok. Pero
Naka-death cap na yan,
Walang
pero
info.
siya
Ayan,
pwede
ayan,
mabigyan
ayan,
ng kamatay.
Uy!
Ay, nagbinuhog! Nagmintis sa fishball, pre!
Oh, konting-konti na lang.
Patahog ka na, no?
Oo, kasi pinedict niya Kala niya papasok si series na medyo naaamoy din niya Parang sabi niya, parang masyadong tahimik, guys.
Ang ganda na pinakita doon, sidestepping series. But ito, Baron Nashor being started by BFFE. Series knows already. They have information. And look here,
Series.
you still have Suik. They're just hovering around the corner. Could start the fight.
Yan ang
Kala
pag-engage
na,
nila.
5K na lang.
Si Tizio, andyan.
Naantay yung ultimate.
Wala
Meron na
pang
si
ult
Suik.
dito yung Seraphine, pa-cooldown pa lang, pero pumasok na kasi lahat.
ay na!
Uy, Suwikon got it, and now, kinantahan na nga sila.
a
Dito
charm!
pa na ng Seraphine, and it looks like Bespren Esports, the whole plan is just disrupted. Everyone just dying right now as Tempo looking for the chase down. That's gonna be the steal. That's gonna be the ace. It looks like that's also gonna be the game.
5-4-1 exchange in favor of TMP and grabe nga yung naging steal doon. Nauna sa smite na pindot si Biniwas at sumunod si Suwik.
And ang talino si Suik doon, inantay niya yung ultimate niya, yung open na yung Hexic Ultimatum,
Oh, hindi
tsaka
pa
siya
naman
nag-charge, and TMP really just able to pace that out. Medyo nagtagal si PFFE doon sa Baron's Pit.
Tingnan natin kung gusto tapusin ng TMP. Pero
Hindi,
yeah,
hindi
buhay
kaya.
Spawn na yun,
buhay
spawn na eh.
Baka kasi gusto lang nila sumobre. Pero yeah, this is the smarter play. They need to go back, cash in, buy items para they're gonna be stronger in the next
Alam ko
fight.
magkakaroon na tayo ng bagong record ng fastest game eh. Kasi yun yung game 2 ng Revenge versus Gensokyo eh. 13 minutes and 8 seconds. Game
Oh,
two.
flash,
Series
ah.
nga na nahuli. Napa-overextend ng onte and the punishment was there. A bit of a shutdown onto the Galio again. Srocha
susunod
goes
pa.
in
Rocha.
once more.
Nice
Good
charge.
dodge dahil sa crescent sweep niya. Kaso nga lang biglang dumating si
Legendary.
Suwikon. And now everyone's just gonna be running away again.
Hexag Ultimatum is ready. No
Yeah.
flash though. Can't
Okay,
chase.
ayun na.
And this is tumalon.
Minto na siya kasi masastan siya pag nag-dash siya dun eh. Okay, mukhang nakaalis naman dito yung beer. Ay,
Zio!
hindi siya pumasok!
Naku! From
Spicy
all
chicken.
sides! Pasok bigla,
Spicy
Hextech
chicken.
Ultimatum. Ginamit na rin kay Spicy Chicken. Nag-crave bigla ng anghang si
May wave in the
Subikon.
mid lane.
Dalawa pa nga, meron pa sa top lane. Dalawa na magko-combine yan.
Pero nagpiping na yung TMP, bot low, bot. Kasi pag na-shove pa nila yun, they can take the last 2 turrets from BFFE.
Ayun,
Uy,
public
public
execution.
I don't think this is a good idea,
Masakit yan, sir.
MTP! Hindi naman daming mga big boss doon na mga minion.
Kung
Nambabatok
tutusin
yun.
completed na 2 items si MTV. Ito may chop suey up down ng Dasken doon.
Sarap ka na.
Mas malakas pa rin siya doon.
Umano bigla yung chan ka doon ha.
May spicy chicken nga pala eh.
Kasi yun nga eh.
May maanghang na manok, may chop suey. Uy, solid yun ah. Gulay na, may ano pa,
Healthy.
protein pa. Oo.
Baka kung yun yung hapunan nyo ngayon, guys.
Tingin naman.
Pahingi naman.
Pero at this stage, I think kung titingnan natin yung mapa dito, I think Tempo would play it a bit safe for now and just wait for the objectives to come up before they go aggressive once more. And dito na yung Ocean Drake in 50 seconds. And similarly, Baron is going to come up after a minute's time. So this is the moment we're in, really just a farming game for now at this stage for 1 minute before they start up a chaotic matchup once again.
7,000 gold lead by Tempo, and most of it is hovered onto the, or like funneled onto the Camille. 9-0 and 5 siya.
Yeah.
And to think na, kanina pa nag-usapan din natin na medyo pwede mahirapan yung Ashe sa early game dahil sa mga dive potential dito na ni MTB, pati ni Rocha, and even Kazakabe. All those attempts, wala pa naging successful. Deathless pa yung Ashe.
Ang daming sponge eh. Ang
Yeah.
daming sponge ni Precision. Ang dami niyang feel. Like, magpa-public execution ka, mag-Weaver's Wall ka. Paano mo maaabot yan kung mayroong Kabil, may Galio, may Jax? Kung lumapit ka, pwede rin mag-charm si
One Pill.
Seraphine. Diba? So, sobrang daming utility, sobrang daming CC na pwedeng mag-deny ng any potential engage.
Yeah, actually, One Pill, sobrang on point ng mga ultimate niya kanina pa. It's both used to disengage, engage.
Uy, si healer.
Si healer.
Patience, man.
Tahimik lang.
Patience.
May ninja dyan sa bush, di nila alam.
Nagpapanggap na damo. Be one with nature.
If he's very quiet, they won't notice.
Uy,
Ganun.
One Pill.
Uy, si One Pill!
Ulit lang! That was a massive mistake! Kaso nga may counter-strike, diretso na nga kagad si Dizio, even na magnetic
Ako.
charge used already by Healer just to try and interrupt the members here of Tempo. Spicy Chicken getting targeted as well by Series. Kaso nga bigla change target Series, diretso na lang sa Ambessa. Bahala na si Subigan para batayin yung Spicy
base!
Chicken. And looks like Tempo again, even if they lost one pill, sila pa rin nanalo sa fight. And looks like they just want to end this.
Yeah,
Pag
2v2.
reset to, 2v2, sabi mo nga, tingnan natin makakapag-defend, and I think it's TMP who doesn't want to risk it. If they lose that fight, it will be Baron that will be open.
Yeah, medyo nabati natin si One Pill dun eh. Pinag-uusapan pa lang natin siya pero pumasok siya trying to get a ward into the enemy jungle. Pero nahuli siya kasi may death rush lang nakaset up doon.
Nagpanggap rin siyang damo.
Yun lang.
Nagpanggap lang.
Nagpanggap lang. Eh yung isa, kumbaga, nag-transform na eh. One with nature na si Healer.
Naka-dead successful cosplay na eh, si Healer.
Pero nakita natin, nakuha na ng Ocean Drake ni Tempo. So I think that's extra sustainability for a bit for those team fights later on. But I think BFFE really has to force out something here.
Arrow, kumurba, tinamaan, kinantahan, lahat ginamit ang pinagsakan pa ng statwa. Para lang mapatay si Rocha.
Uy, naton!
May
Naton!
damage yung pakakasunga rin ito. Medyo okay nga. Kaso nga lang, sobrang hapinis. So we can look at the damage. Habang si Dizio nang hahampas na lang ng lampara niya. And Tempo really wanting to end this game. Bespren Esports, they only have their Dragon Laners remaining alive. Everyone else is dead. Tinamaan nga ng snare
End the ball.
kagad dito si Healer. Looks like Tempo is just gonna be ending this. It reached a game number 3, but the conclusion will remain the same. And I think one of us is gonna be smiling because of his predictions being correct as Tempo wins this game 3 and the series as well.
Na-call out pa nga ni Giyang. Pero grabe nga pinakita doon ng Tempo reverse sweep in this series 2-1. And that last game, really great from them. Suik really showing us na hindi lang mga supportive champions ang pwede niyang lalawin in the jungle. Meron pa siyang Camille and he did a phenomenal performance on that champion.
Yeah, and ang importante, tama si Apple.
At the end of the day, ang importante ay yun lang. Doon lang nakafocus, men. Kita ko nung nagpupush na sila, nakangiti na si Apple eh.
Oh, tama ako. Yes.
Doon na nanalo sa fight kanina, gumagat.
But I think the summary of that game is the crowd control fest that Tempo has. Individually, every single lane, every single player has crowd control for themselves. And yes, sinabi natin kanina, medyo naging problema na si Ash lang yung possible na maging damage. But really, is it a problem when you have Camille, when you have Galio, when you have your top laner, all building into damage as well?
Kaya grabe, yung build talaga ni
Sasakit, no?
Dizio, naka-dusk and doon lang.
Full build namin.
Full build
Tapos
na.
nag-chapsoy na nga eh, okay na eh. Di nila
Pero-
nakompleto ko agad yung Blade of the Ruined King na ata nun eh, pero okay lang.
Ito yung 2v1 na, hindi, I'ma take one with B. Ganun yung lakas dito eh, ni Dizio. Pero grabe talaga pinakita dito na performance. I also want to really shout out dito si One-Pill. Ito, ang ganda oh. 4-man charm.
Oo.
4-man ult yung ginawa niya on that Baron fight kung saan na-steal nila
Consistent
yung Baron.
din. Very consistent si One Pildol. All throughout that fight, those charms, those roots, really effective all throughout utilization for himself. And really just a good negation. Ang dami nilang utility. So I think at that perspective, right, they could use up the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they could use up the
Yeah.
charm, and they still have CCs remaining.
Kapag mukhang gumagana dito yung dalawang champion eh. Yung isa yung tumutugtog, yung Sona, isa naman ito yung kumakanta. Solid kay One Pill.
Actually.
Napapagana, no?
Actually, parang gumamit lang siya, no? Parang Sona sa Seraphine, pero may kinalaman sa music. And maybe yun yung kanyang specialty then coming into
Music.
this Wild Rift musical
Power
champion.
of music. Kung ito,
So-
power of friendship. Sa kanya naman, power of music.
So anong sunod natin may sa kanya, Bard?
Pwede.
Pwede. Sakit! Grabe yung
Grabe.
lineup nila.
Oo.
EP Jax, tapos full damage dito ng Camille and Calio na full 80.
And I think dito na rin dadaan yung ease of execution ng composition nila. Maglapag lang sila ng isang crowd control, susunod na yan lahat.
Ganda. Kasi dito, parang sa PESN Esports, medyo reliant talaga sila kay healer. Kailangan makaset siya, tapos yung knockback si Kazekabe, tapos si Roshan diretso sa backline, o at least sabay sila ni MTB. So many things to really make that perfect play. Pero sa TMP, just individually, paldo na din kasi. Kumbaga, kaya nila makipagpakpakan, kahit
Grabe,
mag-isa
oh.
lang sila. And Suicon, I think back-to-back MVP pa
Yes.
nga
Oo.
performance niya.
21
Grabe.
KDA as well, 84% team fight participation. I mean, lagi siya nandyan. Siya yung starter pack.
Nagpe-flex, eh no?
Okay.
Sabi ni Suicon, kita niyo ba yung biceps ko? Yan ang ginamit ko pambuhat ng game. Ganun.
Pero grabe yung performance ni Suicon. Even though we were really focusing a lot on Digio kasi nakita din natin yung lakas ng isang Jax. But still, overall, Suicon talaga really the carry for that game.
I know. It's just an incredible showing of team fight prowess once again. Pag na-unlock talaga si Tempo, no? Lalo na yung all the draft goes their way. They really know how to execute. Yung team fight juggling na ginawa nila, yung coordination, it's just really super duper impressive.
Ganun kasi, pag lethal tempo, habang tumatagal, lumalakas.
Ay!
Grabe.
Galing naman.
Gumiti na ako bago niya tinawag sa kapag I know where this is going.
yung tingin ni kayo sa
Tingin mo lang eh.
Pagkasabi pa ng pagka-tempo.
May side eye na.
Alam na ba?
Hindi, kahit ano naman sabihin ni Infi dito, okay lang kay Crazy Apple. Alam mo bakit?
Bakit?
Eh, nakangiti
Kasi tama siya!
Nakangiti
Nakangiti siya!
You cannot hide that smile.
Well, I know someone who has an even most likely bigger happiness welling within after that victory. So let's go. Precision on the line for an interview. Welcome, si Precision. Hello! Congratulations sa inyong pangalawang pagkapanalo dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. Ano yung feeling nyo na parang back-to-back kasi kahapon nanalo kayo, tapos ngayon nanalo kayo ulit. Anong feeling nyo?
Okay naman po. Medyo kinabahan lang po kasi kami nag-ano po kami sa comms. Pero okay naman po yung comms namin. Medyo kabado lang talaga kami.
Oh, actually, sige, going through to that, I feel like related yung na-mention mo about comms dito sa question ko. Kasi yung game 1 nung nakita, kina-compare din namin kanina yung laro nyo from yesterday tapos yung game 1 nyo kanina, very night and day eh. Could you tell us kung ano nangyari doon sa game 1 at paano nyo na ayos yun for game 2?
Ang tingin ko sir, ano po kasi, yung ano po namin, kapag naglalaro kami, parang chill lang po kami kahit nagkakamali kami. Yung tempo kasi parang nakukuha namin kapag tumatagal yung game. Kasi mas nakakapag-isip kami kapag nagkakamali kami. Yun yung nakikita namin na angle. Kagaya ng mga sa map control namin, doon kami nagbe-base.
Oo, and ang ganda nga ng pinakita nyo doon, Game 2 and Game 3. Ang ganda ng adjustment na ginawa nyo, no? Pero ito, tanong lang, Precision, about the draft naman. Kasi napansin namin na laging hindi nyo binibitawan ang Vi and Lee Sin, laging banned from Game 1 to Game 3. Meron bang thought process dito kung bakit ito yung laging yung napipilit na iban?
Ano kasi sir, kapag gumagawa kami ng plays usually all over the map, usually nagkakaproblema kami sa counter gang. Kaya usually binaban namin yung mga jumps na pwede kaming ma-counter gang or maunahan kami sa pagpasok sa counter gang.
Yung palang, kumbaga history ng
Actually, really good.
Lee Sin saka ng Vi.
Vi.
Ako, I only have one question because you have one more game later on. It's gonna be against IIXWR. Being IIXWR, 2-0 na sila, palong-palo yung performance sila. How confident are you and the team sa upcoming matches sa kanila mamaya?
For now sir, medyo doubtful pa kami pero tingin naman namin is kaya namin. Kung mabibigyan kami ng chance, papakita naman namin yung best namin.
Oh, I really love that energy and that attitude and mindset towards the game. Pero syempre, dahil panalo kayo, I want to give the spotlight to you, Precision. Any shout-outs? Anyone na gusto mo pasalamatan? Go.
Shoutout po pala dun sa handler namin tsaka dun sa sub namin na si Chocos. Yun lang po.
Oh. All right. Shout out. Thank you so much, Precision, ulit. And good luck sa mga susunod yung mga matches. And congrats. See you later.
Sige ba din?
Aba. I love the,
Super humble.
Yun nga, sasabihin ko rin sana eh. They were nervous, but they always pull through in the end.
Yeah,
diba?
actually yung gusto kong i-catch doon sa sinabi niya is for them, the longer the series goes, mas lalo silang lumalakas. At nakita din natin yung game 2, game 3. So, parang ako iniisip ko, okay, so baka mamaya expect natin sa IIX matchup nila mag-game 3 sila.
Yun nga eh. Baka yun talaga yung win condition nila as a team. Late game scaling, itong tempo. Kaya ganun. But of course, Series 1 pa lang yun, guys. May 3 series pa tayo for the rest of the night. That's awesome. A lot of Wild Rift action coming your way. But bago ang lahat, pupunta muna tayo sa isang maikling break. At pagdating natin, Series 2 na ang magsisimula. Don't go away.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
I am Ishtal, witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up. The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
Dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Stage 2. Katatapos lang ng ating series number 1 which ended up in a Game 3 victory. And it was just really, really exciting because Tempo once again is on a streak. But of course, papunta na tayo sa series number 2. Kami pa rin ang iyong talents. Ako po si Rico, yung host. Kasama ko si Giyang, Infinity at Crazy Apple. Guys, I mean, it's Series 2. What are the chances this goes Game 3 again?
Oh my God. Actually, yun na. It's gonna be between BFF, the Bespren Esports and TALAS. The Bespren Esports is coming from a loss on the previous series. But you can also look at it as here coming to the series. Gutom sila.
Yes.
Yeah, and naging ano na yun warm-up kumbaga, no? Alam na nila kung ano yung magiging comps nila, what is going to be the kind of the positioning that they have in terms of draft, in terms of their winning conditions. So this can be that perspective na momentum.
Yeah, exactly. Excited din ako makita yung draft kasi nga meron tayong top hero, the champion of all champions. Sino kaya ang reigning na champion na nagkakaroon ng corona when it comes to the stats? Pinaka-popular, and I feel like it is our resident pretty 80 carry boy, which is si Ezreal. Giyang, any thoughts? I mean, split one pa lang, di ba? Sobrang popular ng champion na to.
Yeah, I think for the longest time, even going back 3-4 years ago, parang Ezreal isa sa parang pinaka-ginagamit talaga. And one of the reasons why is because of his entire kit. Okay siya sa early game, okay siya sa mid game, okay siya sa late game. And sobrang safe laruin ng Ezreal, kaya it makes sense.
Yeah, it can work in any composition, right? Ilagay mo siya sa all-in composition, magpo-poke lang siya sa gilid. Ilagay mo siya sa kind of like a poking composition, saktong-sakto din siya doon. So really, it works well with a lot of compositions. And as you mentioned, Giyang, ang dami niyang mobility, self-heal, and ang dami niyang pokes.
Yeah, kanina nga nakita natin na kahit naka-tier first build yung Ezreal, kaya niya halos makapatay at a level 1 position with the Yuumi. So it really goes to show how strong this champion is at level 1.
Exactly. And we're gonna be seeing sino ba ang mababan ba ulit si Ezreal first game because we have TALAS over here. We got Ellie, Tarzan, Nightmare, Philo, Aratsuke. Nakita natin sila kahapon, no? And of course, they're also very hungry to get back into, you know, the series for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Kahapon, they unfortunately lost 2-1 against Tempo, which is a very similar na nakita natin ngayon naman with Bespren Esports na ganun din yung pagkatalo nila with Tempo. So both of these teams kind of carrying that record, but at the same time, yun na, may talagang guto, may talagang gusto silang bawi na ipakita dito sa series na to.
Yeah, and Bespren Esports need no introduction. Nakita natin sila in the prior series. Unfortunately, they lost up against Tempo in a reverse sweep type of situation. Pero you mentioned the Crazy Apple, no? Si TALAS din naman, they really just fought their battles. But I think if we want to pinpoint like a single player in this team, it would be Philo. So far, in terms of yung capacity ng team, he has exceeded expectations. Siya yung kumukuha ng kills, was able to get like what 16 kills historically speaking, to sum it up across their games in the prior week. So that's something that we can expect for this year.
May change nga na tayo nakita doon sa roster ng Bespren Esports. Because for the longest time, nakita natin si MTB naglalaro,
MTB,
diba?
yeah.
But now it's gonna be Ajin switching up with him as well. So interesting to.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's gonna be a positive result on this because of this change. But yeah, nakaka-excite.
Nakaka-excite talaga kasi especially landslide ulit ang votes for our talent prediction on this series, including myself actually, it is 4-0 in favor of Bespren Esports. Bakit kaya guys? I mean, they really showed promise despite yung natalo sila in that series against Tempo. They're really showing what they can do,
Yep.
right?
Saka lalo na yung performance nila ng game number 1, Rocha on
Yes.
the Volibear. And
Oh, yeah.
dito,
Yeah.
pinaka-ina-expect ko lang is, alam ko na kung anong reason kung ba't ngingiti si Crazy Apple mamaya.
Yung may inaantay mo. Yung inaantay mo.
Oo. Ang importante, tama si
Tama.
Apple.
I mean, at least pag tama ako, lahat tayo tama.
Ano?
Galing mo doon.
Ano daw pala? One for all, all
Wala.
for one.
Ayos guys. But I mean, if we were to like target it, like ano yung strength nila sa draft potentially? Kasi kakaiba yung draft sa Series 1 eh.
Yeah. And I think I want to start things off, right? From game number 1, nung nakita natin in the prior series, I'm gonna put pinpoint onto that game. Kasi ang ganda nung macro na pinakita nila. Si Spicy Chicken medyo nagdedelikado sa baba. But they looked for a priority elsewhere. Tumitingin yung jungler in the mid lane, into the top side, para makakuha ng better advantage up against the opposition. And I think that's something that we can expect for this game and for this series, na yung jungler will dictate how they would rotate, how they would put the tone in this matchup and get priorities wherever they can.
Yeah, and actually, just going back to that game din, if you remember, it was MTV who was really controlling the pace of the upper half of the
Yeah.
map. And kung talaga makikita natin dito na magiging iba yung roster for Bespren Esports, will that remain the same? Will we see a similar output or similar impact coming from Ajin? That that remains to be seen. And if that is the case, no, baka yun yung magiging key dito for Bespren Esports to maybe take the series either 2-0, 2-1.
But I think on the flip side as well, it's kind of like the coin flip, right? It could be in the perspective of the opponents na ngayon nag-iba yung top side, ngayon na si Ajin na yung naglalaro. Ano kayang pwedeng mangyari dito sa kalaban?
Maging iba yung timple.
Oo,
parang ganun.
iba yung
Yeah.
timpla.
Yeah.
Yun yung nakakaba din eh. Kasi parang sometimes, especially kapag biglaan na
Yeah.
na change lang, baka masira yung total game plan na gusto nila gawin. Pero, I mean,
Yeah.
Hindi, kasi napagod lang magbuhat.
Okay, yeah, true. No, I mean, it's different.
si Rocha nga eh. Kaya nga kailangan gayahin niya si Rocha. Kaya hindi na
Oo.
papayag kasi nakahiga
Nakahiga.
naglalaro eh.
Oo, tama.
True, lalo. But I mean, it's just so fascinating to see the current dynamics kasi baka mamaya it's more like of the utility or more like a stable and balanced lane. But eto na nga, bakbakan ay soon to start because draft is abound. BFF on the blue?
Hindi,
MTV.
MTV pa rin.
MTV pa rin, guys.
Okay.
Pero
MTV
feel
pa
ko
rin.
ano lang. Baka visual lang.
Okay,
Visual,
MTV
visual.
pa rin,
Okay,
guys.
okay.
Alright. And Talas naman ay mapupunta sa red. Titingnan natin kung magiging parehas pa rin ang ating mga priority.
Let's see.
Tatanggalin ba yung Ezreal? We'll have to see.
But I'm wondering what type of Baron laner we're going to see for the side of BFFE. Whether it's MTB or Ajin. Kasi may two types na Baron laner. It's the safe and passive type of Baron laner.
Super
or
agre.
the aggressive and like kind of a killer type of Baron
yeah,
laner.
yeah,
So these are some of the perspectives na titingnan natin. BFFE, ano bang gagawin nyo sa top side?
Yeah, ito nga. Kaya hintayin din natin. So far, no, ibang-iba yung bands na nakikita natin. Kanina, it's always Lee Sin, Vi. Even
Yeah.
yesterday now, it's Renekton and Nautilus. BFF8, parang talagang may target sila ang pakiramdam ko dito eh.
Yung nakikita natin na medyo consistent lang sa site dito ng BFFE eh. No? Yung Nautilus,
oo.
Palagi
Lagi.
talaga.
Yeah. I mean,
Ang bilis eh.
if they're aiming for one person being reliant on a carry, Nautilus is parang yung pinakaunang answer mo dun kasi tanggal agad, CC lock, and a smolder. And so far, Talas, puro carry so far ang tinatanggal sa side nila.
Naririnig ko na naririnig ko sa utak ko yung kung andito si Coach kaya sabihin niya, lahat ng alpha naiiwan pa sa top
I mean, Ezreal is open.
Ayan, may Ezreal, may Nidalee, may
May
Ambessa.
Pai, Lee Sin, grabe,
Lee
lahat.
Sin, Akali,
Joke
ayun
lang,
mga
guys,
open pa for BFFE na pwede lang piliin. Ambessa is also
You know,
open.
Wow.
But when Akali is gonna get picked up by BFFE, TLS can answer back with a Galio.
Agree.
Actually, pero open din ng Lee Sin. So, dami pang pwede like Lee Sin,
Lee Sin,
Galio.
something.
Karma has been banned. So, a lot of other champions na pwede din yung mga AoE or AoE CC para mabilis na mahagip dito sa Shroud.
Galio is really just the most effective one to target yung Akali na counter, no? And you mentioned the Lee Sin. Pwede ba dito ang Lee Sin and Galio? Pero pwede rin naman
Camille
Camille Galio.
Actually, balik
Go
na
with
lang
it.
sa kanina.
Yun din naman ang ginamit kanina. Or Poe. Yeah, is
Or
to
Poe.
pick up the Lee Sin kasi kumbaga in terms of likelihood, mas unlikely na i-pick dito
Deny?
na Bespren Esports yung Galio.
expect natin?
I mean, we'll have to
I
see
mean,
whether if they get the Galio over here in this rotation. But the fact that Lee Sin and Camille on paper, napakalakas ng
Oh.
first 2 picks na to eh.
Okay.
Actually, Ornn, really
Ornn.
good setup for them. And I don't think we've seen Ornn since yesterday, if I'm correct. So,
Matagal na,
seeing
no?
Ornn again, it's one of those champions na malayo din eh, yung pwedeng engage.
Tapang bot lane talaga yan kumbaga support. And I think yung ma-unlock dito ng Bespren Esports is double poke essentially. Kasi yung Ornn din,
Oo.
may poke yan yung first skill niya eh. And yun yung usually ginagamit ng pang setup for like a trap, sudden engage,
Uy,
prompt
pwede rin
repeater
to
response.
Para ma-deny lang yung Call of the Forge God.
Actually, oo, pwedeng i-up lang niya yung shield niya,
Tsaka
mawala
ano,
na.
pwede rin pang deny up against Ezreal. Right?
Yep.
So
Yes.
pwede niyang counterin
Exactly.
yung mga pokes ng isang Ezreal. So TLS is being very reactive in their composition rather than being kind of like a direction set for their comp.
Yeah, actually really good pick so far from TALAS na. Also, even the
Yeah.
Braum, yung ultimate niya can also help deter itong Akali. Mahirapan din eh, kasi pag may malaking slow field, mas mahirapan din yung Akali mag-maneuver around these fights. But right now, with what have the TLS pick,
Oh.
for BFFE, kailangan nila magtanggal dito ng maybe mga ADC.
Oo.
Tinanggal yung Smolder ni Spicy Chicken, tinanggal yung Yasuo ni Kazekabe, yung Bollywood din ni Rocha.
Nanonood to kanina eh.
Oo. May ano na, may comsat na.
That's true. I'm curious ako dito kasi syempre tatagalan na ni Bespren Esports yung mga potential AD carry.
Maganda
Kasi
to.
so far, I mean, they do have snowball potential, right? They have a pick composition that TALAS is slowly forming in a very strong early game. So removing the Lucian is actually a pretty good ban to really deter the all-in in terms of big damage. But ano kaya makakapantapat sa Ezreal?
Yunara pa rin,
And Yunara
open
na
eh.
naman
Oo.
ulit.
Oh,
Pero ang ganda ng pinapakita ng BFFE Tinarget ba nila yung Lucian Corki? Kasi kung titingnan natin to si Corki shredding ng armor, so Lucian very aggressive early as well that can follow through with the early ng Lee Sin. So that's something na tinatarget ng BFFE. But at this point, we're looking at the mid lane. Anong pipiliin ng TLS dito?
Uy,
wow.
matagal ko nang hindi nakikita yung Viego na yan ah.
Oh.
Uy, na-lock in na nga.
Shocks, okay.
Madalas hindi din natin nakikita na parang sinesecure yung Viego when they're going up against a Lee Sin. Kasi Lee Sin is one of the strong matchups against Viego. Kaya very ambitious pick to para sa side ng Bespren Esports.
Pero may problema tayo sa Viego. Ang kailangan ng Viego is a landslide type of position, no? Pag hindi siya nakakuha ng early, pag hindi siya nakaballoon ng advantage ng gold early on, hindi siya magiging winning condition. Kumbaga.
Strong laners, no?
Yeah, I know. This is a lot of strong leaders. Wait, what's going on in Split 2, guys? Ang Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open.
Sige.
If
Chill
you
mo
lock
natin.
this in.
Kung nilock in tong Vex.
Oh, okay.
wait.
No, that's saber,
Yeah.
like mage. Okay. So, I really love the composition that a lot of people are showing right now. I mean, you've got TALAS with a lot of, sideline pressure because of the Weaver's Wall. Pero ang pinakamalaking katanungan dito, enough ba ang Braum pagdating sa all-in na meron ang BFF?
I feel kasi I think for the Braum dito na mostly talagang pipigilan niya is the Ezreal and the Ornn. As for the other champions like the Viego, like the Jax, it's too much to ask for just a Braum to take care of everyone. But with the addition of this Talia, yun yung other angle sa pwede niyang i-fill out eh. Yung ilalatag niya yung mga bato niya para maka-stop ng mga dashes. What's gonna be key here for TLS, if they get to that late game point kung saan yung Yunara can't carry to keep her safe from Akali, from Jax, and from Viego, yun talagang magiging threat sa kanya.
Yeah, and I think that will be one of the mahirapan sila na position na gawin. Kasi if titingnan natin TLS, Yunara, very late type of champion. Si Talia, I think mag-enable pa yan at level 5, at level 6, wherein meron na siyang ulti with the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah.
So at that level 1 to level 5 and 6, kailangan medyo passive siyang maglaro.
Yeah.
Especially
Play safe
considering na
muna.
Ezreal yung kalaban niya.
I don't know, like this is turning out to be such a unique draft. Agiyang, like before we start, ano yung nararamdaman?
Medyo nakakabahan ako dito sa TALAS kasi parang yung lineup nila, ang daming stress ang Bespren Esports. Baka mangyari dito, 1, 2, 3, kanya-kanya na. Hopefully, hindi naman.
Gusto ko yan, guys. But eto na, series number 2. Bespren Esports, TALAS. Sino kaya ang makakuha ng victory point dito sa araw na ito? Casters, it's your turn.
Kahit maganda yung pick dito ng Yunara kasi, nakatakot. Nakatakot may
For
Diego, may
sure,
Jax,
for
may
sure.
Akali. Parang yung
Actually,
tatlo pa lang. Wala na, manginginig ka na eh.
Yeah.
It's really gonna depend sa positioning dito ni Philo. Yesterday nakita natin on the Zaya, kaya din niya yung mga small micro plays, yung talagang kanya makipag sabayan in terms of ito yung space na kailangan ko. Ibebait kita ng konti pa pumasok ka pero makaka-turn pa ako to deal to be very efficient with my damage. And that's a micro skill, that's a skill na kailangan ng mga ADC players. Philo shown to have that. So let's see kung kaya niya yan ipakita dito sa game na to.
Here we go, very early aggression here for both sides, 2v2. Just having that sights onto each other, just getting that information. But at the end of the day, this is just level 1 type of battle. So far, no kills for both sides.
Yeah, mamaya pa yun eh. Kapag pag nasa laning phase na kasi dyan na magsisimula si Spicy Chicken na mag-poke. And again, take note, tier. So, I guess it's not gonna be the full aggressive one.
Gusto ko yung diin mo.
Full aggressive one. Medyo may onting
Easy lang.
reservation lang.
Easy lang.
Chill lang.
Chill lang. Yun talaga
Mga,
yung...
mga 70% lang. Yun.
Ayun.
Wala pa yung 100%.
Di ba?
May
Isang
sanda.
%. Gagaling dito kay Spicy Chicken. Pero yun din yung build niya kanina, di ba? It's the tier build must be something more of comfort sa kanya. Actually, mid lane very loaded si Kazekabe doon. So, probably had a really big like exchange earlier on.
Grabe talaga kapag Talia. Yan yung isa sa mga maganda gamitin against Akali kasi kumbaga, pwede ka magtago sa Shroud pero ang taas ng chances na pwede ka ma-poke pa. Tapos meron pa yung mga bato-bato ng Talia na hassle.
Oo. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin to kasi titingnan natin na angle yung Brom kanina, pwede mag-deny ng daming folks and ng ultimate. But on the flip side as well, we have to take note of the passive ng Brom. Yun na yung gamit ng TLS ni Philo. So kaya na niya ma-proc yung stun doon ng napakabilis dito sa baba. Spicy Chicken,
Spicy
very
Chicken.
aggressive. One more shot for Philo. But we'll be able to use the barrier to stay alive for quite a bit. But for now, reset's coming through.
Yan, munti ka na yung buti na lang. Meron pa siyang barrier. This is the full utility summoner spells on the side of TALAS, the bot lane.
Yeah.
Yung barrier saka yung heal. Spicy Chicken, di pa na ginagamit pa ngayon yung barrier niya. Just a strong matchup, right, of an Ezreal in the bottom lane. Ratsuki needing to just jump towards Philo, which doesn't have any mana anymore. Talagang reset kailangan kaso nga rin si Kazekabe dito na sa may bot lane. Has the flash
Di
in
niya alam na...
case.
Kazekabe.
Palabok dyan!
Oh,
Si
may
Nightmare,
ward.
though.
They
Shroud?
have information. Shuriken can flip to go over the wall, back to safety, but Lee Sin is now going for the chase. Still level 4. Going for the Rift Scuttler, and everyone is back into their own turrets for now. But you have BFFE still hovering around, looking for that potential kill.
Yeah. Actually, hindi pa nakaka-recall si Philo sa kasi Alatsuka. Kanina pa yung earlier trade kung saan Spicy Chicken and Healer were going for that almost all-in. And then, pumunta pa si Kazekabe, so lalong na-delay pa yung timers nila.
Nakakatakot yung pag-roam kanina din ni Tarzan. Talaga naghahanap siya na pwedeng patayin eh. Especially nung nag-level 5 na siya. Parang, kailangan may mapas lang ako. Kaso nga napigla yung mid lane! Kazekabe with the solo against Nightmare.
Yeah, enough yung damage, enough yung ignite to get that first blood. And Kazekabe really showing up here.
Oh, here we go.
Tarzan.
You have Tarzan going for the chase. On to Racha. Going for the ultimate over the wall, but he's still being chased down. Spectrum Maw to buy time, but it's not going to be enough. Lee Sin takes the kill onto the jungler.
Yeah, pero on the bot side of things, Spicy Chicken also getting a kill on Philo. Nakuha na rin nila sa wakas yung kill ng Yonara. But here, dami yan.
Tatlo to nasa ibaba. Spicy Chicken, naipit ng tatlo. Stun comes through with a passive of Brom. And that will be TLS who takes it back, gets the kill onto Spicy Chicken.
Grabe yun. Yung mga rotations na nakita natin dito. TALAS being very, very aggressive. Kaso nga nang bigla na shutdown ng onte. Si Spicy Chicken masyado siya nagiging komportable na sa may bot lane. Kaya binigyan muna nilang leksyon.
Oh, naipit. Napatalon. Ayun nga. Si Healer napatumba na with Nightmare. Going into the bottom side and getting that pick off.
Yeah, really good play right there from TALAS. So nakakuha pa sila ng isa. And that kill going to Nightmare on that Talia. And Talia is one of those champions na kapag nakakuha siya ng mga items sa early, ang sakit din ng burst damage yan eh. Lalo pag natamaan ka niya nung knock-up kasabay nung mines, mugunat ka na lang yung HP mo mawawala.
Masakit kasi talaga din yung Talia kahit papano eh. Lalo na kapag nakakuha na yun ng Blackheart or minsan iba, Ludens pa ngayon kinukuha nila. Pero in this case, I think Nightmare is just opting for the TPS.
Nice kick, Dragon's Rage into the backside, already isolated, and now Healer getting pinned down, and that will be another kill for TLS.
Grabe, no? Yung rotation sa pwede gawin talaga ng Lee Sin.
Hextech Ultimatum onto Racha, no escape. He went in for the Heartbreaker, but his heart has been broken instead. But they're still going for the fight. Kazekabe going to the backside, has the eyes on L1 with Ignite, burning him down. It's still ticking, and he will fall at the end. But a trade, it's getting back. It will be the Glacial Fissure to buy time. But Tarzan going for the double. Sonic Wave connects. Is still potentially going back, but not gonna go in any longer.
Yeah, and then for them, ito sa 2-4-2, nag-chase pa rin sila dito. Pero I don't think makahabol ni Spicy Chicken at ni Healer yung dalawang members doon ng TLS. And wow, TLS actually just turning up this game. In-accelerate nila bigla yung pace, almost 2,009 gold lead nila.
Grabe kasi din yung performance dito ni Tarzan. Look at his score! Like 5-0 and 1. Nightmare 2-1 and 0. And this Lee Sin is definitely giving a massive bullying experience against Rocha, not giving him a single time to recover.
With the first wall pass, sumunod, tatlo ang naghahanap ng kill. And Healer brought down once again. From time and time, it will be Philo who puts him to the grave.
Talaga nakakaipon na dito yung Talas at hindi pinapahinga yung buong team dito ng Bespren Esports.
Uy, Sonic Wave denied with a minion, but still chasing. There's just no escape, but a knock-off as well following through. Dominating finish there for Tarzan.
Yeah, 6-0 na dito si Tarzan on the Lee Sin. Spicy Chicken still going for the trade dito sa mid lane, but with us getting to that 6-minute mark, it feels like TLS sa control nila sa mapa ngayon, kaya nila kunin parehong objective.
Ito yung sinabi mo kanina, no? Yung Lee Sin 501 kanina. Tingnan mo, Eclipse pa.
Aray mo! Kaya ang hirap gumamit ng Viego kapag may Lee Sin. That's why. I got really nervous when they picked the Viego.
Yeah. And ito yung sinabi natin kanina, di ba? Ang kailangan ng Viego is a landslide type of situation. And what we're seeing right now is not that.
Oh, kaya ngayon, kumbaga, kahit 1, 2, 3 kanya-kanya na, parang kayang-kaya talaga eh. Trippings tayo.
What a flash.
Okay.
Okay.
Tinay niya.
Miscom. Okay lang. NT.
Okay lang. Like what we said, 1, 2, 3, kanya-kanya na.
Alam mo, if it works, it works.
Strong independent players.
Yes. Pero the mid lane turret nasira na dito ng BFFE. Alam naman natin kapag ang mid lane turret nasisira, that gives a lot of control for the team that gets it first. On the top side, dalawang Loto na members.
Big deal din nga din na si Camila. Oh my God.
Mabilisan
Grabe
lang.
ka na. Tarzan. Isa kang Tarzan in the jungle.
King of the jungle nga, you know?
Oo nga. Mabilisan lang 7-0-1 para dito sa Lee Sin.
Oo, para talagang Hapdi Pro Max.
Matigas ka na, Mapdi ka
Fully
pa.
paid cash.
Oo.
Pero grabe yung performance na pinapakita dito ni Tarzan. First game pa lang tayo dito sa Best of 3 series, and right now he has a 6,900 gold, 1,500 lead against the Viego.
L1 now going in for the hook shot in the backside. Spicy Chicken down low already, but L1 is single-handedly alone. And now with a true shot barrage denied. Glacial Fissure to follow through. That's a CC chain, flawless. And now Healer trying to retreat back to safety. Spicy Chicken has to force the flash away. And that will be TLS, who's able to really push back BFFE.
Yeah, actually, they were really looking for the kills right there. If Philo got up to that fight a bit earlier, baka makuha nila yung proc on the stun.
Borrowed path. They know TLS has to play it safe. Kazekabe on the sidelines as well, has information. Sonic Wave will not connect.
Din ka kakabahan pag tumama yun. Alam mo, sure deads na yun eh.
Paalam.
Paalam. 7-0.
Partida, hindi pa naka-try person ha.
Yan na yung mapupunta sa MMK.
Napakanta ka rin.
Napakanta na si Apple.
Alam kong kinakabahan ka ngayon, Rizzy Apple. Kasi
Yung prediction eh. Yung prediction. Yun yung importante.
yun na talaga.
Actually, di naman. Ako more of...
kasi mangot.
ako yung nakikita na dito ng mga nagigiyag sa kanya Infi eh. Pero going back dito sa laro natin, BFFE really having a hard time. 3,000 gold down sila ngayon against TLS.
Dalawa, Camille and Lee Sin going in to the right quadrant jungle, has sights onto Racha, Hextech Ultimatum, no escape, nowhere to run, and again, TLS securing another kill with Tarzan getting another one in his name.
2.5k gold speed, no? Jungle pa lang.
Ito na.
Bilis pa niya.
Ang bilis niya. Tarzan! Sonic Wave onto Healer. No ultimate though.
Yeah.
So opts to back away.
Grabe talaga yung pace ng game na pinapakita dito ng TLS. Tuloy-tuloy lang eh. Hindi nila pinapahinga ang BFFE and dahil doon hindi nakaka-farm yung Biego, hindi nakaka-farm yung Jax ng ligtas para magkaroon ng chance to get back in this game.
Yun na, wala. Nightmare, papunta na din ng Death Cap. Lahat sa kanila accelerated sa laban nito. Even if we're just seeing a 4,000 gold lead, it's the power spikes that we keep on seeing favoring the side of TALAS, and it's all because of that huge leverage in terms of jungle. And Racha definitely not having even a decent time right now.
Yeah. And the 4K gold lead in 9 minutes is huge, by the way. Napakalaki niyan. Elwendo, 2v1, going for the chase. Nagpiping ang kanyang teammates.
Baliktad
Want to go for the support. Hextech ultimatum on the healer. Call of the Forge God already casted, trying to deny this potential push with a knockoff. But healer getting put down once again by L1.
Yeah, and at the other side of the map, Talia also 1v1ing the Akali, not something you usually see in most of your games. And Ajin might be in danger here.
Yeah, Tarzan has sides. Also Spicy Chicken. A Sonic Wave connects.
Pag tumama lang yun, ano?
Oo.
Talaga nakakabala ka agad. Alam mo na eh. Alam mo na eh.
Oh, pero nandito si L1, Ajin as well. Hook shot back away! The Dragon's Rage from Tarzan from
Sabay
far
punch!
away
Yun yun!
will get the kill. And now the Heartbreaker for Ratcha, hoping for that trade back. But TLS gets the kill instead. Counter-strike into the backside. But Tarzan is still alive with 1 HP. And triple for Philo.
Tarzan surviving after getting that outplay. Yung pinaka-caviar on top pa doon is yung pag-budge niya. Yun talaga.
Hindi yung nabuhay siya
Yun
ng
na yun.
Sliver.
Cherry
Yung
on
badge.
top, pare. Correction. Caviar, masyado ka naman paldo doon.
Pag 20-0 na siya, siguro kabiyan na.
Oo.
Nightmare, L1, Philo onto the backside. Hextech ultimatum locks him down. And now Call of the Forge God, 2 down low already. And now the Orange chases him out. It's a 2 kill for BFF.
2 shot down.
Yeah.
Lalo na yung iba dun, si Spicy Chicken pa yung nakakuha. So that was a bit of an oopsie. Napasobra ata sa 1, 2, 3 kanya-kanya na ang TLS. Pero okay lang, ganito sila kapaldo ngayon eh.
Yeah, so talagang they have this buffer na pwede sila magkaroon ng some mistakes.
Oh.
Pero wag naman nila sobrahan kasi kung hindi, makakabawi pa dito ang BFFE.
Naghahanap, TLS. Medyo delikado, 2v3 situation, but Philo comes in support. This will now boil down into a 3v3 with Tarzan opting with the backside. Yeah, the Dragon's Rage still can get the kick out. Sonic Wave and Philo with the Braum brings down Spicy Chicken, eats their fill, and now TLS once again with the TP's coming through. They really want to force out the fight. Healer down low already, 1 HP and not getting chased out. It's TLS trying to put a finger up against their opponents. Count 1 to 5, getting all the kills that they need, and they won. It's the L1, Hextech ultimatum onto Kazakabe, and TLS with the ace.
Yeah, TLS with the ace with a very, very long fight and chase down against BFFE. They will secure the tier 2 top lane and they will also look to get the Baron.
Isa lang masasabi ko dito eh, paldo ang TALAS. Grabe. Oh my.
10-0-7.
10-0-7, man, for Tarzan. And I think it's very fitting sa name niya.
Oh.
Very dominant in the jungle.
King of the jungle nga talaga, no?
Grabe, tama din yung kanilang ginawa doon ng Macro. So, 2 miyembro lang nilagay nila on the Baron to take it. And then, nakasira pa sila ng isang inhibitor turret. There's only 2 turrets here. 2 inhibitor turrets left for the side of BFFE. Kapag nag-push dito ang TLS, 2 na lang yung kailangan nilang puntahan.
Ganito sila kapaldo. Imagine mo, kahit kanina nga sa L1 eh. Saan ka nakakita 2v1? Yung 1 yung naghahabol sa 2.
Di, kanina nga din, di ba, nung nagkasalubong sila sa jungle 2v2, yung 3 yung tumatakbo.
Nagiging horror game ngayon yung League of Legends Wild Rift. Pag tinamaan ka ng Sonic Wave, magdadasal ka na lang talaga.
Nakakabahan ka na agad eh. Pero tingnan natin dito as TLS really putting a dominant showing into the bottom quadrant jungle, having full control over each and every single lane. Looking at the mid lane, Call of the Forge God already casted. It's a shutdown as Nightmare goes down, but TLS is still opting to go for the fight. And the knock-up is there, coming in from Talia. but TLS is being brought down one by
Dyan na si
one.
Tarzan.
But Tarzan comes in the fray, gets one kill. Kazakabe goes down. It's a two-man knockout, trying to secure a trade back. But now the Sonic Wave once again connects onto Healer as he's still up for a
Oh,
fight.
tumama yung Sonic
Connects
Wave. What?
Sonic Wave from
Yung wave,
Tarzan
yung
from
stasis pa.
downtown. And TLS once again gets the ace.
Oh my God! That outplay is godlike. The timing is just perfect, and just end it. Just end it.
Just end it.
Dude. But Spicy Chicken now trying to defend here the Glacial Fish on the Spicy, but it would not matter as TLS with the swift and sweeping game gets the first blood here in the series.
Talas, grabe ang pinakita nila doon sa game na yon, especially itong si Tarzan on that Lee Sin, and that is the reason why we keep seeing Lee Sin ban in a lot of our games, in a lot of these matches, kasi pwedeng magkaroon ng ganong breakout performance si Tarzan. And yeah, sobrang kudos to Talas, never letting off the gas in this game. Talagang tuloy-tuloy lang sila.
Isa lang ang naisip ko ngayon. There's only one thing going on in my mind right now. Like, Tarzan, clip mo lahat yun. Kasi pang highlights yun, man. Talagang clip farming si Idol.
Oo. And siguro pinalaki talaga siya sa jungle, no? He was born and raised in the jungle, and Tarzan quite deserving of that name. Pero dominant, I think ilang KDA yun? 20?
Grabe.
Grabe. Ang grabe talaga. What a performance here from Talas from start to finish. Talagang kinip nila yung tempo of the game. Talagang mabilisan nila na kumuha ng lead against the composition here for Bespren Esports. Unfortunately, hindi natin nakitang mag-kick in talaga yung build ng isang Diego, ng isang Akali to enough to maybe influence any part of this game.
Alam mo, feeling ko yung inspired dito si Tarzan. Kasi nakita niya yung kanina, yung kanina sa screen, na, yung graphic na yung highest kills. Sila Ono, mga ganyan. Tapos sabi niya, sige nga ako nga din, habol ako. Nangalahati na kaagad. Kasi high sa atin parang 22, 24, parang ganyan. Siya nakailan siya dito sa game. Like 11, 12, dami.
Kahit yung last fight, diba? Yung last fight nila dito na it looked like nakakabawi na dito ang Bespren Esports. They were getting a couple of kills, they were getting a couple of shutdowns. Pero dahil nag-prolong yung fight in the mid lane, nakahabol pa si Tarzan galing sa base nila. And then he was able to clean up the fight and then eventually end the game.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this during the draft, right? The main key point for the side of BFFP would be Viego.
Yeah.
Pero kailangan niya landslide. Kailangan niyang manalo early mid-game.
Yeah.
Kailangan niya makakuha ng kills. Right? But that did not happen.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, when you're not able to put your key player at the winning condition pace, it's not gonna let you win the game.
Yun talaga. Yung kanina sa isang clip din na nakahabol si Tarzan, tapos kahit pa respawn na yung iba, ayan, yung pumasok. And look at this, ay, ito talaga eh.
Yun, Sonic
ito
Fate.
talaga eh. The kiting, the timing, yun naman, biglang dumating
clip
yung wave,
farm
kaya na lumipat na yung atake ng Torre. Pero handa din naman si Arazoke na tulungan siya doon
12 kills.
Grabe, 20 KDA din.
God damn!
No deaths at all, man. That is crazy.
Highest damage din
Highest
in
damage.
the entire game.
Highest damage taken.
Lahat.
Highest gold. Lahat ng stats pinila.
Yan yung tipong pag nakasama mo sa RG, lahat mag-honor sa
Panalo ka
kanya.
na. Oo. Kahit mag-stay ka na lang sa base.
Tapos yung tipong makaka-triple, baka nga 4 na marks yung kuha sa isang game.
And
Ganun, nakatop
very well
performing.
deserved siya ang ating MVP with a 12-0 KDA, 14,000 gold, 71% teamfight participation, and 21k damage dealt.
Grabe performance yan. Nagpakitang gilas.
Yeah.
Kumbaga.
Nagpakita ng gilas dito. At doon mo din makikita kung gano'ng ka gutom din sila to get that win. Dahil nga kahapon natalo sila dito sa tempo. Ito yung first match nila for the day. And they really came out swinging in game 1.
Yeah, natalo sila sa tempo, natalo sila sa IIXWR, but this time around, it's a different story. I mean, this type of dominance coming from this team is beyond expectation.
Yeah.
Grabe yung performance na pinakita nila. Talaga sobrang solid. Yeah, I like this from the drafting, yung mga target ban sila sa Bespren Esports into these lineup na ginawa nila. Kinabahan pa ako nung una kasi parang okay, ang daming disruptors sa side ng Bespren Esports pero hindi naging problema at all the entire game.
Oo, talagang si Tarzan naging king of the jungle in that game and really fantastic showing there. Before we throw it to a break, Crazy Apple, may masasabi ka ba dun sa game na yun? Kasi napakalupit!
Ano ba gusto niyo sabihin ko? Parang iba yung gusto niyo sabihin ko
Ano
today
kaya?
about the game. Pero
Oh.
akin, ano ka to, inaantay na. Tingnan natin kung game to, kung ano yung magiging adjustment din ng Bespren.
Kamusta yung prediction? Yun
Oo,
dapat eh.
yan, yan.
Okay, kaya nga.
Nakuha mo
Di
na.
pa tapos, hindi
Oo,
pa tapos.
Hindi pa tapos yung laban. Talagang umaasa pa. Pero tingnan natin kung talagang mananaig ang TALAS doon for this series that they've shown us such a dominating game number 1. Before then, we're just gonna throw it a short break. And when we come back, it's game 2 for the series.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
Welcome ulit dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. At syempre, nasa kaligitnaan tayo ng napaka-interesting na series because the talent prediction makes it extra interesting. My name is Rico, joined by Kiyang, Infinity, and Crazy Apple. And for context, baka mamaya, ngayon lang kayo nanood like around the series. But we're currently in the middle of BFF, Esports versus TALAS. And all the talents predicted, landslide, Bespren Esports, pero ang panalo, ayan, thank you production for finding us.
Fraud.
Thank you. And TALAS won, landslide.
Nagtataka nga ako eh. Malamig, sobrang lamig ba ngayon? Kasi ito parang nanginginig si Crazy.
Talagang sa akin lahat ng bato dito eh. Pero, I mean, grabe naman yung
Kaya
pinakita.
natahinaan yung yung
Kinapahinaan niya. Hindi, kaya nga ako naka-jacket.
Jacket.
Ah,
Hindi lang siya. Hindi mo siya nilalon.
Malamig lang.
Malamig lang. Pero I mean, grabe naman talaga pinakita ng TALAS. That's a game 1 na yan. Very dominating win from them. And kanina pinag-uusapan nga din natin during the draft na bakit napick yung Viego na may leasin at and nakita din natin to na paano nahirapan din yung Viego throughout that game.
Yeah, and really, Viego, ang kailangan niya lang talaga is to get kills. Kailangan niya to get kills, kailangan niya mag-landslide. And in that aspect, in that draft, paano ka makaka-kills, especially early mid-game, kung may leasin kang kalaban?
And like, for entire history ng professional scene, Viego's one weakness is Lee Sin or Kha'Zix. Kaya madalas parang yung ngayon nagiging sa'yo. Pag may nakita kang isang team nagbaban na ng Lee Sin and Kha'Zix, parang, okay, mag-Viego to. So usually kapag sa champ select, binaban na yung Viego kapag ganun.
Exactly. I mean, nakadepende yan talaga sa draft, no, and what they want to approach it with. But kagaya ng sinabi nyo, Lee Sin was completely open at ito ang prioritize ni TALAS. Meanwhile, it's the same side. BFF still on blue, TALAS still on red. And question mark is, I wonder what the adjustments are going to be on Bespren's side.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is what BFFE wants because this is already a pattern, right? In Series 1, from what we saw, is that BFFE always has that priority or has that innate want to go into the blue side selection. They want that prio pick. And so far, it hasn't given them a lot of dividends from the first year. So we'll see if they could change things up here for Series 2 Game 2.
Gusto nila makuha siguro yung Volibear. Got it.
Yeah, baka tayo din ang mukha. Gusto nyo,
Pwede.
kasi isang medyo cope na take dito sa BFF.
Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Hapol
Iniwan nila yung Lee Sin kanina pa, hindi na nila iban.
Ganun ba yun?
It's just so funny kasi nagagaling kay Crazy Apple.
Talagang lakas ng phone
Siguro sa akin naggaling yung parang okay.
Okay, guys, for context again, Crazy Apple has been undefeated in predictions since yesterday. So, kaya grabe yung...
Kaya alam niyo na
May
kung bakit
kasamang ka ba ba?
malamig pero pinagpapawisan ka. Crazy Apple na. Kanina nagiginig ko yung pinagpapawisan.
Lahat na lang, no?
Lahat ng emosyon na.
Lahat ng emosyon talaga. Pero, huwag natin kakalimutan, kakaiba na naman talaga yung banning ng both teams because Poppy is there, Yasuo is there, Ambessa, and Volibear now being taken out as well.
Actually, natanggal dito yung Ambessa. So, sorry, the Volibear hindi mapipick. This is one of the earlier bans kanina. I think it was first or second ban from BFFE. Now that it's open, kukunin na nila.
Why do I feel like Bespren Esports are gonna be giving a chance for TALAS to pick kay Sanpet, pero parang nagre-ready sila na pumick ng Ola? Dahil lang si Jarvan ban. Parang yun lang yung nakikita ko dito. But TALAS, not really minding that for now. They lock in the Nidalee. So, yung maganda dito kasi, since may magic damage dealing jungler na sila, pwede na sila pumick ng dalawang fighter or solo lanes.
Pwede. And nakikita ko naman dito sa BFFE side, pwede sila nag-Nautilus sila, pwede pa silang mag-Renekton. Very strong early game champions to. Pag nakuha nilang piliin to, pero TLS, matalino.
Yeah.
Kinakabahan ka na ba ulit?
Alay mo! Talaga kami.
Sa akin, sasabihin ko pa lang naman, napakagandang combo niyan. And also, blend and butter yan eh. Renekton with Nidalee. Mas-stun mo, tapos tamaan ng spear. Instant gank agad yan sa top side.
Oo nga. Meanwhile, ang bilis ng draft na nangyayari ngayon. I mean, Lucian is open. Ezreal is not available anymore. You get the second best thing when it comes to the snowball potential dito for BFF.
Yeah, actually, with the Lucian and Ryze, really good as well. Si Coach Reg, patatandaan mo dito, Gia.
Bakit Morgana? May pinaplano sila, guys.
I think ilagay sa baba
Talas.
para lang ma-counter yung CC ng Nautilus. I think that's really just the
True.
option for TLS na ayaw nilang bigyan ng early game dito si BFFE, especially considering na nag-double down si Bespren Esports dito with a Lucian pick as well into the bottom side.
Yeah, usually dalawa lang kasi yung reason dito na kapag nagpe-pick yung isang team ng Morgana, one is to like counter crowd control and the other one is also that
crowd
because of
control.
our particular
Nagpapadala sila
champion,
eh.
Kalista.
Yeah.
Baka mag-Kalista ADC
True.
dito yung Talas.
True. Agree. Nakakita na yung Kalista, I think, recently.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
right? So, we'll not count that out, which maybe BFF will decide to ban that. Smolder being taken out as well.
But here's the problem. If we're looking at the draft of TLS so far, wala pa silang tanks. There's no front lines for this. There's no sponge for this team. So they need something that can be that front line for the team.
Kumbaga yun ang kailangan nila unless yung Renekton magta-tank build na
Yeah.
nakita natin naging
Pero parang
popular even
kulang
last
pa rin eh.
season din. Oh, yun lang. Kulang talaga.
Kulang talaga. Kailangan pa nila dito mag-pick maybe bruisery mid laner. It's not exactly a
Aatrox?
tank, but it has a bit of
Ban eh.
bruiser. Yeah,
Ay,
ban yung Aatrox eh. We'll see. Or maybe ilalagay nila sa mid itong Morgana at pipick sila ng engaged tank support in the bot lane.
Oh!
Okay.
Wait.
Zeri. Also good.
Okay!
Shocks. Ang lambot. Ang lambot, boss.
Yeah, parang overwhelming them with damage. Which is why if they lock in the Urgot, ang dali ng execution.
Actually, with mabilis yung
Ulti
execution
lang.
ni Urgot,
Yeah.
mag-uot siya dito. Ayun na nga.
Naku.
Uy, it's one of
Dapat-
those unorthodox picks again.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh.
Why?
Uy, napaka-spicy niyan.
Rengar!
Talaga?
Ay!
Oh my gosh, may spicy chicken na nga tayo. Ang dami pang linagyan pa ng sili on top of everything. And this is crazy. Rengar? I don't have any comments. I know this is all very shocking right now.
I like it. I like it. So
I like
many
it.
squishy targets on the side of Talas and
Oh.
Rengar is there. Smiling. Like how we're seeing Crazy Apple smiling. Yan!
Talagang ikot talaga sa akin. Grabe itong tigiyan eh.
No?
But I mean,
May ganun eh.
to build on your point, diba, na ano nga to, it's ang daming pwedeng targets dito ng Rengar
Walang
against TLS.
tangke, pre.
Pwede niyan talunin, and one of the things that it's especially hard when you're against a Zeri is yung Zeri kayang mag-kite ng mag-kite eh. Mahirapan ka talunin siya. But if you have your ultimate on the Rengar before you start the fight and you get to jump the Zeri, that could be the fight starter.
But we also have to consider, right, may Nautilus sila. So if ever you have the hook, you have the knock-up, you have the root, and then you have the ultimate as well on top of that. So yes, may Black Shield ka. Yes, kaya mong palagan ang crowd control, but not that long wherein Nautilus could really deal one crowd control or the other once it comes down to a prolonged fight.
Saka yan yung problema ng Talas ngayon. Kahit may Morgana kayo, pang-tulong, pero walang paki dyan yung Kha'Zix. Ay, yung
Rengar.
Rengar. Yari ka talaga dyan. Pag tinalunan kaya, wala na. Pag nakita mo yung mark sa taas mo, dasal
Pagdasal ka na, dasal ka na.
Kasi lahat yung target eh.
dami.
Yeah, very, very squishy, composition dito coming from Talas. I mean, what the squishiness that they do have a lot of damage to work. I feel like pag nakakuha sila ng snare, then all in na yung damage, yung spear ni Nidalee, everything. But only if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, only if that happens. Only if talagang tumama yung spear din dito. And siguro, one thing that I also want to at least mention here, ang init ni Tarzan ngayon ng Game 1. Game 2, naka-nidili siya another chance for him to carry the game.
Wait, may nakita lang kasi tayo dito ngayon sa graphic natin. We see MTB remaining on top side,
Oo.
but we won't be seeing
Racha.
Racha on the jungle. Instead, Ajin is gonna be taking over. Kaya pala may
Grabe.
Rengar.
Kaya nga, ibang-iba lang. Ngayon, ang mga picks, BFF, will they be able to reset this series? Or Talas will be able to take this 2-0? Tricasters, it's your time.
Here we go. A matchup wherein Apple is already shivering if BFFE can take the win once again. But for real this time, TLS with a dominating game number 1. And BFFE so far has brought out a different flavor in their draft and composition.
Ang ganda eh, no? Na, may Urgot tayo, tapos may Rengar pa. This is a very, very aggressive composition by Bespren Esports. Usually nakikita natin kapag behind the isang team or kumaga parang match point na tapos kayo yung natatalo, you'll play the most conservative late game scaling composition eh. Pero dito, kabaliktaran parang, alam mo yung nasaktan ni Rasbela ng gigil na. Parang pakyaw lang eh. Saktan mo lang, mas manggigigil sa'yo eh.
Other than that, hindi lang yung adjustment din nila is kanina, di ba, si MTB on top, tapos nag-swap sila ni Ajin. Ngayon, sinwap out nila si Rocha, si Ajin nilagay nila in the jungle, tapos sa top ulit si MTB, pero bot lane.
That's what. And that is
a lot of damage.
Morgana. Really just bleeding out there into the bottom side of the map. Getting that route out, but that's a Nautilus. So really good start here for BFFE.
Yeah, I think wala pa atang Black Shield din doon yung Morgana when they started that fight. That's why usually hindi naman yun take mo on level 1.
Uy!
Uy!
Aratsuke, nandito, they have to play it safe. And ito yung problema with Healer. Such a very strong champion there in the game.
Nakakatakot kasi talaga eh. Pwede kang ma-overextend ka lang ng onte. Minsan may mga style pa sila na ginagawa. Parang i-clear ka agad nila yung backside na minions para andali nila mang-hook. Tapos mambibigla na lang. Even has a flash available just in case. Naratsuki being half HP. Kill threat na kaagad yan ang Bespren Esports bot lane.
Yeah, actually, there's a chance na magkaroon tayo ng fight at the top side kasi nagmimira ngayon yung dalawang jungler. Sabay silang nasa top side of the map. Although there is a ward in the river here for TLS. So makikita nila the scuttle has been taken probably here by the Rengar. So they'll know na sa may top side. Kaya din nakita natin nag-recall na ngayon itong Nidalee.
Ang ganda pa ng deep ward sa Grumps.
Yeah.
Ni MTB.
Yeah. Yan yung spot din nila. Alam nila perfect ang information dito ng dalawang teams from each other respective jungler.
Nakakatakot nga lang yung sitwasyon dito na Bespren Esports kasi after makakuha ng Scuttle Crab, ito na pwede nang mag-gank si Tarzan. Although hindi pa siya level 5.
Uy, sayang.
Yun lang.
Oo.
Pero
Hey!
na-cancel.
Ilagad. Ito Tormented Soul. Pero yan na, 4 na miyembro dito ng TLS.
Pwede siya maki-XP pa
Nightmare. Nandito sa gilid, nakakita si Nightmare ng Rise, but opting to back away. So far, wala pa silang killing potential for both sides, except maybe BFFE with that Nautilus, but so far, not opting to go for the all-in.
Yeah, makita mo din minatch ng BFFE yung naging rotation doon ng TLS. Noong alam nga nila na okay, una nag-recall yung Nidalee, hindi siya nagpakita ulit sa top, probably gonna go bot lane. So nung na-cancel yung recall ng dalawang bot laners, palating na yun si Kazikabe and Ajit to if ever support any fight that's gonna happen there. But mid lane though, there is a chance here that the Nidalee might be able to catch a spear on the Rise.
At nandito sa itaas, MTB, may ultimate na yan. So L1 has to play it safe. If ever ultimate comes through and a little bit more damage comes up, it will be L1 who gets executed. So far, very good passive play for now.
Grabe yung respeto ng parehong Baron laners natin. Nakita na pareho sila naka-bramble vest kasi very auto-attack dependent pareho pero feeling ko mas masasaktan dyan yung Urgot lalo na dahil sa second skill niya.
All in L1 has to force out the Dominus.
Ticking. Kinabahan pero okay pa.
Yun yung lakas ng Renekton naman sa matchup na to eh. Dahil mention Dominus, mention pampataas sa HP. Uy, what
Ay, dito, laban na. Ultimate coming in from Aratsuke with the shackle followed up by Philo into the backside alongside with Tarzan. But the damage not gonna be enough, and now Rengar comes through, going for the fight with TP coming up. It's Kazuke with the first blood in the bottom side, make it double as Zeri and Morgana goes down.
Yeah, and wow, that is a great turn of events here for BFFE. A double kill for this Rise accelerates yung build nitong late game champion na to.
Saka nabuhay din si Spicy Chicken na 1 HP and say ala, talagang pinoprotektahan siya ni Healer. Tanking or at least attempting to soak in the damage kasi yun yung hassle kapag Zeri kasi yung madadamage ng lane nasa harapan niya unless you use your ult or your third skill, yung jump mo, doon lang nagkakaroon ng bounce or yung mga ang damay sa mga paligid eh.
Yeah. Dito si Ajin malalim ngayon ang members ng BFFE.
Healer, Aratsuke coming in. It will be kind of like a 4v4 and now it would be MTB who's able to use Fear Beyond Death. That will be an easy execute. Tarzan goes down, and BFFE really taking the lead here in the early game.
Massive lead. All three lanes being ahead. Mid lane, 1,000 gold. Di pa nga nakikita natin dito kay Kazikabe. Rod of Ages already going to his Archangel staff. Meanwhile, Ajin continuing on that invade to deny resources from Tarzan.
Yun na, actually, doon lang siya sa jungle. Tinatalon pa niya yung Morgana.
Uy, laban ulit! Laban ang laban! But Tarzan, this time around, is showing that he's capable as well, getting that kill. But Healer now stuck up against 4. He is pinned out, and it will be Nightmare who gets that kill onto Healer.
Yeah, medyo napatagal na ata doon, napalalim din si Ajin. Tinulungan siya ni Spicy Chicken at ni Healer sila pa ang namatay. With the recalls right now for TLS, nakikita natin that the gold lead is still a bit on BFFE. Pero dahil doon sa naging fight din mga ka-recalls, they're able to get their items for the next possible fight at the objective.
Narinig mo ba yung tuwa sa boses niya?
Oo nga eh. Nakita, di ko na nga kailangan tumingin. Alam ko nakangiti na kaagad eh.
Oo, sa boses pa lang eh.
Parang di, okay ba yan? Kaya pa yan. Winnable. Yan!
Actually, babaya ka na sasabihin ko. May thoughts ako kanina.
But ito na nga, Dragon is now up. And TLS having the control over the Dragon's Pit, but BFFE has a different story to tell. They put pressure in the mid lane, but now starting the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Herald being started here while the Dragon is being taken by TLS. So magkakaroon tayo ng exchange of objectives, but in terms of having this Herald for the side of BFFE, dahil meron silang assassin on the Rengar, if they're able to open up this map, it might give more space for Ajit to possibly assassinate more members of TLS.
Mid lane with the Rift Herald, they really are looking for that Taufor's blood in the mid lane.
Kasi Gabe.
Huge injection of gold, they're able to do so. Kazikabe now in danger. Realm Walk going out. Quick thinking there for Kazikabe, retreating
On the
back to
upside.
safety. Now L1 going with the target. The hook will not connect, but it does not matter as you have the root coming in from L1 with the knockoff from MTB. The dominance won't suffice, and MTB once again with fear beyond depth gets the execute.
And
2 towers.
Yeah, 2 towers in terms of the tempo, lamang na lamang dito ang BFFE.
Grabe yung performance na pinapakita dito ng Bespren Esports, ha. They're really not letting TALAS breathe at all in the entire game. May play sa top side, may play sa mid lane, may play sa bot side, and yung outplay pa na nagawa na, yung great escape ni Kazikabe sa may bot lane kanina, kahit tatlo yung ando nakapaligid sa kanya, easy out.
Ang lambot kasi nila lahat. Ang gandang utilization din ng macro na pinapakita ng BFFE. And I think those are some of the perspectives na talaga nagpapapanalo dito sa team na to.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what TLS did to BFFE nung Game 1. Parang laging may play across the map. Pag biglang may makakasalubong na lang si BFFE na TALAS member. But now, baka huli si healer dito.
Signs up, coming from L1, hook to the wall. And healer is still back to safety once again.
Makunat yan eh.
Oo.
Naka-warmugs na yan, kaya not really the best target by
Sure.
L1. Yung nakakatakot dito yung Rengar. Kasi ito na, naka-Essence River na kapag yan nag-full crit build pa. Lalo na kapag yung iba nagbe-build pa dyan ng IE, tapos may Lord Dominic. So kahit anong kunat gawin mo, wala. Punit. Tapos lalo na kapag ADC ka, or Mage, wala. Makita mo lang yung Trail of Dawn na yun. Kahit pag bitaw mo na yung phone mo kasi kahit anong gawin mo, deads ka na eh. Kasi literal isang talon ka lang.
Bitaw talaga muna sa foot. Pwede ka muna mag-Facebook, mga ganun.
Pero ito, tatlo from PLS. Hoping for that kill. May maroot lang na isa. Tumba agad, pero BFFE, huge respects up against their opponents. Opts to back away once again. Not going for the all-in. Pero tingnan mo dito si Rise. Kazikabe patting himself towards the bottom side of the map. Might be a potential dive here onto L1 as healer starts up the fight with Death Charge knocking him off, and L1 goes down with healer taking the kill.
Yeah.
Dominus pa siya, kulang na talaga.
Uy,
Does
sakit.
MTB, is it a bit of danger?
Tinaldan ni Tarzan.
Grabe.
Iba tayo dun
Okay, may isa tinalbot, isa tinaladan.
Pareho naman ginawa.
nangyari. Pareho yung nangyari, namatay si MTB, nakakuha ng shutdown goal doon si Tarzan.
Grabe.
Pinakancel.
May bawi. Medyo nakaka-skill na dito si Tarzan, ha. Yan yung nakakatakot. There's 2 champions, actually 3, pero yung dalawa yung sobrang nakakatakot talaga. That's the Nidalee, and that's the Gwen as well.
Kala ko, abangan ni Tarzan.
I think hindi rin niya alam na doon yung direction ni Spicy Chicken. Kasi nung natamaan na Tormented Soul si Spicy Chicken, wala din talagang vision ang TLS doon. So, very, no exact info na na-delay lang yung back ng Lucian.
Grabe yung... Okay, itemization already. Power Spice coming in from TALAS. Hollow Radiance picked up by L1. Yung Lich Bane. Kumbaga yung mga pang-procs andito na sa side ng TALAS. So dito na kailangan mag-ingat ng onte ng Bespren Esports. Although, Rise is getting stronger as the game goes by. And we see a defensive item coming in from the Rengar. So he's not going to be dealing as much damage as he wanted compared to like full offensive build.
But I like this, right? Because if we're looking at the composition of TLS, napakadaming CCs na nito, especially Morgana and Renekton. But we'll see as L1 in the front, going for that fight. The knockoff onto Nidalee as well with a depth charge. Locked in, L1 executed. Now TLS into the backside with the flank for BFFE. 2 left standing, TLS now fearing the face of Bespren Esports.
Grabe naman yung kumbaga yung Bespren Esports bigla Avengers assemble sila eh. Kasi kami ginamit naman eh yung ult niya para mas mapalapit sila, cutting down the escape path of TALAS and then even flashing in to Tarzan ba yan para makuha yung kill.
Yes.
Tapos step charge pa, papunta kay Tarzan. Kaya hindi siya nakalapit, walang damage. Anong nangyari for TLS?
Grabe nga, grabe yung naging fight doon ng BFFE. And actually, TALAS Talas pa yung medyo naghanap ng fight na yun eh. L1 walking up, trying to challenge that blue buff, and essentially BFFE ang nasa isip nila, hindi, kaya natin panalo to kahit mag-TP sa likod yung tatlong nating members, that's gonna be fine.
And yun na yung naging problema, no? BFFE, kung nakita natin kanina, si L1 na target, na execute kaagad, si Tarzan na knock up ng depth charge. Alam ng BFFE kung sino ang ipa-prioritize.
Yeah. So na top side. Okay, si MTB din dito ano nga to. Just going here at the same time. Pero grabe na rin yung kunat niya. Kahit 2-3 miyembro yan ng TLS, hinaharap niya.
Naka-force of nature ba naman Talagang kunat niya.
Oh,
Uy.
nakalon! Tinalunan! Rengar, tama ka na.
Paldo na eh. Siya naman yung, it's his time to shine. Kanina kasi hindi siya pinaglaro ng Wild Rift eh.
Actually, kanina nga di siya pinaglaro ng Wild Rift. And dahil wala na dito si Pilo sa mapa, ang barrel sinisilmulan dito ng BFFE.
Okay, they're starting to fight. It is now L1 who is locked in with the root. It's Kazekabe now in danger, exhausted, but hindi makalapit si Nightmare. Wala din si Pilo, no more damage left for TLS, and now they are getting decimated each time they approach, and BFFE full control over top quadrant jungle.
Alam mo, sobrang paldo dito or ahead ng Bespren Esports kasi habang nagpa-fight yung apat sa kanila, si Ajin nagsa-scuttle eh. Parang sige, kayo na dyan, tapos lumapit lang siya, nagbato lang ng third skill, tapos parang ako, hindi tumama, sige, atras na ako.
Sige.
Kaya na eh, moral support na lang, bibigay ko.
Kasi nagawa na nila trabaho nila eh. They're able to get vision into the enemy jungle. Nakuha sila ng pick-off. They were able to push them away para makuha na lang nila yung
Saka tingnan mo yung itemization Banshee, Veil, tapos meron kang Edge of Night para kay Rengar. Really just maximizing the safety of these key champions.
Yeah,
Safe na
mostly.
safe.
Ang talagang tatry nilang tangkihin dito with the spell shield is the binding from the Morgana kasi ang tagal na
Ay, spear din.
Saka yung Renekton din.
Saka yung spear. So those things, kahit isa doon na mablock lang ng spell shield, that's a goal!
Nahook si Aratsuke. But looking at the backside here, looking at Rengar, he's pinned down as well with that CC, and TLS nakahanap din ng kill. But Nightmare naibit sa right jungle, and TLS answers back with a 1-for-1.
Yun lang yung mahirap kapag hindi ka naka-fulfill. The burst potential is reduced a little bit and doon nakahanap ng angle yung Talas. But, push continue.
Yeah.
Medyo malayo ka, healer. Back ka muna onte. Dark Binding, hindi kumonek. As Aratsuke just playing it a bit safe here.
Yeah.
But L1, really low in HP at the moment
Uy.
with the Ignite burning him down. The
Uy.
healer just coming through. As Aratsuke is very low already. Flashback to
What a flash.
safety. Healer still safe, but Tarzan is not. That will be another kill for BFFE as he look for the Nexus. They're bringing it down. And Bespren Esports coming back from the defeat as they even out the series 1-1.
Bespren Esports, parang ito yung script nila since since kanina, ng Game 1. Matatalo sila ng Game 1, pero Game 2 babawi sila para magkaroon pa tayo ng Game 3.
Iyon, para may matuwa dito sa atin. Tatlo. This is a back-to-back. Game 3s.
Actually,
for today. So talagang, siguro nakikita natin na mas madidikit yung mga matchups na meron tayo dito, and there's so many adjustments na ginagawa din nila, and they still have their really good fighting spirit to get a chance to kumaga, fast forward or move forward sa stage ng game.
Yeah, and Apple and Giyang, you talked about this a while ago. The draft composition, it started there. Very squishy ang side ng Talas from game number 2, and I think that was the perspective a while ago, no? And nakita natin yung naging result.
Grabe.
Actually, yun eh. Di ba si Ajin nagkaroon siya ng mga targets. Even though hindi siya nag-build ng full burst. And nakita din natin na kahit tinalo niya si Philo, hindi niya napatay kaagad. But it's not only him that's dealing the damage. Diba? Si Kazikabe, si MTV on the Organ. Especially, actually, nakikita din natin yung ease of play ni MTV dahil alamin sa kanila yung nakakapag-damage at daming bumababay HP na mapabilis yung kabit ng kanyang ult at makakakuha siya ng fear on many targets.
Ako si Kazekabe, grabe yung efficiency niya sa paggamit ng Rise. He was making plays for the team. Yung Avengers assemble nila dito sa bot side kanina.
Actually.
Or sa blue side jungle ni Tarzan was impeccable as well. And the way he just navigates around the team fight. Talagang he's dealing damage while also remaining to be safe. Kaya nga, deathless siya eh, buong game eh.
Ang gusto ko yung nasabi mo, no, about utilizing yung skill kit niya. Especially yung Realm Warp. Nakita natin dalawang beses, especially with having a lot of value. Yung bottom side with the ganks from TLS, nag-Realm Warp siya and translating that to kills. And another, yung na-stuck siya sa baba, Realm Warp siya palayo. And I think that's such a good thing to see with a Rise player.
Yeah. Didn't even need to get like the usually third item, Rabadon's Death Cap, must yun.
Yeah.
Pero didn't even need it.
Oo, hindi kailangan eh.
Ang damage din yun.
Actually, hindi na nga nila kailangan yun. And it all started with the 2-0 start din ni Kazikabe. They had the first gank in the bot side. Nagkaroon siya ng payo sa lane. Nakasabay niya yung jungler nila. And from then on, nag-snowball talaga yung Rise.
Yeah, and I think MVP with the game is going to be Healer. I think regardless, is very deserving pa rin. Nevertheless, he's able to start up these fights and put huge values into targeting these key opponents to set up the plays for the team.
Yes, kasi playmaker kasi, everyone is reliant on him to na kailangan successful yung mga hooks niya, tapos yung target selection niya, and also while doing all that, while soaking the damage for the team.
Yeah, grabe. Grabe yung pinakita doon ng Bespren Esports. They're able to bounce back from what was essentially a dominating game eh. From TLS nung game 1. Bakit ka na natatawa na naman, Giyag?
Yun. Wala naman. Happy na ako kasi kung madikit yung laban.
Oh, parang ang ano kasi, ang nakaka-influence yung ngiti
Yun.
ni Apple. No?
yung positive mindset.
Nag-enjoy ka naman, Apple, no? Kamusta naman yung prediction natin dyan?
Ano nga to?
Kaya pa.
Kaya pa, may second chance
Hindi
pa.
na pinagpapawisan, no?
Oo, hindi na. Nawala na. Umakit na yung pawis.
Kalmado na nakaganyan na, oh.
Pero tingnan natin kung talagang tuluyan ng tama si Crazy Apple. 5th time in the row for his prediction kasi nanalo na ang BFFE to put this into a Game 3 Best of 3 series. But before then, we're just gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's the final match for the series.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
At tayo nagbabalik dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. Stage 2 naman ito. Pero mukhang 3 ang lucky number of the day. Rico nga pala, kasama ko si Giyang, Infinity at Crazy Apple. At ito na naman tayo. Gaya ng sinabi ko, Game 3 ulit. At may chance ulit ang panel na, you know, continuing the streak of talent predictions.
Doon talaga eh.
Yun talaga eh.
May ganun eh.
May lito eh. May gumaganon. Pero
Kumbaga, ang pinakatanong natin, kamusta ka, Chris?
Oh.
Ay, ako ba?
Kamusta? Kamusta?
Wala mo bang tissue? Wala ako eh.
Parang
Sa tabi mo, meron.
Bakit iiyak ba ako babaya?
Iyak na yan. Pero hindi, seryoso though. Like, what do you think is the biggest difference na ginawa ng Bespren Esports sa series na to?
Talaga.
game na
May
to.
may seryosong question eh. And I think
Yes.
two things to highlight for Bespren Esports. One, nagkanta naman sila ng role swapping, no? Na si Ajin yung nasa jungle, tapos sa top si MTB. And I really think MTB, yun talaga yung kanyang sweet spot, being in the top lane. It has been a really solid performer from the team. Yung second part is they had a lot more, I would say, proactive plays na pinakita nila dito compared to the first game.
Yeah, and for me, it's about the composition. Really, it's a difficult aspect to look at TALAS' draft in game number 2. Very squishy sila lahat. Tapos may Rengar sa kabila.
Yeah.
May execute pa with the top side. So really, it's a difficult situation for them.
Ang naisip ko nga dito kasi very comfortable siya gumamit ng Rengar. One champion comes into mind when someone is really good in using Rengar, and that's a Kha'Zix. So baka isa yun sa mga maging threats din dito ng TALAS na baka kailangan nila iban.
That's true. I
Pwede.
mean, sinabi natin kanina, di ba, nagbabalik yung year 1, year 0
Yeah.
Wild Rift competitive picks. Baka bumalik ulit ang Kha'Zix, mga Graves, mga ganon.
Miss Fortune?
Marami flashback yarn. Classic. But syempre, game 3 na to, titingnan natin kung may mga pocket picks itong si TALAS. If there's anything that they want to bring up, I feel like this is one of those situations, especially, you know, coming from the back foot. BFF naman, I'm sure they're proud of themselves game number 2. But now it's a different side as BFF is on red, TALAS naman sa blue.
Yeah, we'll see kung ano yung magiging adjustment dito ng both of these teams. For TLS, same pa rin naman yung mga una nilang bans is still gonna be the Ampesa. Well, for Bespren Esports, they really want to take away the Vi. And based nga doon sa interview nila kanina, ang gusto nilang tanggalin kasi is yung mga jungler na pwedeng mag-counter gank or mag-counter engage when they start out those ganks. So, look to have a similar pattern dito sa mga sa pick and ban nila.
Yeah, and I wonder what kind of champions are going to be released here, especially considering that TLS, this is their first time going for the blue side selection, so now they have the priority pick. So what will be kind of the priority player that they're going to give the first champion to have that strength or to kind of like have that champion for the rest to play with?
Sa baka kailangan nila iban dito yung Kha'Zix kung sakali. Yun yung pinaka iniisip ko dito. Kasi baka pwedeng agawin din dito ng TALAS or
Parang
something
may
like
si
that.
Nocturne.
Or
Nakita natin siya sa split 1 eh.
Yeah. Yun yung nga isa sa mga champion na parang nami-miss ko makita din eh.
Miss ka ba?
Oo.
Ayun ang
Ay,
Wait, Trish?
Trish!
Oh,
Very
good.
specific naman.
Oo nga, talagang may
This
target.
for...
Sana mag-blitzcrank sila.
True,
Yun naman
that's
nakita
true.
doon.
Very specific champion, ano?
Oo.
And this is a rare occurrence na makita natin. Oh, Trish, fan.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Poppy.
I mean, may mga, narinig ko dati flashback sa mga League of Legends cast, pero minsan pag nag-ban sila ng iba, just to open up more potential picks and like really create some chaos into the draft. But Poppy being such a good disengaged champion, titingnan natin kung ano pang pwede nila pili.
Oh.
Kanina pa yung Yasuo, di ba?
Oh.
Yan, ito na ba? Ilalabas
ba?
sa ba nila?
Wow!
Ayun na nga, nilock in na
Ay,
dito.
wait. Both Yasuo and Volibear are open.
Uy, yung ano?
Yeah,
actually,
Like, I wonder how this slipped through. Pero hindi nila pinik.
Pero tanong kasi kung nagvo-volleyball ba si Ajin? Kanina si Roche.
Si Racha.
Yun kasi, oo.
Tama.
Nagbago sila ng jungler eh.
Oo nga, no.
Yan natin.
Ayun lang.
Yun lang
Om Simida.
Hawit.
I mean, this is a very, very brave and very strong first two picks from BFF. But kanina din yung Smolder. Kanina pa na hindi na nalalabas because constantly banned sa first rotation.
I wonder if Wukong can be a viable pick here for BFFE.
Oh, absolutely.
Just considering you have the Yasuo, you have the Rel for that front line as well.
Yeah.
Full front to back. But hey, Gragas, chill out, bro.
Oo nga, pag nag-August that's gonna
Nahihirapan
be,
na sila.
it's gonna be a really good disengage from TLS kasi kahit pumasok yung
Yeah.
Yasuo, pag nag-survive yung tatamaan niya, pwedeng mag-August ult,
Shocks.
malalayo ulit yung Yasuo.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, when you think about it, double disengage to make sure that kahit anong klaseng engage na gagawin ni BFF to just really trample on a Smolder who's just trying to farm,
Yeah.
there are two champions that can prevent that to make sure na okay siya and
Yeah.
that Smolder's safe.
I wonder why they banned away the Rakan for BFFE side kung nag-Yasuo din sila. But you know what? All in the past, Aatrox could be a viable option if they want that frontline. But here's the question, who would be the damage dealer so far for both these teams? Kasi Smolder needs that scaling. BFFE
Yeah.
still doesn't have damage, and yes, Yasuo is an argument. Aatrox is an argument, but they still need a viable backliner.
Saka wala pa
That's
sila
so
magic
true.
damage dealer.
Yun nga eh.
Lilia?
Yeah.
Lilia,
Pwede.
Oriana.
Paning kasi. Ayun.
Oriana still not,
Pwede, no?
pwede din sa side ng BFF
Full knock
to
up.
have an control mage to control these fights. Kailangan kasi nila ng something na mas easier for them to catch some of the champs like the Gragas and the Poppy if they overstep.
I wonder if Olaf is a viable pick here for BFFB. Just considering the fact na ang dami mong disengaged duel, you have the Gragas, you have the Poppy. So in terms of objectives, isn't like Olaf something that can really deny a lot of these CCs?
Saka talagang didiretso lang siya. Diba?
Oh,
Oo,
nice.
ignore everything.
Rekta sa smolder ka agad.
That's so true.
Parang
It is
ang
a
angle nga
possibility.
dito is,
Uy,
nga to,
nawala eh.
if
Mhm.
Sivir, like if Sivir is open, I know hindi pa naman din siya na,
Okay. Hindi ba?
Parang hindi pa.
Di pa,
Di
that's
pa,
a
di
previous
pa.
series yung Sivir. So Sivir with Yasuo Rel,
Tama.
and then you can have an Olaf that's just them
Oo.
running towards you.
Although wala ka nga lang setup para kay
AP
Yasuo.
or AP, magic damage.
Kaya na ni Yasuo.
Kaya ni Yasuo.
Bahala na si Yasuo.
Sarili
Kaya
mong,
na niyaso mo.
oo, sarili mong
Kanya,
peak,
one,
sarili
two-
mong trabaho.
1, 2, 3, kanya-kanya.
Ayan.
Tama ka.
Gusto mo magic damage? Buildan mo na lang
AP
Winston.
Yasuo.
AP Yasuo mo.
AP Yasuo.
Kakaiba yun ha.
Very, very, very interesting.
Ay, wait.
Oh.
Malfight.
Na AP pa eh, no?
AP. Setup yas.
Pwede.
Eh,
Ano
Like a
gagawin ng
curveball.
Papi tsaka ng Gragas?
eh, unstoppable nga eh.
Oo,
Unstoppable nga ni.
Ngani. I mean, ang daming possibilities. I mean, Game 3 is always the type of, draft na magkakaroon ng curveball lagi sa
Oo.
second rotation of bans. Pero, yun na nga. I mean, Lilia in the jungle is a big possibility here, which nakita natin from time to time
Yeah.
in Split 1. Not so much actually on Split 2, no?
Actually, not yet. I think mas
Yeah.
mas less ang naging prevalence ng Lilia in
Mhm,
Split 2. And it's probably because of the difference now in where the meta is. But still, if
For sure.
you do have the Lilia, I think better din siya on the team with the Yasuo. Kasi Yasuo, pwede niyang i-block yung ult na Lilia with the Windwall.
That's true. Oo. I wonder, kasi ang daming like possible na setup tool. Like pwede ka rin mag-Nuno and Willam honestly, but the thing is if nag-Nuno and Willam sila, ang makukulangan naman sila sa damage.
Yeah.
So really I wonder like what is the direction that BFFE wants to do here.
Unless it's an all-in Yasuo composition, because the Nuno sounds like a really good idea alongside the Yasuo. Not
That's
gonna
true.
lie.
I mean, Aatrox could also set up the Yasuo.
True. Lahat.
Lahat.
All-in.
Yun kayo mas maganda ngayon eh. Kasi mas marami ng knock-ups for the Yasuo nung isang game nila kanina, the first series, even if they won, the setups were actually quite hard for the Yasuo kasi at most kumaga self-setup siya.
Yeah,
Walang
totoo.
knock-up yung Renekton, walang knock-up yung Volibear. Yung, at most yung Lulu, pero
Yeah.
hindi
nila
never nagkaroon ng
Oo.
setup na yun eh.
Na wild growth na ganun.
Laging defensive.
Oo, disengage styles. Curious ako dito sa Karma ban. Baka nag-anticipate sila ng Hecarim jungle sa kabila.
Heka yung band din yung kabila.
Ay, oh. Never mind. Forget what I said. Pero ito na, magkakaalaman na. Ano ba ang pwede nilang?
Oh,
Sivir
yeah,
na.
Habol.
Sivir.
Oo.
Kasi the good thing about Sivir here is that you really enable the Aatrox. Kasi Aatrox, yung dash niya maiksi lang.
Oo.
Tapos pag nag-ult siya, yun yung movement speed. But what if you give
May
him
Sivir.
more movement speed?
Mhm.
Ganun.
So I wonder like what would the jungler be? Because the thing is like Aatrox could still go top, could still go jungle, and yes, it's a bit of a coin flip.
Yeah.
But really, so far wala silang AP, as you guys have mentioned a while ago, Riku and Giyang. So
yeah.
it's still a big question mark.
Yeah. Gwen is off the picks now. may Ari pa on the side for TLS. Ano pa kaya yung iba nilang pwedeng i-pick dito na AP champion for the side of BFFE? It's mostly probably gonna be a control mage.
Oh, wow!
Alpha.
Zone eh.
Wow!
Uy, magkapatid!
Magkapatid, brothers versus brothers.
They find
Uy,
themselves
yun
on
na nga,
ayun
opposite
na nga.
sides.
Ayun na nga.
Nuno and Willamp.
So, we might see the AP Nunu na sobrang
nga eh.
bilis ng rotation din.
Yeah.
Sakali.
Uy!
All in!
Narinig ka,
Alright.
Gian.
Nocturne!
Ask and you shall receive.
Oo nga.
Yan
Salamat.
Na, mukhang nasagot yung tanong mo nga, Infi. Namiss nga ako.
Oo.
Namiss ako.
Namiss
Ah.
ka.
Ah.
Namiss ka. Oo.
Kaya bumalik.
Kaya siya bumalik.
Kasi na-miss ka.
Nagparam down daw kasi ako eh. Like,
Oh.
piningim ko na eh.
Ala,
Nocturne, kamusta ka na?
Yan. Kaya tuloy humabol.
Oh. sabi ko, where are you? Where are you?
Ay,
Tapos
bakit
sabi niya,
ba?
Kumain ka na ba?
Kumain ka na ba?
Ano ba yan? Kita sa dragon mamaya. Eto na, ang final. Honestly, grabe yung mga drafts natin ngayon. I feel like that's also the reason why umabot tayo sa Game 3 kasi we're literally seeing the meta evolve for Wild Rounds Pilipinas. Like literally, ngayon, yung pinakamalaking changes with it in terms of variant picks. And it looks very healthy if
Yeah.
you think about it.
And sundan mo pa na global bans, right? So I think
Yeah.
that just adds up into the mix, right? You have different meta or like evolving meta across League of Legends Wild Rift and then global bans as well, like adding another layer.
Yeah, no, the Fearless Draft really makes things extra spicy. And I mean, it can't get any spicier than this, right? Back-to-back game number 3s, everybody. Bespren Esports hoping to really take this home and get that reverse sweep. But TALAS, on the other hand, syempre, they want a win on their scoreboard as well. Here we go, casters. Game number 3. Take it away.
The power of friendship up against the sharpness of minds and the keenness of their eye. We'll see who will take the final match of this series. One game away to finish it off.
we have to really digest here what's going to be the winning condition of both of these teams. Let's start off like for Baron lane. Yeah, Yone and Aatrox are going to be chipping down their HPs from time
very
to time.
aggressive.
Mga pokes.
Early flash. That's really good for BFFE.
Yeah, actually, force flash kaagad dito
pati
on
recall.
Pilo. Wala din siyang barrier. Pag nag-recall siya, talagang mabe-behind siya dito. Kailangan niya magstay sa lane na to.
Grabing invade yan yung ginawa nila, you know.
Oo.
Yung best friend ng esports. Sila yung lumalim, you know, pero sila pa yung nanalo din.
Yeah, and yun yung, kapag alam mo na kayo yung mas malakas in the level 1, that's why you try to take those aggressive plays.
Ganda ng micro mo, MTB.
Talagang huli ka.
Oh.
Basang-basa ka na, pre.
The Darkened Blade. Uy, yung first blood! Sa ibaba! Spicy chicken! Napakainit mo! Si healer nakakuha pa ng kill.
And that's the weird part, right? Like, you will see that the enemy team is gonna be invading, getting the Krugs. Kaso nga lang, why would you try to take them out or something na na two things pa yung meron? Pulado ka, magkaka-honey fruit na.
Yeah, but I think it's a double flash coming in from BFFE also. Like, nag-flash si Spicy Chicken, nag-flash si healer. Really just attempting for that kill. And I think worth it.
Yeah,
Worth
and
it,
yun yung
yeah.
mga, for Spicy Chicken and for healer. Yun again, stronger sila in the early game. Kasi nga, it's a smolder eh. It needs to get to the point naman na siyang stacks pa, makakuha siya ng execution niya. And the Silver and the Rel knows na mas malakas sila. So they will try to force the issue. And knowing na wala pa yung Poppy doon, we were able to confirm, okay, kung yung Poppy nandito sa bot side, kanina pa siya tumulong, eh nakuha na niya yung golem after the win.
Ito na, healer, sinimulan. Kasama pa ni Tarzan for that counter engage as well. Has to force that flash defensively. And BFFE just got the Scuttler out there for free. Pero sabi nga nila, no? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yes, sir. Doon nga sabi, di ba? Kasi sabi kanina sa interview ng BFF Esports, lumalakas sila pag nakakarating sila ng game 3. At ito na yung game 3, ito na yung point kung saan talaga pwedeng pagpakitang gilas talaga.
Sticks and stones may break my
Uy,
bones.
nag-ultain!
Si Ajin lumapit na with the ultimate here onto Gragas, but will not be able to convert into a kill.
You know, very early aggressive paranoia there engaged onto the bot lane. And TALAS just easily escaped as well. Especially dahil may flash naman sila. Hindi ka agad nakafollow up, I think, yung ibang members ng BFFE. And it's kind of hard to do so when your ADC is like a severe, di ba? Kasi so auto or Q ka lang. Kaya medyo mahirap. You're kind of relying on the damage of the Nocturne himself.
Yeah.
Eh, since wala pa siyang like item talaga, no damage din.
A lot of warning pings on the top side. Mukhang ayaw na makipag-away dito ni Tarzan at ng Yone. Pero the invade.
Ajin going through, healer with a stun. Nice knock-up coming from Tarzan as well to buy time.
Ooh.
But into the bottom lane. What a fantastic showing there from Nightmare.
Yeah.
Getting that kill on the spicy chicken.
Yeah, gumang sa bot lane dito yung Alien. Pabrik siya dito sa mid. We might be seeing...
Ba't ang bagal? Hexflash pala!
Ah.
Tarzan! Tumalbog na, ni-knockback si healer, charmed through. But that is a tanky rel. And TLS will not be able to convert into a kill.
Yeah, actually, yung ganda nga ng ginawa doon ng BFFE, even though they did lose out on the kill in the bot lane, they were able to convert it with a couple of plays in the mid lane.
Nandito, 2v2,
Naku,
na-charm! Si Kaze
Good stun.
Kabe has to force out the flash to retreat out safely. Now healer in danger. Still has a flash.
Yeah.
That will be it.
Oh, L1
No
here in the top
forcing
side.
of an all-in. But Ajin has
Kaso
been
nga lang,
sighted
soul and bound.
by L1. Bakit ka nag-soul? At nandito na nga, napatalbog pa. L1 used up. The fate sailed. But he is going to seal his own fate.
Yun yung mahirap pag nakayone kayo yung sulan ba. Abangan ka eh. Ano din,
abangan ka.
babalik ka dyan eh.
Kaya ka pala binabalakan, no, pre?
Simila.
Ay!
Yung mga galawang
Si-
giyag, kumain ka na ba? Nandyan ka pa ba?
Nandiyan ka pa ba? Pero talaga eh, itong si Yone, feeling ko nga medyo, na, ano nga siya eh, na, partly maybe a misclick on his end din.
Might be,
Not
might be,
expecting
yeah.
na madaming members doon ng BFFE. Kaya, yun tuloy, games
Look at the
another
confidence.
kill.
Jungle invade.
Oo nga.
Kaze Kabe, healer, up against two. Charm did not connect, and healer, what are you doing, brother? Paranoia coming from Ajin, straight onto Ari. Now Smolder comes in for the
Malalim.
rescue, looking to the backside, and Ajin goes down. And TLS, quick response, gets the kill onto the jungler.
Medyo malalim doon ang sinubukan ni Ajin eh. Initially, the damage was a lot on the Ari but it wasn't enough to get the kill. Pero hinahabol pa kasi eh.
Yun nga iniisip ko kanina parang, so mission failed successfully?
Oh, spicy
si Spicy
chicken, ha?
Chicken.
Dinadive sa baba. Philo, Tarzan. Move to go with the turret damage. But Spicy Chicken still alive, looking into the mid lane as healer in Kaze Kabe. Explosive cast? Just for
charm
nothing.
nga lang. I think I wanted to set up for a charm, but it was still on cooldown.
Ajin, look at the bottom side.
Actually,
Seaver is just a bait. But will opt to back away.
Uy,
Smolder
uy,
very
L1.
safe. L1 into the top side. Is it
Uy!
the very
Babalik ka!
MTB! Kaya hindi ka dapat bumabalik eh.
Yun lang! Bumalik para lang masaktan ulit!
Oh!
Ay ko, boss!
Uy, flash, flash!
Yan ang hindi bumabalik.
Oo. Yan yung ayaw ng palagan.
Oo.
Out na kung out na.
Oo, pre.
Tama na.
Past is past.
Tapos, pag nag-commit ka ng umalis, huwag ka nang babalik.
Aray ko!
Sa mga nanonood dyan, pasensya na lang kung may natatamaan. Pinag-usapan lang namin yung laro, ha? Yung laro lang. Kasi,
Diba, si
yun
Spicy Chicken eh, nakita mo nag-flash. Hindi naman
Oo.
bumalik eh. Nag-flash out, walang flash in.
Oh. Naging Wild Rounds Hugot Edition.
Pero ito na nga, give or take ang importante dito. 'Di ba? Pag may kukuha or pag may nagbigay, dapat magbigay ka rin. Kaya ang BFFE dito with the Mountain Drake and TLS with the Rift Herald as well. 1 for 1 for both sides. Rift Herald spawned already in the mid lane, hoping for that tower first blood.
Yeah, pero it's not gonna be enough eh. Full HP pa tong tower na to.
Oy, sa itaas, ha?
Uy, oo nga. dami
MTB!
yan.
MTB! Tatlo yung tumitingin sa'yo! Tinitigan ka pa! Knocked up with the explosive cast, but MTB with a World Ender going for the chase onto Aratsuke. But still alive, 3v1, not suffice! And that will be the tower first blood for BFFE instead in the mid lane.
Yeah, kayang-kaya niya. 3v1. I don't care. I can defend the turret at nakakuha din ng isang kill sa mid along with the tower ang BFFE.
Oh, nandito na rin si Ajin. Party-party muna sa ibaba. But TLS very safe. They do not want to fight up against a jungle with no information.
Nakakatakot kasi. Lalo na yung Bespren Esports ngayon. Laki na ng lead na 4,000. Papunta na ng 4,000.
Yeah.
Matatakot ka talaga, nasaktan ka na. Uulit ka pa ba?
Tapos, message ka pa rin hanggang ngayon.
Uy. Delikado yan, boss.
Naku.
Delikado talaga yun. Kumbaga laging may patibong eh.
Oo nga eh.
To keep you on the hook.
Ay,
Aray
sir.
mo. Kaya pala binan yung tres. Yun pala. Sila yung nag-hook in-game na.
Oo nga.
Oh, ito na nga. Soul Unbound going onto the top. Fate Sealed onto MDB. Sinundan na ng lahat. BFFE trying to retreat. But MDB down low with a World Ender. It will be Philo who gets the kill.
5 miyembro ng TALAS ang pumunta sa top para patayin yung Atox, but look at the bot lane. Yung Yasuo nagpo-push lang.
Yun na nga, laki na nakuha dito ng trade ng Bespren Esports dahil sa mga push na ginagawa nila. Pati nga si Ajin nagpo-push na rin ng mid lane.
Sakit.
Props pa rin. I mean, at least ngayon hindi na mag-isa si L1. Diba? May kasama na siya.
Tinatakbuhan niya na, nasasaktan pa siya.
Pero at least ngayon may karamay na siya.
May kalamay na siya. Kasama
Andyan na
na
si
yung
Boy
Balkada.
Bespren.
Kasama na niya yung Balkada.
Ay, Barkada.
Di ba na uso
Kala ko rebound eh.
Ay,
Riba!
Hindi, uso.
Barkada.
Di ba uso pa
Barkada,
ba ang
Barkada.
harana?
Yan! Masaya yan kapag kasama ang Barkada.
Barkada.
Galing.
Galing. Buti na catch mo yun, pre.
Medyo makulit.
Kalit.
Pero BFFE dito, ako makulit din. Medyo confident na sila sa kanilang state of the game with a 4K gold lead for themselves and a Mountain Drake on their pocket as well. Jungle Invade is now the name of the game para hindi makapag-farm
what
dito
a
si
body
Tarzan. Pero simulaan na ng laban. Na-charm si Spicy Chicken. Wala ang AD carry for BFFE. And now TLS has the man advantage. They're still going for the chase here up against Ajin. Yasuo down low into the bottom side.
Oo.
Isang tama na
Naiipit
lang.
siya.
Tumba na siya. Tinalonan na. At pinaakyat sa ere.
Kasi
Kabe,
yeah.
pinatumba na, dalawa ang nawala for BFFE.
Pero ganda ng ginawa dito ni Healer. In-stack na yung isa, kaya nawala si Tarzan.
Yeah. Yeah, tinatry pa din na mag-defend dito.
2v3, Ajin,
Yeah,
nandito
pumasok
pa, sinimulan. Naku, delikado dyan, Healer. Healer ka man, walang mang-heal sa'yo, pero buhay ka pa.
Buhay pa.
BFFE, napakaganda ng ginagawa, pero turret nakuha din sa wakas ng TLS.
Yeah, very successful takedown of the tower, pero matagalang buy time din ang ginawa dito ng Bespren Esports. Kasi top lane, tinitreten na ng
Ulti na!
Oy, pumasok.
Paranoia! Para kay Ari!
Ako,
Pero the
na-charm.
charm! What a fantastic charm come from Nightmare! Turns things around, and now the healer is in danger with an explosive cast. He's isolated. Body slam follows through. A double kill for Nightmare.
Okay,
Grabe,
hindi pa.
two
Tingnan natin
kills.
kung magsi-chase pa dito si Nightmare. Dalawa pa yung stacks niya dito on the Spirit Rush. Nakaka-charm.
Oy!
Nakuha yung
Charm pa! Spicy chicken!
Kala ko may kasunod pa eh. Pero matas na yung members. Habang nangyayari lahat, yung sobrang long fight in the bot side.
Ay,
MTP!
L1! Tabi-tabi! Straight shield para kay MTP! What a play!
What? Mission
L1.
failed successfully, pare!
Again! Failed successfully!
Again!
At alam mo kung anong ginawa doon ni L1, bakit siya nanalo? Hindi na niya binalikan.
Hindi na niya binalikan.
Hindi
Siya
siya-
na yung
hindi siya lumigon.
hinabol.
Oo, siya
Oo,
hinabol.
yung hinabol.
Siya yung umalis.
Galing mo dun.
Hindi na siya tumalikod, hindi na niya sinilip. Dire-diretso ang lakad palayo.
Tapos andun na yung barkada niya. Sila na yung dumepensa sa kanya.
Oh, pero mukhang walang
Ala,
depensa
kasi-
dito kay Kazekabe. Napatumba na kaagad si Nightmare. Tamang charm lang sa Gedli. And BFFE now trying to retreat back to safety as healer opts out of his horse.
Good
Spicy
spell
chicken. Good spell shield away from that charm.
Yeah.
Ajin into the backside as well. If I really want to really just boil down into a full-on engage, but without Kazekabe, this is not an option in BFFE. Back to safety, not going for the all-in.
Yeah, to take stock lang ako na nangyayari habang nagugutan tayo. Hindi
Charm!
na pwede! Charm, tumama na naman! Teka
Spicy
lang. Okay.
chicken.
Just to take stock a bit. Kanina lamang na BFFE eh. May mga 3 to 4K lead sila. Pero dahil sa mga
Gaan.
fights na nakukuha ng TLS, yung mga pickups, yung mga team fight win na nakukuha nila, na-crawl back na nila. It's only a 1K gold lead here for BFFE. And let's not forget, that's a scaling smolder na meron sila.
Bigyan ng tissue yan si Crazy Apple.
Yung ngayon, naisip ko lang ngayon, parang ang sarap gumamit ang Ari ulit sa RG. Hindi ko pa tinitin, parang okay, kaya pala pag Ari yung gamit. But I've been spamming TF all this time. Ang hirap.
Namimiss mo na ba?
Ha?
Namimiss
Mag-RG?
Mag-RG.
Ay. Pero sobrang even ng laban ngayon. TLS and BFFE. Really, just the difference would be 1.5k gold in terms of objectives. So pretty much similar sila in terms of Dragon. May lamang lang si BFFE dito ng turrets for like 3 turrets in favor of them. That was just the goal difference. So really, right now, TLS, what would they have to do to be able to secure that lead back?
Ito na yun.
Okay, ito na. Actually, Okay, nagkakitaan sila sa Word, nakitaan din sila sa Squire. So, that clash hindi magaganap. Actually, the past couple of fights here para for both of these teams. So, TLS kasi yung nakaka-start, sila yung nakaka-set up ng maigi, kaya hindi nakaka-fight back ng maayos tong BFFE. I think they just need to find that fight na masimulan ng Well, masimulan
Uy,
ng
yun na!
Nocturne.
Atsuke, face check,
Is that
and now
it?
explosive cast to deny that engage. BFFE, lumapit pa si Healer to set up the plays. Kazekabe, lahat na
Free hit.
sinundan. Fate seal sa apat! But L1 costed his own life with that ultimate. And now BFFE goes for the all-in. Nightmare Delicado
alive.
with a flash coming from
here.
Spicy Chicken. And Tarzan comes back. Kazekabe, the only one left. And then Atsuke, 2v1. TLS gets the ace.
Did Tarzan just do the biggest comeback play there for that fight?
Oo.
Yung flash in na damage niya kay Pulado lahat sa may follow-up ni Philo. Oh my God, bigyan putok lahat ng HP ng Bespren Esports. Lahat na naghahabol eh.
Yeah, and ang problema doon ng BFFE, mahirap yung fight na tinake nila, masikip. Eh, meron silang smolder na meron na rin yung bounce doon sa skill 1 niya.
Yung
So just
passive.
a lot of AoE damage. They chase down the Ahri. The Ahri also deals a lot of AoE damage. They're just absorbing all of the damage coming in from TLS as they try to chase down the members.
Tsaka perfect lahat ng ultimates ng TLS ha. L1, yung Fate Shield niya, dumikit sa 4-5. And yes, namatay siya after that, but it really just set up the play for his whole team that just enabled that win for TLS. Napakaganda.
Kung magkatapos na yung trabaho na eh, okay na eh.
Job's done.
Job's
Jobs
done.
done. Grabe. Grabe, pinakita nila ng TLS. It looked like it was a BFFE win fight for them. Nung natalon na nila doon yung Gragas, they got the stun in and they were able to group up the members of TLS. Nagbabounce na yung Ricochet nung Sivir, but it wasn't enough damage to take down the members and TLS was able to fight back. Now, kung kanina, BFFE ang may control dito sa may Barrel Pit, it's now TLS who has control over this Barrel Pit at sila na nag-iintay na sumilip ang BFFE.
Yeah, for sure. And we also have to look at Nightmare. Yung mga charms niya are impeccable, always connecting on these targets for BFFE. Kaya kung nakikita natin yung mga galawan ni Nightmare, napakaganda. At kahit over the wall, nag-charm sa wala eh.
Kaya kailangan na talaga dito magkaroon ng I guess like Infinity or Lord Dominic ni Spicy Chicken kasi kanina nakita natin nakapag-free hit talaga siya, like kung free hitting for a good 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Kaso kulang yung bawas.
Uy, tumaban na, knockback, si Healer, delikado ng kanyang buhay, Smolder, nilabas na ang Dragon, pero Healer down low already, looking to the backside, one down, Kazekabe, punit na, BFFE, wala na silang magagawa, L1 with a Fate Shield, MTB on target, dalawa na ang napatumba, in trade for one, as Aratsuke fell down, but BFFE is at a man disadvantage, no more jungler left, and TLS can start an objective.
Yeah, dahil walang jungler dito ang BFFE, sisimulan kagad ng TLS, medyo nagdalawang isip din si Agiton kung papasok ba siya to get the kill on Aratsuke at dahil doon, na-secure nga niya yung kill. But the Baron might be secured with a smite here from Tarzan.
Oh, nandito na ang tropa, Power of Friendship, Smolder Dragon, nilabas for their ultimate, extra
Can they
damage,
seal?
1k HP remaining,
di nakatalon.
the smite comes through, Spicy Chicken now in danger, the execute coming from Philo, gets the kill onto Spicy Chicken, and now BFFE going for the retreat, Nightmare with a charm, gets another, and now Healer, the only one left standing, going to retreat back there as Kazekabe comes through in support for his team, but with a Baron buff, they push the lanes.
Napakadelikadong spot na to para sa BFFE. May bago pa, pero pumasok ko!
Parayanoia into the backside, Smolder Dragon! Dalawa! Execute from Philo!
Everyone just died in a blink of an eye.
Umaura pa.
And TLS now looking to end it. They may have been doubted, they may have been dismissed, and Kazekabe still trying to defend, but TLS will conquer. They look for the Nexus, they look for the win, and they will win the series up against Bespren Esports.
Screw the predictions. This is the result that will be given to us today in an amazing way to deliver that in this series. TALAS with a comeback in this series and getting the win against Bespren Esports. Ganda! Ganda!
Grabe.
I love it! I love it!
Grabe, ang naging laban na yon. At the start of that game, Bespren Esports ang lumalamang. We got about like 3,000 to 4,000 gold from them. Pero TALAS just slowly and surely grinding their way into these fights. trying to get BFF to come to them. Baka they can deal the damage, slowly getting the Smolder to a point where he gets his stacks. And when they got to that point, they were able to get the Baron, and Philo just able to carry the game for his team.
I think isa sa mga naging problem dito ng Bespren Esports is I think one talaga is itemization. Kasi nakita natin na hindi ka agad nakapagkaroon ng power spike din yung Yasuo and yung Severe. Kasi I think they went a little too conservative on their itemization. Nakita natin Blade of the Ruined King into Lord Dominic, si Kazakabit. Normally, nakita natin parang yung iba nga, like Essence River binibit nila just for the Sheen procs and then build the Lord Dominic, or minsan iba yung i-build nila, or Blade of the Ruined King and then Lord Dominic. Parang yun yung 3 items. Pero hindi natin nakita sa kanya. Spicy Chicken went for Bloodthirster, yung Magnetic Blaster, and then parang hindi pa siya naka-Lord Dominic or Mortal Reminder. No IE as well. Kaya kahit nagpi-preheat siya, parang hindi ramdam eh.
Yeah. No. Actually, ngayon naging problema dun eh, na parang kulang sa ito eh. Ito yung fight na yun, no? It felt like a lot of things aligned here para sa BFFE, pero kulang sila sa damage. Nakatakas din yung Ali ng napakatagal, so you're able to deal a lot more of her AoE damage. And then nung nagpila-pila sila, kay Tarzan sa kay Philo, grabe, that AoE damage was disgusting.
Yeah, and I think, what do you call this, TLS played it perfectly. Like, the thing is, their winning condition will be Philo. Right?
Yeah.
Scale lang, trabaho lang, farm lang. Yun lang ginawa ni Philo all throughout. And when it hit 12-minute mark, that's where he was just dealing so much damage. Sobrang hapdi niya na in that mid-game fights.
Isolate lang, trabaho dito ni L1, trabaho ni Tarzan is completely disrupt them para hindi sila makalapit kay Philo. Iba yung kumuha ng attention sa kanila. Kung magandang charm in-game na talaga. Tapos si Philo, yan lang, pasabog lang ng kalaban. Look at his damage.
Ang iniisip ko nga doon sa attempted balancing, what if naka-dash doon?
Or naka-flash.
Pero may smite
flash as well eh.
Pero may smite.
Pero bumagsak ng 1k HP yung Baron eh. There was an opportunity, there was a window. But yeah, those were the what ifs, but at the end of the day,
hindi sana nakangiti si Crazy Apple.
Oo nga.
Uy,
diba?
Grabe, nakangiti pa rin naman ako. Nakakaganda ng laro natin eh.
Hindi ka naman nasaktan.
Hindi naman.
Babalikan ka naman.
Ha? Sell.
Ay.
Si Philo, itong babalik-balikan na performance natin, syempre, 35,000 damage, 34% of the entire team. Parang kahit pagsama pa yung kay Kazekabe, pati yung sa kay Spicy Chicken, kulang pa rin sa total damage dito. Grabe yung performance si Philo. 9-1 and 10, and definitely the win condition of TALAS there in that game.
For sure. And si Philo, sabi niya nga, masaktan na kayo lahat, bag lang ako.
Yun! Basta ako, chill lang ako.
Basta chill lang siya.
Siya yung tropa na completely uninvolved sa lahat ng drama. Basta chill lang ako dito, boy.
Trabaho lang.
Trabaho lang talaga. I mean, salamat sa pinik nila, di ba? May Gragas, may Poppy. Pero grabe, sobrang intense ng game na yon. Yung casters were going all out at that game.
All out, and then for different reasons.
Yeah, for definitely different reasons. But of course, that is a TALAS victory. And because it's a TALAS victory, pupunta tayo sa isang interview. I think we have Tarzan on the line. Eto na. Pinaka-inaantay. Oh my gosh, Tarzan! Congratulations sa inyong victory, and it was a Game 3. Napaka-intense ng series. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Masaya and nakaka-pressure lang.
Understandable.
Yeah, understandable. Grabe naman kasi yung pasok din nila dito. A very good game 1 from them. Nakabawi ang Bespren Esports, and then game 3 they were able to pick it up and then take the win even at a deficit. No? So I guess doon related yung tanong ko dito, Tarzan, for what we wanted to know is sino yung shot caller nyo sa team, and paano kayo naglalaro even when behind, paano siya nilalaro at paano yung shot calling nyo doon?
Kapag po behind, kapag po crucial yung mga play, halimbawa behind po kami, madalas ako na po yung nagsha-shot call para makakuha po ng ng play and makabawi sa goal. Ako po yung nagshot. Saka po yung support namin.
Jungle and support.
Jungle and
Tandem.
support.
Shot
Ah,
caller
ganda,
nila.
ganda. Gandang tandem yun. Ako actually, yung question ko kasi is the fight in the last game, yung, lalo na yung sa top river side na yun, yung sobrang tagal na team fight na yun, where in which, yung sa dulo na yung nag-flash in ka with your puppy, tapos naka magandang set kayo with pillow pad, dun kayo nanalo sa bandang blue side mo na ng jungle. What was the call there? Ano yung comms yun nun? And like, what's going on your mind habang nangyari yung matinding laban?
Actually, ang call po nun is na out na. Pero si BJ, sabi niya, kaya daw namin pasukin. So, nag-follow up kami. So, kapag nag-call yung isa sa amin, commit kami lahat. So, kaya ganun po yung nangyari. Na-turn naman po namin.
Ang napakaganda nga nagresulta para sa panalo na team fight for you guys sa TLS. Ito tanong ko, Tarzan, no? Kasi nung game number 1, very dominating, no? Siyempre, ikaw, grabe yung pinagita mo doon. I believe like 20 KDA yung pinagita nyo. In game 2, a little bit unfortunate, pero nakabawi kayo ng game 3. Ang tanong ko lang, Tarzan, ano yung naging adjustment? Ano yung naging changes para, you know what, natalo tayo ng game 2, pero bawi tayo ng game 3? Ano yung mga naging adjustment for that?
Siguro, pin-priority namin is yung magkaroon kami ng knock-up jump para ma-protect namin yung mismong ADC namin. Ayun yung hindi namin nagawa nung game 2. So, nag-transition kami to knock-up champion.
That CC control really helped to make
with the
sure na,
Gragas.
you know, the smolder is safe. And sobrang effective nun because that was quite the game number 3 para sa TALAS. But of course, dahil panalo kayo, congratulations! Meron ka bang issue-shoutout? Meron ba kayong pasasalamatan?
Siguro yung shoutout po sa coach namin and sa sponsor po ng team namin, si Madam Jaja po.
Ayan. Awesome, awesome stuff, TALAS. Tarzan, abangan namin ang mga future matches nyo. So, pahinga na and congrats ulit.
Thank you po ulit.
Oh my gosh. What? Game number 3 after game number 3s and grabe yung parang pataas na pataas yung energy yung tatlo
Gusto ko,
nangyayari?
pag sabi mo, game after 3 after game after 6.
Isip mo game number 3 nga.
Ay, nako.
Bunot ka to eh.
Kaya, huwag kayong mag-alala kasi yun pa lang yung second series natin for the night. May dalawa pa tayong aabangan pagkatapos nito. Pero bago man ang lahat, tayo ay mapupunta sa very, very short break. And when we come back, it's going to be series number 3.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
Witness my might.
Feel my speed. Speeding up. The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
If the teams can have substitute players, syempre may substitute players din ang broadcast team. So, subbing in for Riku, ako nga pala si Rubixco, and of course, subbing in for Infinity over there, we have Genera. And of course, guys, joining us still here on the desk, Gian Gaming and Crazy Apple going strong. And guys, since match 2 pa lang, match 3 now, kamusta naman? Tell us all the details how it's been going so far.
Going so far with the matches or going so far with me?
Ganon.
Ganun eh. Pero going so far with the matches, grabe yung mga nakita natin na since yesterday. And kanina dalawa yung 3 games natin for the best of team matches. So really competitive Wild Rift we've been seeing today.
But we have 2 more matches left. Maybe we can go best of 3 for both of them. So total 12 matches today, guys. 12 matches.
I mean, ang sama ng tingin ni Gusto ko lang paalala.
Dito ako titingin.
Gusto lang palalagi yung 3 series na nandito kapag. So,
Oh!
Pero I mean, more Wild Rift for everyone. And of course, everyone's gonna enjoy seeing very competitive matches.
Yon.
Advocate si Giyang
Ganda ka
for
na?
that. Talagang more Wild Rift for everyone. Gusto mo pa rin ba yun ngayon? More Wild Rift for everyone.
Omsim!
3
Galingan nyo,
more. 3 more
2
matches.
games ha?
2-0, guys. Well, we're gonna see if they can bring it to a 2-0. But of course, sa susunod na match natin, of course, it's IIX versus Tempo. And this is not a match that we can sleep on, of course. They had a perfect run yesterday, 2-0 already in their group standings. And of course, if their opponent, Tempo, wants to get that first seed, they have to 2-0 IIX here today.
Sobrang ganda ng performance ng IIXWR. Even yung result natin sa mga stats, diba? Karma and Goody Two Shoes, or aka Onops, sila yung nasa top kills din sa entire split 2. Kaya ito, kailangan maganda yung tempo, lalo na kanina may game sila.
Yeah.
Yes. I highly agree with that. And also, knowing na sila yung IIX na talagang lagi natin pinapanood here on the Wild Grounds Pilipinas Open, way back before pa, malaki yung malaki expectation din with IIX.
Yeah, at least ito for Tempo, kanina naglaro na sila at kanina din napanalo nila yung series nila. So coming into this series, medyo mainit-init din ang pakiramdam ng mga players na naka-warm up din sila. So baka that could be an advantage coming into this match against IIX.
That's true. I think it's literally in their name, tempo. They have to keep up the tempo. And of course, again, another test for our Wild Rift players here kasi, you know, Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open is this circuit that really puts us to the test, our players to the test. And of course, going through these game days where you have 2 matches in a day really tests their stamina, their grit, and how well they can ideate throughout the day. But of course, predictions, guys. Parang united tayo today.
United pa rin. Kanina din kami united. So ngayon united pa rin.
Iba yung karma effect din kasi. IIXWR parang this is a team na has been like really getting the hearts of people. I think win or lose, parang masarap sila supportahan lang. And Karma being there of these years, kahit yung mga dati pa na mga tournaments, like years before, has been there and has been growing his team consistently. Kaya ito yung parang magandang i-look forward to. But they have a really good contender. Kasi yung Tempo, di ba, coming up a win.
Yeah.
And ang ganda nga ng pagka parang reverse sweep nila or parang deny nila ng panalo ng Bespren Esports.
Yeah.
Kaya kailangan mas hindi magkamali IIXWR dito.
Yeah, and actually, ito sa Tempo, they might baka mapigilan din nila yung IIX dito. They could deny their win pa para sa ibang matches or IIX pa rin. Kasi this is Karma and Onops that we're talking about here. Na lagi pa natin nakikita before yung tandem nila, jungle and mid lane, di ba? So, malaki yung expectations from them.
Kumbaga, pwede mag-play spoiler pa rin dito eh. Si Tempo, even though we've seen how strong performance in IIX. And good thing you mentioned nga din si Onops with the addition of Onops here for IIX. Talagang parang nag-open up eh. Yung gameplay nila. Nagkaroon sila ng another strong laner, side laner as well who can make his own plays. Inakyat na nga sarili niya kagad into the our kills leaderboard. And also talking to Lay Dokja yesterday na he mentioned from yung role swap actually from mid to Baron lane, napabuti pa eh. Kasi yun talaga yung role niya dati, yun yung main niya before. So, napunta siya ulit sa comfort niya. So, now, IIX, compared to Split 1, feels like an entirely different beast come here in Split 2.
Kaya talagang ang solid nila. Kapag nga, di ba, parang puro 2-0 sila. Tapos, parang average game nila is like 14 minutes, something. Ganun kabilis. Tapos halos walang deaths.
Yeah.
I would say, parang, I didn't even think that IIX was one of the contenders to really be the champion, to be one of the top teams from Split 1. So I didn't even think na they can get even better pa with the role changes and everything. They're a lot more comfortable and, you know, kagaya ng sinabi mo, these really, really fast games are a testament to just how much they just jive much better together as a team now. But of course, you know, as the meta changes and everything has changed from Split 1 to Split 2, it's really impressive that they're still keeping it up. Kaso on the other hand, of course, Tempo, a new team here for Split 2, who do we think are going to be maybe the challenger players here for IIX?
Dami, kasi sila Suwikon, si Series, even Monpil, sa mga utility supports niya. Ba, yung dalawang champion nga na ginamit na kanina, yung kumakanta saka yung tumutugtog. Diba?
Parang may theme.
Oo, may team eh.
Meron sinusundan na na tema. Pero going back dun sa sinabi nga ng IIX kahapon sabi ni Karma din sa interview, meron silang goal which is, or meron silang gustong makatapat which is yung SKL. As much as I remember. Kasi sila, sabi nga niya, sila yung yung undefeated champion. So gusto nila, talagang nagpo-push through sila through the years or through the Wild Rounds Pilipinas para makatapat yun.
Yeah.
And right now, nakikita natin kung gaano nga sila nag-i-improve throughout the games.
Yeah, siguro one more thing then for Tempo, no? Kanina nakita natin how they also bounced back. Essentially, they did a reverse sweep in our first series of the day. And mayroon tayong I had questions on how they lost essentially. Kasi it felt like nawala yung identity nila wherein Suwik yung nagkakaroon ng ways to find openings in the map and si Series yung nagkakaroon ng priority in the lane to also go for these ganks. Medyo nagkaroon sila ng reinvention of their identity come game 3. Kasi si Suwik hindi na siya yung naging facilitator. Naging carry siya on that Camille. If you remember, he had like 12-0-7 yung kanyang KDA. So, itong team na to, let's say IIX papasok dito sa series na to, napakalakas, napaka-init into game 1. Hindi pa natin pwedeng i-discount yung chance for Tempo to get back into the game because they have shown that propensity na even with the loss, they can come back and come back stronger.
Kaya parang ganda ng matchup na. Parang pwede natin i-head-to-head dito si Karma versus Suwikon diba? The carries / playmakers of both teams who will prevail, parang ganyan. Ganda.
I think, yeah, it's definitely a really, really good matchup. But of course, between these two teams, I really like what you said, Crazy Apple, about Tempo's ability to come back. Because again, sometimes when you lose that game 1, especially pag first day mo, well, you'll have the first day jitters, you'll get a little bit nervous, and you just need a little bit of a warm-up. And, you know, parang time lang para ma-download mo yung opponent and how they play and how they rotate. But of course, IIX, they have seen their gameplay from Split 1, and They're very familiar to the Wild Rift community, so that is a little bit of an advantage here for Tempo. Baka they could have reviewed the VODs and of course done their research. And of course, picks and bans here, same old, same old. But any picks that we want to see here, particularly for the side of Tempo, but Ezreal, our top champion of the Split 1 and Split 2, getting picked up.
Very different nga din siya from a couple of series that we've had today na nababan on the red side si Ezreal. Now na napakawalan siya dito, immediately picked up here.
Skarner para kay Suicune. Isa sa mga nakita natin ng game number 2 ata na sobrang ganda ng performance sa 3-1 and 13. Ang score na yun and definitely allowing the team to flourish. But IIXWR Warwick
like
Karma!
Ang ganda.
Warwick again and Oriana that we saw yesterday. And they really
Pasag
pulled
nila
it
eh.
off. Really, really good. Isipin mo, Warwick, pasok, nandun yung bola, kay Onops galing, ulti.
Yeah.
Right?
Yun yung magiging ball delivery system na yung Warwick, tapos makaka-play safe lang din dito yung Ezreal kasi alam naman din natin kano ka-mobile yung Ezreal for the lineup here for IIX. So on the other side for Tempo, may na silang Galio Skarner as well as that Lucian. Can really already see the Galio can provide some safety from the burst magic damage ng isang Oriana.
Actually, mga nakikita ko dito, on the side of na may Lucian, di ko alam kung meron nang gumawa nun dito if meron sa ibang team kasi for sure may nag-enchanter sa kanila gaya ng kanina, may naglulu. Pero Lucian right now, since early game champion siya and masakit siya sa early, pwede nilang tapatan yung Ezreal with a Nami. Actually, sasabihin ko pala.
Nami Lucian.
Yes!
Are we hoping, manifesting the Nami Lucian?
Ayun!
Oh, it is,
Ayun!
is it the Nami Lucian? I mean, ito yung one of the strongest duos you could say.
Yeah.
And of course, we get the Nami lock in here, so a really, really good security here for Tempo. And surprisingly, ito pa lang yung second pick for Nami from Split 1 and Split 2.
Saka yung maganda dito kasi they essentially have 2 front lines already.
Yeah.
They have the Skarner and kahit mag-AP Galio ito kasi he will also serve in the front line dahil sa mga tatant niya, sa knock-up niya. So, maganda na meron silang Nami para at least talagang amplified lang yung Lucian. Sa damage output niya, may pang-disengage, may pang-counter engage din dahil sa Aqua Prison niya. But, again, the downside of this is that you're much more squishy in the bottom lane. And look at the picks here of IIXWR. All in talaga kung all in.
Yeah, yun nga yung reason kung bakit hindi natin gano'n nakikita ang Nami. Kasi engage supports is like the name of the game right now. Yun yung top meta natin. Like yan, Rakan, Pinnick. Like for example, even if that was a Leona, that could have been an insta-pop on the Nami. But with the Rakan as well as that Atox pick, marami ng ibang ways for the Oriana now to have that ball carrier system, to have a different way or different ways for that shockwave to affect the game.
Yeah, you can definitely see ang daming nilang options for that ball. But of course, on the other side, Tempo, parang they're trying to match that ability to start these fights, which is really interesting because right off the bat, this is game number 1. And it looks like both teams really, really want to be the ones to instigate. And now, of course, the Ambessa being the final pick here for our top lane for Tempo. How are we feeling comps-wise?
Looking good. I think this is gonna be a coin flip of a game. Tempo has their ways to win the early game or turn things around mid-game or pagdating ng mga power spikes nila. IIXWR, they're aiming really for early game dominance. So talagang doon sila pinaka-nakafocus, kaya naka-Ezreal sila. Tapos kaya meron... Oriana is basically like their late game insurance, kasama na yung Aatrox, but their plan is to just completely control the entire game from minute 1. Parang kailangan agre na kaagad sila, kailangan sila Yuichi yung makakuha ng first blood kasi siya yung magpapilot ng Ezreal mamaya, and then Korkai having as one of his signature champions which is Rakan kasi kahit no split 1, di ba? Parang wala atang isang series na hindi siya nagrakan. Ganun kadalas niya gamitin yon.
Actually, parang come to think of it nga, Korkai, really known for his Rakan, has shown a lot of propensity and a lot of comfort using that champion.
That's right, and of course, we're here, match number 3, guys. I know it's been a very long day, but we still have so many more exciting games coming up. Of course, match 3, game 1 between IIX and Tempo, and of course, we have our TriCast once again. Back for the cast. So, Guys, kayo na. Take it away.
Yan, B1, B2 with Janera.
Yun
B1. Sinong B1?
Siyempre.
Ako,
B1, okay.
Yan.
B1, B2.
B2,
Okay,
yan.
sige. Para madali.
Tawa kayo. B1.
Parang mas mahirap yun pag tinawag sa ni Janelle, B1. Ha? Sino?
Nagalituhan na.
Magkalituhan eh. Pero ito na nga, sisimula na ang Game 1 between IIX and Tempo. And for Tempo, no, kailangan nila makakuha ng 2-0 dito para talaga matapatan ng IIX in terms of the standings. Pero a bit of a trade. Yo!
Oh!
Naku, si Yuichi ate yung medyo delikado dito, ha? One more aura attack, and that's gonna be first blood! Not really the plan here of IIXWR and
Kaya pa?
Tempo. Ate si Korkai, baka kaya kaso nga na may barrier, yun lang.
Actually, kaya pa sanang i-double kill
Oh?
yun, no? B2 kaso, uy, nandun!
Ano si Onops?
Biglang dating ni Onops, and even the flash to secure the double kill. May ignite naman eh. So the trade is actually much better for IIXWR.
Oo nga, napunta pat pareho kay Onops on this Oriana and this will really accelerate yung build ng Oriana and hindi mo ine-expect yung ganong klaseng roam, ganong kaaga galing sa isang mid laner.
Yes, actually nakakagulat nga yun, no? Kung iisipin mong nandun ka. Pero knowing na si Onops yung mid lane, parang kakabahan ka na pag nandun ka sa Tore. Tingnan nyo nga yung bush, baka nandun si Onops. Pero yun nga, ang galing, great job agad para kay Onops. Yun yung isa sa mga nangyari. Then, last week, actually, nung napanood ko yung laban nila with that Warwick and Oriana, siya rin yung nagdo-dominate dun sa game na yun.
Yeah, really good job right there on the start for IIX. Even though medyo mali eh, nabigay yung first blood dito sa Lucian, kaya even pa yun yung goal natin. Pero nakabawi sila dahil doon sa play na yun. Nakikita din natin na nag-call sila kaagad to get the Scuttle Crab and they were able to secure that for Karma. And dahil nauna sila doon, topside Scuttle din mapupunta dito sa Warwick, which will give Karma a bit of an advantage against dito sa Skarner.
And
Sobrang
also-
nakakaalala talaga yung 2-0 start ni Onops. Sa lahat pwede magkaroon ng 2 kills dito eh. Si Onops pa. Saka bilis na rotation niya. Kumbaga parang hindi pa namamatay si Yuichi, papunta na yung Oriana.
Yun
Kasi
nga.
ganun siya nakarating kaagad eh.
Parang hindi rin natin agad napansin na naglalakad na siya dun sa may gilid. Na talagang nasabi niya, uy, pre, ano to, sure kill ito, pumunta ka na. Parang ganun na agad yung comms nila doon, which is very good. Kasi, you'll know, yung map awareness nila is very, very aware sila sa lahat na nangyayari sa paligid nila. And also, going back with that scuttle na nakuha nila Karma, it gives more vision pa para sa kanila to know if meron bang mag-rotate sa mid or what, di ba?
Yeah, definitely. Yun din naman yung maganda eh, to control both of the Scuttle. That's also XP and gold going to the side here of the Warwick. And because of that, hindi lang yung map pressure, even the 2-0 dito kay Onops, na nagde-develop na into a 1k gold lead actually for IIX. This really shows that they have good control over the map. But Suwik,
Untik na.
good flash.
Forced to use the flash, kaya big deal na din yun para sa Tempo kasi pagdating ng first objective natin, doon nila pwede hulihin na si Yuichi.
Yeah, pwede pa naman nilang ulitin yung ginawa niya doon since wala namang na-trade. Well, maganda rin na nakuha nila even though na meron third skill dito si Yuichi later on. Mahirapan na rin siya kapag nagamit niya na yun, hindi na rin siya makakaalis. Though meron namang Rakan, which is si Korkai, na alam naman natin na lagi niyang ginagamit. But still, it's hard kapag na hard CC ka ng Tempo eh.
Ang dami nila mga panghuli. Like almost every champion they have here in this game, except for Lucian, has some sort of crowd control. Dami pa nga mga, kumbaga parang knock up or suppression, kaya ang hirap para sa IIXWR. Even Karma later on, kasi usually yung build niya dito is like picking up yung Kraken Slayer, kumbaga yung mga on-hit items, para yung kalmot niya talaga pure proc, talagang kaya nang bumura ng isang champion kapag tinalunan na niya.
Uy,
na?
Munti ka na. Ano yun nakita? Nakita ata sa Skyers na naglalakad doon si Onops at sinubukan siyang hulihin doon, natatimingan lang ni Suwik. Actually, just to build on your point lang din on the Warwick, kahapon nakita natin na yun yung binild. It was the Kraken Slayer and then fourth. And then I think a different on-hit item on the third.
Hindi na tinamaan ng public execution, yun lang. Karma still died. What? 2v1 and Dizio won against both Karma and LA Dogshot. Pero nandiyan naman si Korkai. Not really the best gold funneling though, kasi sa Rakan napunta yung kill.
Yeah.
That was a smooth, clean up there sa top lane. Di talaga nila pinabayaan na, oy, hindi mamamatay. Oh, speaking of mamamatay dito,
Yeah.
Yuichi.
Just died. Doesn't have flash, and that's the kill that they wanted. Since they know that information that he doesn't have any flash.
Medyo messy ang start na dito for IIX. Yung top lane, parang nagkamali lang sila ng tansya doon sa damage ng tower kay Karma. He took another tower shot thinking that he would survive, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough yung HP niya. While on the mid lane naman, medyo napasobra doon si Yuichi Nagumo. Nakalimutan na ata niya na na-burn niya yung flash niya kanina. So, na-catch out doon. Another kill going to the side here of Tempo.
Yes. Medyo messing nga doon on the part. Tama dyan, P2, V1!
V1.
V1!
Crazy hapon.
Crazy hapon. Talagang pinanindigan yung V1 tsaka V2.
Kahit kami, nalito kami nun.
Nung una eh, no?
Nung una, litong-lito kami nun eh.
Ayan,
Good
kidding
times.
aside, well, pwede din naman nilang ulitin kung ano lang ginawa nila. Learn from the mistakes, guys. Wag lang natin uulitin kasi this is very, risky na match-up na. Coming from a tempo na alam naman natin, sabi nga kanina ni Rebby na meron silang potential to come back even if matalo sila sa unang game or the second one, di ba?
Yeah.
So, you have to very careful lang sa pag...
Ooh. Actually ito, 6-minute mark na tayo dito. Sinisimulan yung Dragon and si Onob sinatry niya na medyo i-delay but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Yung Herald ang tinitake naman dito ng IIX.
Yung at least na-force nila yung flash series. Pero mukhang gusto talaga Tempo yung gusto makuha dito.
Uy, dalawa na huli.
Nahuli yung dalawa! Hero Sense is gonna be used as a response as well. Series nearly getting that knock-up onto Korkai. But yeah, the kill threat coming in from this corner is just too much.
Yeah, very... I think it's more out for kay Yuichi. Masyadong halap siya maglaro today eh. Parang may ganun eh. I think it's a bit of a warm-up thing dahil ito yung first series din nila. And so far, Korkai has been there to try and help Yuichi Nagumo to stay out of some of these ganks. But at the same time, really good job from Suik na na-recognize siya kagad yung mispositioning na yon and also trying to catch out the Ezreal.
Yes, and going back with Yuichi, kaya sabi mo, feeling ko nagpapainit lang din siya eh. Kasi...
Tumetesting ba?
Tumetesting din. Kasi ang hirap din tapatan ng isang Lucian, to be honest. Tapos may Nami pa.
Yeah.
Yung damage na binibigay niya normally as a Lucian lang, nagiging doble with a Nami. With that second skill and then yung third skill niya na may bubble pa, na may dagdag damage. Whoa!
Nako, knockback. Yeah, they really want to take down series. Kung baga kung yung tempo, may ginagawa din sila ng paghuli kay Yuichi without flash.
Uy.
They can do it
Nag-flash.
through series as well. And Yuichi getting called once again. By Precision, definitely the solution performance of Precision is really good. 3-1, 0 scoreline. And now they're trying to catch lead, Dokja.
Yeah. Mag-isa lang siya dito. Alam nila kanina maraming members ng IIX ang nasa bot lane. But that's still an Atox nakakatakot in our Devin kahit apat kayo.
So parang gugusin pa rin nila. Public execution did not connect. Even gonna be in the vicinity. Looks like Korkai wants to join them. Doesn't have the quickness. And the Impale gonna be connecting onto him as well. Looks like a Warwick is just slamming them down right now. Hero Santos gonna be some response though. At least zoned him out.
Yeah.
Looks like that's gonna be it for now. Precision just died.
Yeah, nakakuha pa rin ng isa doon. And Precision, actually, he might have had a shutdown goal. Kasi taas na rin na 3-1 siya eh, at some point in that fight though. But Herald, someone here in the mid lane is gonna be the turret take here for IIX.
Going back with that match dun sa top lane, actually, ang ganda ng
Uy,
ginawa ni
Karma?
Dokja, pero,
Public execution.
Naku.
terrified.
Oh.
Grabe.
Medyo nakakatakot yun. Sa likod! There's a catch there by Onops. Kills
Nakakatakot.
already.
Nakakatakot talaga tong si Onus. Kung naka 2-0 start, nabasa niya na, okay, baka mag-transition papunta dito yung Lucian. So, inantay na niya, pinaghandaan niya, at hindi na niya pinapalaro si Precision.
The constant threats as well. The zones by Korkai. Talaga lagi nang dinitikitan lang yung mga members dito ng tempo, tapos binibit niya yung mga utilities. Sometimes he goes in, but immediately backs out. Kung yung constant pressure na yon, talagang nakaka-hassle sa movement na gusto gawin dito ng tempo eh.
Ang ganda kung paano nakaka-comeback dito, both teams. Kasi parang nagbibigayan sila sa mga fights nila. And then, mangyayari, makakabalik dito yung tempo and then IIX will answer back, which is very good. Kasi sobrang balance lang ng game as of the moment. Ang hirap pa nga i-determine kung sino talaga yung lamang. Although sa gold lead, it's 36k na lamang dito yung IIX. But what is 6k? It's just mid-game pa lang, guys. And knowing na this is Lucian, Nami, and then we have Skarner there na wala pang ang score as of the moment. He's just farming. Tamang farm lang muna. Wala pang binibigay na masyadong bitaw dito. Pero marami pang ma-expect na pwedeng mangyari.
Yeah, marami pa naman pwedeng gawin din dito ang tempo, even though that is 5,000 gold lead. But I think at the most na nakikita nating effect ng gold lead na to is kung paano win a one-shot lang ng Oriana yung Lucian. If that happens again, mawawala yung main damage dealer dito ng tempo, which will be very detrimental for this team.
Look at that! Just quick engage and then suddenly they
Uy!
fail!
Taklo yung huli!
Into the heroes!
Shockwave!
Shockwave gonna be connecting as well. Kaso nga lang IIXWR, I think they need to back away. Never mind, they just went in. They have the lead, they have the power, they can actually do this all on their own. And Tempo just completely decimated. 10.5 minutes into the game, we see an ace. And only Karma died.
Karma lang ang namatay, and it looked like it could have been a great fight for TMP with Suik catching 3 people with the Impale. Pero pinaganda, palalo ni Onops with a 4-man Shockwave. Really great play right there from IIX.
Grabe yung timing na binibigay nila doon. Na hindi niya agad-agad inultihan yung kahit isa doon. Waiting for that perfect timing na gumamit ng skill dito si Suik para magamit din yung Shockwave niya. And it happened!
Yeah, yun talaga. It's a difference of a good Oriana to a great Oriana. Yun yung difference of when you use your Shockwave. Kung gagamitin mo ba kaagad or try to find those opportunities. And other than that, ang masasabi ko din kay Onubs, na position din niya yung sarili niya towards that fight para ma-maximize niya yung abilities niya. Kasi if I remember correctly, nasa bot lane siya noon, nagsha-shove ng lane. Nung nagpapunta na sila kaagad doon sa blue side jungle, nagtawag na papunta na sila doon. And that's also a mark of a really good team in terms of communication.
Big deal din dito, naka-fail siya, kaya mas mahirap na. Looks like they wanna target Suican once again para makapagpara na sila. Lahat ginamit na kaagad. Heroes End's gonna be advanced here, but it's still not gonna be enough. Just the damage is too high coming in from the members here of IIXWR. They dock siya on the way as well as Sirius falls down. Tempo definitely doesn't have their smite anymore available, so this Baron is completely free for IIXWR for the taking.
I like how fully aware Sirius is. Knowing na si Suik mamamatay na doon. Nag-ulti agad siya.
Yeah.
Pero kasi ang hirap din ng ginagawa niya na nag-ulti siya kay Suik every time na mahuhuli siya kasi parang nagpapakamatay ka lang doon
Yeah, well, yun yung, kaya nga Heroes Entrance nagsusubok siya na maging bayani doon. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to save Suik. And doon mo din makikita yung grabe na ng gold lead dito ng IIX kasi tangke yun. That's a Skarner.
That's the tankiest member of the entire team, and they just one-shot him.
Yeah, yun nga kanina we've seen a couple of games with a Skarner na even when the team was behind, kahit 3 miyembro yan, kahit 4 na miyembro yan, tumatagal siya, natatangke niya Pero Onups on that Oriana, just having those 2 completed items with the Ludens as well as Infinity Orb is enough to chunk him to about 20% na lang natitira sa HP niya.
Yes.
Terminus na rin ata dito si Karma, no? With the items.
Yeah, kompleto na rin.
Medyo masakit na and mararamdaman na kung gaano karami yung damage na kayang i-input na isang Oriana.
Yeah. Mid lane.
Nabait na kaagad yung Heroes, and that's how scary the entire lineup here of IIXWR is. And again, take note, average game time of IIXWR is 14 minutes and like 40 seconds. That's how fast their games are.
Ooh,
like on average lang naman.
Yeah.
And there's one of the reasons they're able to do that is because of their
Karma.
how they utilize the Baron. Karma going in but immediately flashing out after not being able to secure the kill. And now it looks like the punishment is going to be here. Temple though wasn't able, they were able to pick up the kill onto Korkai, but not without a casualty. Series being down definitely is worth it for IIXWR.
Yeah, yun na yung mga moments kung kayo yung team na nagli-lead, you try to force the issue, you try to force a fight para masigurado yung ma-takedown yung inhibitor turret. And this is the last inhibitor turret na tinitignan ng IIX.
All
and
inhibitors
it's down already. 14 minutes na, I think, medyo tumagal lang ng onte. Nagkaroon lang ng lapses dun sa, sa early game. Pero feeling ko matatapos din nila agad to kung hindi lang sila nagkaroon nung, gaya na namatay si Karma dun sa top lane, dun sa mid lane si Wichi. Nagpainit lang Going to their scores, 5-0 si Onop, si Wichi 3-5. He started with a 0-3. right? And then now, he redeemed
Oh,
himself.
top lane.
Gigil na si Lidokcha. Look at its lethality build. Oh, he hates rocks. Flash in for the Darkened Blade. But this time, he will fall down for the first time.
Nasoblan sa confidence doon si Laydok. Kala niya kaya na ng damage siya, but it wasn't enough. 4v5 map state dito para sa
Top down
Tempo.
yun.
They might have an opening, but it's still a huge gold lead that IIX has.
Yeah, lagpas 10,000 ba naman?
Siguro
Ilang dito ang
kailangan din
IIXWR?
nila iwasan yun, no? Kasi mahirap din magkaroon ng mga ganong plays na nag-limites ka. Bigla mag-isa ka dyan sa top lane. Magiging malaking bagay yun, especially if merong mga ganitong objective. Pag namatay ka and then lahat sila magko-commit din doon. Pwedeng mabaliktad pa ng tempo yun if ever kasi wala silang Lidokcha, right?
Yeah, definitely. Something na hindi nila pwede ulitin ng ulitin.
Yes.
Diba? Kasi pag ulitin nila ng ulitin yun na yung mga moments na mag-shift yung momentum, mga catch up na yung other team. Minsan nga kahit hindi talaga yung items-wise luwang na yung ibang team. Pero yung confidence doon yung nag-iiba kapag hinahayaan nyo ng paulit-ulit yung ganyang pangyayari. But so far, IIX, mukha namang hindi nila hahayaan yun basta-basta. We know that this team is filled with many veterans of the game. And it shows na imbis na, okay, force na lang natin yung issue, let's go and try to kill them. They're trying to bait them out right now in this Baron pit.
Yeah, nagpa-push lang si Lidokcha sa bottom lane. And the rest of the members of IIXWR just looking for that Baron bait, but they know that they can actually turn on to them if they want to. Anytime, they can actually do that. Tempo should find an answer, but looks like they're just gonna be turned into dust as IIXWR really wanted to take them down. Impale onto 4 members or 3 members, but it's simply just not enough. Lidokcha's sustain is just through the roof. Even Yuichi just charging in into the front line, turning himself into a frontline champion. And looks like the time duration is a little bit delayed. This is the longest game of IIXWR, but still the same result. Game 1 is a massive win by IIXWR.
And IIXWR, pinakita nila sa atin doon kung bakit isa sila sa top dogs natin dito sa Split 2. Napakalinis na laro sa kanila. Onub's really picking up the slack for this game for me. I feel like after that 2-0, hindi na niya pinakawalan yung snowball niya.
Feeling ko ayaw niya mawala dun sa top players na highest
Kills.
every week, right? Kasi grabe yung pinapakita niyang gameplay. Pero actually, lahat naman sila nagko-contribute dun sa pinakita nilang laro ngayon. If you'll see, medyo meron lang onting mistake or onti lang yung mga lapses dito ng IIX at the early game. Pero yun nga, nagpainit lang din sila throughout the game eh. And then, na-redeem nila isa-isa yung sarili nila dun sa laban na yun.
Kumbaga yung mga magandang play na nakita natin kanina sa Tempo is yung nanalo sa 2v2 si Precision against Yuichi and Korkai. Although, napawi ka agad yung Onops eh. And that 2v1 outplay na nagawa ni Dizio against Karma and Laydokcha. Kaso lagi may sagot eh. May sagot agad yung IIXWR. Kumbaga, they have layers of steps on their strategies. Ito yung kanina muntik na sana eh. Parang kaya na eh. But just the damage, especially coming in from the Orianna, is just too much.
Sakto din yung shockwave doon ni Onubs. Nag-dash in si Precision to deal damage. Tapos nahagip siya nung shockwave. Actually, the other thing that I want to point out is after nag-3-1 si Precision, tinarget nila. Dalawang beses.
Wala na, hindi na tamaas.
Yun nga eh. Parang ano nga to, na-identify nila kaagad na guys, si Precision yung kailangan natin i-shutdown. Anong gagawin natin?
Yes.
Pinuntahan with the gang, and then sa kasunod, papunta siyang top lane, nahagip lang siya ni Onubs. Talagang napakahirap din na, napakaganda din actually yung naging strategy doon ng IIX.
Siya yung pinupuntiri lagi. Siya yung first target. Sige, paluin ka namin.
Very precise targeting.
Very precise.
Para dun pala yung
Maximize the precision. Ito.
High precision.
High precision. High precision targeting.
One pill there yung duo nila could have been, could have been better, pero wala eh. Masyadong malambot si Precision, and knowing na Karma, Warwick yan, and also nandyan si Dokja to, finish
lahat ng matches na meron sila doon sa game na yon, wala, hindi rin siya masyadong makagalaw. Kaya nga sinabi ni Giyang, they are locking him in. Kung mapapanood mo lahat ng nangyari doon sa highlights, talagang kinakalumot siya. Siya yung inuuna. And siya lang din kasi nagdi-deal ng damage doon sa tempo. Kaya siya yung kailangan unahin doon. Even alongside with Anami, nahirapan din talaga siyang mabuhay or tumagal sa teamfight.
Yeah, and MVP of the game natin, Onups, kanina pa natin siya pinag-uusapan, but very much well-deserved with a 6-0-10 KDA, 89% teamfight participation, and 24k damage. Grabe. Talagang, hindi lang kasi usually sasabihin mo, okay, yung player na to nagbuhat kasi hindi yung ginawa niya the whole game. Siya, hindi lang, for me, sinalba din niya yung early game eh. Kasi it could have gone very wrong. Diba? Kasi na-taken out na si Yuichi Nagumo, naka-first blood na yung bot lane, and we know how Lucian Nami can snowball a game in the favor of one team. Pero dahil doon sa double kill na yun ni Onups, na-bandage siya kaagad eh.
Kumaga, isa lang naman ang iniisip ko dito eh. Is this like the typical IIXWR thing na parang okay, 2-0 manda-dominate lang sila? Or will this be like the typical tempo na parang kanina lang?
Yeah.
Game 1, natalo sila, tapos biglang reverse sweep. If they're gonna be doing that, then that's gonna be a massive achievement for them. But it takes a lot of things kasi marami silang kailangan pag-isipan muna dito. And while they're doing that, we're just gonna be heading down to a short break. We'll be right back for game number 2. Kita kits.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open. And of course, game number 1 just happened. And of course, we still got game number 2 and possibly game number 3. 3 in a row!
Yung tingin sa akin ni Giyang eh. Uy.
Di ba, lagi nga nila sinasabi, third time's the charm.
True, true.
Back to back to back. Yan.
Tubat.
Diba parang mas exciting din pag may reverse sweep?
Yun! Di ba?
Well, I mean, Reb is not wrong. Mas exciting nga naman kung may reverse sweep. But at the same time, kung magkakaroon tayo ng game 3 pa on this third series, ibig sabihin it's that kind of day. It's a day na puro 3 games.
It's a day dedicated to Wild Rift. Guys, we all love Wild Rift here. We love seeing our players play Wild Rift, and of course, just seeing them have the stage, you know, soaking up that screen time. And of course, speaking of screen time and time, that game went a little too quickly, didn't it?
I mean, actually, parang masasabi ko parang a little longer than expected based sa parang match duration ng IIXWR. Pero, ano kasi, tempo yung kalaban nila eh. Malakas, kumbaga malakas talaga yung tempo eh.
Yeah, nakita naman natin na tinatry din talaga nilang sumagot dun sa ginagawa ng IIX, but yung damage kasi na binibigay nila or dinideal nila is masyado nang masakit para sa kanila. Even the Scarlet na sabi nyo nga sobrang tanky, yun yung pinaka-tanky dun sa lineup nila, nanlalambot dun pa lang sa Ezreal.
Yeah, actually, yun nga yung naging as Giyang mentioned, tempo, it's a different team compared to sa mga nakalaban din ni IIX. That's why we had a bit of a longer game. Also, nakita din natin na in the early game sumasabay si Tempo, and I really would like to shout out Precision for a lot of those plays. Precision in one pill, talagang lumalaban din sila on the UIXWR and also Korkai bot lane. But at the end of the day, IIX, si Onops, grabe talaga yung addition niya sa roster na to eh. Sobrang impactful niya na magkasama na sila ni Karma, ni Ray Dokja. It feels like a very different piece of a team talaga.
That's such a good pickup. You can really feel yung difference. Again, it's like the power. If you could think of a number, gaano kalaki yung power spike? From 1 to 100. Let's say, what was their old number and ano yung new number?
Oh, that's a tough question.
Ang hirap, pero yung maisip ko lang dito kasi, the last time that this happened, nang hindi trip-tripping lang yung talagang Wild Rounds, was Wild Rounds 2024. Yun, yung umabot sila ng finals against SSE.
Yeah.
Ganun ka tende yun. Kaya parang, kumbaga, eto na, nagsibalikan na ang mga dapat magsibalikan and some additions as well to the crew. Pero syempre, parang with one goal in mind, gusto nila mag-champion. Medyo nahirapan sila na split 1. Pero ngayon, dahil nagbalik na, magkasama na sila Karma at si Onops, si Leito Ocha, nag-top din na napakaganda ng performance. And Korkai and Yuichi just dominating bot lane as well. Kumbaga parang naging star-loaded team na ito, yung IIXWR eh.
Ito na yung star players ng IIX, kumbaga. Ito na yung pinaka-filtered na players nila throughout the Wild Rounds na sinalihan nila through the years. Ito na yun. Kumbaga, dito na nila ibubuhos lahat ng natutunan nila over those times.
Siguro to answer Reby's question in a different way. For me, kunyari kung nakita natin IIX last nung split 1, like from a score of 1 to 10, I would give them like, I would feel like a 7.5 to 8 compared to the all overall competition. Sabihin natin yung 10 yung first place. Now, it feels like they're creeping closer to that. Like, they're getting themselves about a 9, 9.5, maybe challenging. To 10, we'll never know depending on how they can further grow dito sa split 2.
Kasi dalawa lang naman kailangan nilang kalabanin para ma-test nila kung abot 10 na ba eh.
Yeah.
That's Page Up and that's SKL.
Yeah,
Yun lang.
exactly.
Again, they want to fight their demons, defeat those demons that they've been waiting for since split 1. But of course, getting into the draft, we've got half of our rosters here already. And Tempo's looking a little bit tanky, but on the other side, again, IIX going on the offensive once again with the Talia and the Corki pick with a Renekton as well.
Changing up their playstyle, more on the pokes this time around kaysa yung parang team fight, palagbagan type ng lineup. And Tempo is actually the one building that route, diba? So may Ryze sila, may Gnar, may Braum pa nga, kaya talagang sobrang agri na to. Pag naka-Mega Gnar na, alam mong susugod na kaagad, and dyan kailangan mag-ingat ang IIXWR.
Natingnan din natin dito kung ano pa yung ipipick for the side of TMP. Kasi usually yung inaantay mo kasama ng Braum is maybe a marksman na kaya ding sumabay, kaya ding maging malakas na threat. Kasi Braum, really strong in the early game, pwede siyang makastun kaagad. Wala nang Lucian in the game, wala na ring Ezreal, so a lot of the usual na kaduo nito sa bot lane wala na. So maybe go for more of a self-healing type of champion. So the first thing that comes to mind usually sa akin dito is a Xayah. Maybe possible
Yes.
pick dito for the side of TMP.
Actually, maganda rin kung Saya, not gonna lie. Pero I think this Corki is gonna be their ADC already.
No, sir,
Possible.
for
Yes.
TMP.
For IIX. Pero dito kasi sa TMP, going with the Braum, actually maraming ang pwede pang i-partner dyan. Pwede pang Ashe, which is a very good ADC na pag-partner kay Braum. Pwede ring MF, to be honest. Kasi meron siyang shield and then yung paghinati niya yung daan, maganda yun na pang-partner for that. But we'll see. Kasi ang hirap din siyang partner sa Braum if ever na ito yung magiging kalaban niya since meron ng Renekton and then meron pang Talia. But going on to the ban side kasi actually pwede pa silang mag-ban dito ng ADC more para sa TMP since di pa sila nakaka-pick.
Yeah, we'll see. Kung ano pa yung mga ibaban dito. Honestly, looking at it from this way, like, nakikita natin tong IIX. We always talk about IIX before as Karma's team, but now with the addition of Onops and Godson, ng isa pa talagang big personality, big threat on the team. IIX, when they do their drafts, so if napansin nyo nandun, hindi nila laging pinaprioritize si Karma in the pick and ban. Like the previous game nakita natin, it was the Warwick that they picked up in the first round. Pero dito, wala pa silang pinipick at tatlo yung jungle ba nila. So it's kind of a statement din dito for me, for Karma, na hindi lang yung mga known champions ko ang kaya kong gamitin. There's so much more that I can bring to the table.
I think it's one of the reasons why that's the case is because of its veterancy in the jungle role. Parang kumbaga, ang daming pinagdaanan na ni Karma masyado sa role na yan. Casually and professionally. Lalo na sa mga big tournaments like Wild Rounds. Kaya ang daming adjustments na rin yung mga ginawa niya. And I think it is a lot more flexible this time around. Tatlo nga dito, 4 na champion. Jungle ban ng IIXWR. Nang hindi pa sila pumipick ng jungle, but this Talia can also be like, I mean,
possible.
That's the thing. Like, he can do those things.
Yeah.
Ganun din.
I mean, that's one of the great things about having a flexible jungler like Karma. And of course, they're making it even harder for Temple's jungler to be able to find something that works, something that answers. And of course, we're hovering a Jarvan here. It could possibly be that. But of course, it's going to be a set, possibly. But, you know, to build on... second pick ever here for set. This is
support. Probably support set. Ang mangyayari dito, it's gonna be in the hands of Korkai. And the only thing na naisip ko bakit nila pinik yung set, it's because of the Braum. Pagkahalap yung Braum, ibabato niya. I-hit siya sa likod.
My goodness. Beautiful. I love the formula already. Get rid of the shield. You have a shield, get rid of it. It can't. It has no place here.
Wag yan. Wag niyong hahayaan na tong bomb na to na may malaking pinto na mahihinto yung damage natin. Kasi looking at it, it's gonna be the 4K, it's gonna be the Talia, a lot of projectiles na pwedeng saluhin din ng Braum shield.
Yeah, that's correct. And that answers why. Pwede din talaga na yun na yung support. Pero, picking on kasi sa sa jungle din kanina So, most possibly, pwede pang mabago na hindi yan yung support. Pero, ang ganda ng idea if yun nga. But going on to the tempo, Ashe pick there para sa ADC nila. Like what I said earlier, maganda yan para sa isang Braum. Tamang skill lang dyan yung Braum. Magbabato lang yan ng yellow. And then Ashe there, which has a very long range na magpo-poke lang yan and then stun. Diba? So easy. Napakagandang combo for the tempo on their bottom lane.
Interesting. They went for the Jarvan last pick here. I know Crazy Apple, you were talking about earlier na they don't really pick for Karma anymore, but I think they went for the set pick to give Karma that freedom to see if he wanted something else for last pick. And I think the reason why we also have this set bot lane now is, of course, you know, our new support player. Again, no one knows what IIX is going to pick. And again, parang yung element of surprise na yun is another tool that IIX can use here.
Yeah, yun na nga. That's what makes IIX very dangerous coming into this split 2. Talagang grabe yung naging addition ni Onops dito kasi yeah, again, it gives a different dimension not only in the actual gameplay but also in the pick and ban phase. Pero going back lang din, let's look at TMP's composition. No? They have the Shinzao as their last pick. Another one of those like bread and butter junglers na pwedeng makagang early. So for me, right now, with the 2 compositions, we really have to look at those 2 junglers on how they're gonna affect the early parts of this game.
And ang ganda rin ng ng Zenchao for the pick dun sa IIX kasi meron nga silang projectiles na nanggagaling kay Corky at the same time kay Talia, which is tatanggal niya yun if mag-ultimate siya.
That's right. And of course, you know, we're going into game number 2. I wonder, again, Tempo has shown us that they can come back from a loss. And we're going to see if we do go to 3 games once again. But we're going to see if IIX can close it out here in a clean 2-0. But of course, to bring you the action, casters, take it away.
Yung pinaka-kinakabahan lang ako dito, guys, kasi looking at the draft here of Tempo, one thing is kind of making me nervous. Parang ang hirap nito sa early game.
Yeah.
May hirapan si Suicune kung saan ba pwede gang at mo siguro top lane kasi yung bot lane, ang hirap nila mag-setup kasi from Ash, wala silang pan-setup talaga unless parang mag-walk forward si One Pill tapos like biglaan na lang na lumapit or pumalag sila Korkai. Ngayon nga, pumapalag talaga sila. Look at the damage output actually quite high on the side of IIXWR. Muntik na nga mga face breakers sa position. They was able to back away.
Yeah.
He's very low.
Actually, tinry talaga nila doon is ma-delay yung jungle ni Sui. Kung mapapansin mo doon, hindi niya hinit kaagad yung jungle camp niya. Inintay niya muna na, okay, medyo ligtas na ata yung bot lane ko at saka ako i-hit yung jungle camp.
Medyo, nag-overextend siya dun sa damage na tinatry niyang i-deal dito kay Yoichi and Korkai. Medyo nag-limit testing siya masyado doon and sobrang low niya ngayon, which is hard!
Uy!
Grabe yun. Yeah. That was very, very aggressive. But unfortunately, Precision didn't really need to use the flash.
Yeah.
So okay na okay pa rin siya. They're really trying to commit onto Precision and force him to either die or go back into the base. Because either way, it's gonna be a win. But now we see a rotation.
Look at the river series.
Papunta na nga. Ghost already invested. Flash in. Yuichi still able to stay alive a little bit. Has time to actually flash away dahil nawala ng vision si series doon.
Yeah, actually really lucky play then act for Yuichi Nagumo. Walang kaagad naglagay ng ward. So nag-break yung vision. Hindi niya nalut kaagad. Hindi niya nabatuhan ng damage. Yeah, actually really early gap.
Parang lahat ng parts ng map may pressure dito kaagad yung IIXWR. And that's the thing. That's a disadvantage of Tempo. And that's gonna be the first blood by IIXWR.
Yeah, first blood. Si Dizio gonna try to harass Karma from getting the glump. Hindi niya mapipigilan yon. And just think of it this way. Nakita kasi ng IIX na nag-start si Suik sa bot side. Alam nilang delayed. Nabigay yung info na yun kay Karma. So, using that information, 2 minutes later, inikot nila yung mapa kasama ni Onups para mahuli si Suik sa blue buff. Iba talaga, next level yung ginagawang gameplay ng mga teams na to.
And hindi natin nakita ulit yung gameplay coming from Onups na bumaba siya dun sa bottom lane.
Lobnos?
Ginamit na nga kaagad. Dizio trying to bait him out. Still has the DPS. I think he might need to
Sakit.
use the flash. But it does. Flawlessly. Kasi nag-flash din naman si Dizio. By the way, Karma did not take the blue buff. He anticipated na dun pupunta kaagad si Suicune. Kaso nga lang hindi yun yung ginawa ni Suicune. Nag-clear muna siya ng red side niya. So, maaabutan na yung blue.
Maabutan niya yung blue. And actually si Suik spotted here in the bot lane. Medyo maaga yung naging pasok doon ni One Pill. Ganda ng ward doon ng bot lane ng IIX.
Yes. And that's a failed, gang para dun kay Suik. Pero right now, kanina, going back to that team fights, natatawa lang ako kasi ang dami nangyayari. But at the same time, hindi siya natutuloy. Medyo messy on the side of Tempo. Pero parang meron silang gustong gawin eh. Meron silang gustong itry. Pero hindi siya nagtutugma dun sa gusto nilang gawin. Sana.
Yeah.
But,
binalikan na ni Karma dito yung blue buff na realize na parang nandun pa eh. Hindi pa kinukuha ni Suik. Akin na nga.
Sige na nga, parang okay na. Ano meron? Kasi I think all this time, akala ni Suicune nakuha na. So he never actually went there in the first place. Just hovering bot, taking thread, and then imagine na, okay, mamaya pa naman magsuspawn yung camps ko. Tapos, dapat ngayon na available, pero pagdating niya, it's
Wala na.
cleared.
Ayun na.
So, lalo siyang madedelay sa jungle niya. Kasi hindi na nga niya tinake yung camp na yun, natagalan pa bago i-take. So, pagbalik niya doon, mas matagal bago lilitaw. So, it's just a lot of things right now going in favor here for Karma. And it shows yung veterancy niya, also yung experience niya in the position.
Yes.
Mid lane.
Ako, Glacial Fisher gonna be such a response to Wicon going for the flank as well. Kaso gonna be ginamitan siya ng Showstopper.
Ganda.
Karma as well, looking for another potential re-engage as engage again by TMP. I don't know why they actually do that, but they managed to get the kill onto Karma. Dizio getting low in HP as well. IIXWR, looks like they're gonna be satisfied with that 1-for-1 trade, pero feeling ko parang medyo nabitin sila dun eh.
Muntikan pa maging 2 kills eh.
Nauntog eh.
Konti na lang.
Hindi tumagos dun sa pader eh.
Dito magkasapa na si Yuichi. Masyadong malapad daw. Di nagkasya yung helicopter.
Pinulang. Pero mainit dito sa top lane
Okay.
Tulak, okay.
Hindi ito mama.
Uy! Inangasan lang.
Inangasan lang.
Grabe ka man, boss. Inemotan lang. Ang ganda ng recall niya.
Actually,
Naingit ako.
okay.
Naka-basic lang ako na recall eh. We flag and drag, so we can getting knocked up, but that's a solo kill by Onops into the bottom lane kay Series, and they're gonna be getting another kill as well. Top side, one pill getting a little bit late there in the rotation, but they managed to get the stun onto Korkai. Cataclysm gonna be invested already by Karma. They're forcing them to back off.
Yeah, 2 kills coming here for IIX. One of them was a solo bolo from Onops against Series. Grabe talaga ang pinapakita dito na performance si Onops. Actually, Yuichi Nagumo might have gotten a solo bolo din against Precision in the mid lane.
Grabe
Medyo delikado dito para sa part ng tempo. Knowing na tumataba na naman si Onops and naka-Luden's Echo na siya.
Yeah. Uy. Nahuli niya, naka-mini null, delay dock na on the top side. Yeah, apart from the Luden's Echo na na-complete na dito ni Onops, may Essence Reaver na rin kasi yung Corki. So, ang sakit namin ng burst damage niyan kapag nakasalubog niya yung Ash.
I think it's gonna be the Infinity Orb second item as well for Onops. So, same build lang sa Oriana na kanina ng game number 1. Napaka-hapde.
Yes, and makikita naman natin ngayon kung gaano karami yung damage na binibigay dito ng isang Corki.
I think they might be able to get the steal just because of that showstopper. Parang thank you for the leash, I guess.
Thank you
for
for the leash.
Andun siya sa top set eh. Double objectives without the jungler. IIXWR just decimating this entire game. And man, Tempo, they cannot really find answers to the problems.
Iba yung thank you for the leash. Harap-harapan mong in-smite. Siya hindi. Thank you for the leash. Labas ka na dito, pre.
Okay, tapos sa yung trabaho
Pinalayas
mo.
pa.
Pinalayas ng smite damage na sana. The timing, man, is just frustrating. Yeah, frustrating. Sakit sa puso nun para kay Suwikon. Parang andun na eh. Andun na eh. Gusto ka na eh. Yun lang. Kaso hindi mo kasi tinanong eh. Ayun, napunta tuloy sa iba. Aray,
Iba tayo sa bakit mo di tinanong.
Para sa comsec dyan.
Wait lang. Wild Drums kasi yung usapan.
Wild Drums yung usapan.
Bakit wild din yung mga sinasabi?
Ano bang meron sa comsec? Pero, ayan guys, alam kong maulan ngayon, pero focus muna tayo sa Wild Drums.
Uy, si Siri, sinahabol dito.
Knock up and the takedown. Yeah, that's the only reaction we can really have there.
Ang sakit na masyado ni Onops. Makikita mo yung damage na binibigay niya. Tapos nandun pa sa gilid niya. Si Yuichi na nagbabato din ng mga bombs niya. So, ang hirap makipag-deal ngayon sa IIX. They have the damage like this.
And just the kidnap there onto the Brom. Another takedown as they attempt to take this tower or destroy this tower as well. IIXWR. No response from Tempo. Nothing that they can actually
Wait, a flashback?
What a knockback! Precision might actually burn down kasi may ignite and he's gonna be falling down. Tower, 3 kills in total. IIXWR ahead by almost 10,000 gold in less than 10 minutes into the game. 8 minutes pa nga lang eh.
Ito yung din ginagawa ng IIX kahapon eh. Sa dalawa nilang series, a lot of those games, 1,000 gold per minute ang ginagawa nila. And kanina pa, okay, Tempo, we've seen their performance yesterday, we've seen their performance today, and we know this is a solid team. But IIX, is telling us a different story. IX proving to us here in this game that they deserve the top spot.
Yun ang that's the goal, and that's so far their trajectory. Yun ang parang best anticipation na magagawa nila dito. Flawless performance. As always.
And actually, feeling ko, naririnig nila yung sinasabi niyo na na 14-minute yung nila, yung pinaka-mabilis nilang match. 14 minutes.
14
Eto, bibigyan namin kayo ng 12.
But again, the fastest game in the entire split 2 so far is 13 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yun.
Yun yung time to beat dito ng IIXWR kung gusto nila sila yung makakuha ng top, like the fastest game. Sa split 2 split 2.
Meron tayo ng mga leaderboard na segment, yung mga ganon. Kung gusto nilang sila yung mapicho, kailangan nila bilisan tong larong to.
Nako.
Bilisan nyo na sa damage na dinidil nyo. Naka-infinity orb na si Onop. So, masakit na yan. Nagki-critical na yung dyan. Medyo kawawa sa sa Ash dito kapag nahuli siya. Gaya nung nangyari doon sa mid lane kanina. Delikado. Kakalahati agad yung buhay niya for sure.
Iniisip ko nga dito kung anong pwede. Uy,
naku,
hinahabol si Siri.
Boy! Na naman! Remo,
Grabe.
mag-flash ka, Warp. Kaso nga lang, hindi sila malalayo dahil dyan. Wala ko na rin, natin sa buhay siya. Add ko na lang din, fastest game in split 1 is 12 minutes and 22 seconds. So yun, kung gusto nilang fastest sa fastest talaga,
2 minutes na lang.
Yun na lang, 2 minutes. They have to end this in 2 minutes. But Suicune getting caught out. Precision trying to help out. Kaso nga wala pa siyang bawas. Saka Kraken Spinner. Kaso nga dami mga nakapaligid sa kanya. And now even one pill might just die. Couldn't really escape anymore, especially because of that showstopper. Both of them are going to be flashing in as Karma just used the smite as well. Kaso nga may shield. So he's going to be able to stay alive. The pushback and then the face breaker into the punch dodged by both of them. IIXWR, the pressure is really felt here by Tempo. Even Yoichi going in. 1, 2, 3, kanya-kanya na being done by IIXWR. But they can do that. They have the luxury to do that.
Exactly. They have the luxury to do that na naghiwa-hiwalay sila. Si Onops sa mid. Yung apat na nasa bot kanina, naghanap ng sarili-sariling target. And the Dragon being taken as well by IIX. No one can stop them at this point in time from TMP.
Actually, kaya na nila kasing mag-isa-isa Kaya na rin naman ng Corki na maging mag-isa. Kung makikita mo, yung damage na dinidil niya dun sa lahat ng champion, talagang napupunit lahat Wala rin kayang pumalag dun sa Corki itself pero kung siguro by 2v1 or 2v2, kaya pa Pero sa damage na yan, na naka-magnetic blaster na rin siya, and onto the third item na, and sobrang sakit na niyan.
Yeah, sobrang sakit na dito ni Yoichi Nagumo. Kaya nakikita natin kanina, dumadive na siya
Wala Dominic na ata yan
wala siyang pakialam. Dumadive siya sa hindi niya nakikita kung ilan yung kalaban niya Ganun ka-confident na ngayon na pakiramdam ng IX. Makikita natin piniping na rin nila itong Baron dahil nakikita nila na yung bot lane. Baka pinupuntahan ng TMP. Actually, pinapadala nila ngayon doon si Laydokja.
Para hindi talaga makabawi.
Oo.
Paano?
Pero 2v5 yun sa bot lane,
One of Laydokja, 2v... Yeah, 2v5 in case!
Para sa
lahat ginamit nakakagin sa kanila, and looks like Autumn's gonna be falling down. Both of them shut down! And all the gold handed over to the Rise! So palo-palo talaga dito sa series. Might be an oopsie here. A big mistake by IIXWR, but they did secure the Baron.
Yeah, they did secure the Baron. I think medyo naging greedy doon yung IX. Sinubukan nilang, take natin yung Baron, madedep din natin yung bot.
Okay, magkakaroon tayo ng retake dito. Coming from Korkai.
Okay.
Flag and drag. Didn't connect, so no knock-up from Karma. Medyo mahapdi na nga yung Rise. I think he might even have enough money to get some of the component items of the Death Cap, and that's gonna be a massive power spike.
Oo. Naka-completed na siya ditong Archangel, setup na siya along with the Rod of Ages. That is a huge boost here for the Rise. Pero kanina din naman nakita natin na ang IX, okay, may lumalamang na doon sa kabilang team. Meron na sa kanilang medyo nakakuha na items. Baka ma-target, baka ma-focus nila din dito si series sa next fight.
Medyo nag-iiba na rin yung strategy nila dito. Going with that, Zio, na nagpupush na lang din siya doon sa top lane. Tight pressure.
Laser Fisher,
Force
used
flash
defensively, and flash by series. So mas vulnerable na ngayon yung Rise.
Yeah. Pwede nilang ulitin yun kapag may cataclysm na ulit si Karma at hindi na makakaalis yung Rise.
Tumama. Okay, sa pool.
Sa pool.
Kung hindi siguro nakita na nandun sila Karma, Zio will go for it.
Oo. Sayang. Yun na yun
Yun na yun.
Tagal nun. 2 seconds yun na stun.
Oo.
Pwede ba siyang magkape
Nakapag-scroll
nun?
pa yun. Oo.
Huwag ka muna gumalaw dyan, Onops.
Naka-reply pa yan sa Bebe Labs. Yan.
Ayan.
Then,
Baby,
replay
game
pa.
kami. Wildlands, Pilipinas. Wait lang, na-stun ako eh. Update muna ako.
Update muna. Nasaan ako, babe? Yan.
Yan, pero ito na, nagko-push na into the mid lane ng IIX.
Defense, so far, being diminished.
Ganda.
Rest and sweep, ginamit na nga dito ni Suicune para at least mapigilan nila yung pag-push dito ng IIXWR. But looks like damage still being thrown out there by the cannon minions. Iron Buff gonna be gone now, though.
Yeah.
So, at least yung maganda dito, Tempo didn't really allow IIXWR to end this fast. And maganda sa kanila yung scaling eh, kung sakali eh. Showstopper gonna be used here by Korkai, trying to punch his way through the members of Tempo, but is not gonna be allowed to deal any damage at all. But all the damage transferred to the towers instead. Completely wiped out lahat ng towers.
Yan, ganda nga nang naging call doon ng IIX. Sabi na, okay, nahuli tayo. Baka nahuli si Garman, nahuli si Korkai. Andun yung mga members ng TMP. Anong gagawin natin? Shoving yung topside. Let's go there and take the last inhibitor turret.
Actually, yun yung maganda talaga nilang pwedeng magawa dito kasi ang hirap na magko-commit sila doon sa isang 5v5. Tapos mangyayari lang din, hindi rin nila may ace for sure kasi yung Rise nila dito onto that play safe mode na build niya na yung Rabadon and papunta na siya sa 4th item. Masakit na feel na natin yung damage and medyo malaking threat to para sa IX. Though hindi pa naman natin nakikita yung effectivity niya masyado, pero once na magkaroon ng 5v5 clash, for sure, may mapipick off dito sa IIX and mahihirapan din sila eh.
Masok.
I think it's just a complete denial of any attempt by Tempo to get the Dragon Soul. Acquired dito ng IIXWR, but they're getting a little bit too deep. Korkai remaining alive though. 1 HP. Still breathing. Flash in by Yuichi. Really wanting to throw in the damage, especially because of the missile barrages. Even the flash in by Onops. This is going to be canceling him out, but still was able to get that kill in precision as well. Going to be the casualty of Tempo. And I think that's the answer of IIXWR to your question, Janera.
Yeah.
This might just be it.
This might be it. Nakakuha pa ng double, triple kill doon si Anops and another flash engage coming from him. This is just Onops. Really good play from him, from IIX.
And they're just going for the end. No game 3, no chance. Or a redemption by Tempo. It's the complete dominance. Back to back to back. Yung pala yung 3 ng IIXWR. Tatlong series sunod-sunod na 2-0.
Yeah, na tatlong 2-0. Galing dito sa team na to, IIXWR really, hindi lang ito road to redemption, but road to prove themselves to be one, if not the top team here in Wild Rounds Pilipinas.
Also, road to consistency. Nakita naman natin kung ano yung sinabi ni Giyang na back to back 2-0 and nagpapakita lang yon na kung ano yung ginagawa nila from scrims, RGs, and other tournaments na sinasalihan ng IIX. Kung nakikita nyo lang guys, yung mga ibang tournaments na community tournaments that we have for Wild Rounds is nandun din sila and isa rin sila sa mga teams na nagdo-dominate ng game and mas na-enhance pa yung skills nila at napapakita nila dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas, which is really good. Nakikita natin, flash in lang lahat sila dun sa sa kalaban di ba? They know how powerful they are and capable dun sa binibigay nilang gameplay and that's just it.
Grabe. IIX talaga really showing us here kung bakit sila isa sa mga top dogs natin and it's no longer just Karma's team.
Yes.
It's no longer that hindi na yun ang ating dapat na introduction dito sa IIX. It is Onops also one of their main carries. Laydok just finding his home in the top lane. Korkai making the big plays on multiple different picks. Hindi lang yung mga let's say na yung usual meta picks. Meron din siyang pinapakitang iba like itong set na to which is kilala din naman natin na pinipick dati as a support. But showing up here, a bit of a surprise and also a really good fit for the team. And let's not forget Yuichi Nagumo on the ADC position is one of the most consistent na ADCs that we have in this tournament. And it shows in this series. So really solid showing from IIX.
Saka si Korkai din Kumaga, him being able to utilize these kind of champions as well yung pagme-main niya or gagamit niya ng Rakan, tapos ito pa na set. Kumaga, it doesn't really need to use the typical standard meta champions to be able to have this kind of impact. No, we can use these like interesting champions as well. Ito yung set na napakaganda ng mga interruptions niya, yung pagkuha ng attention ng buong members ng tempo. It takes like 4 people to take him down as well.
Yes.
Including them using their ultimate then. And even having more damage than some of the members of Tempo. 10,900 yung kanya, kay Suicune 7,000, kay One Pill 8.4. Ganon, kaya taas yung impact din niya while like absorbing all the damage as well.
Mas mataas pa damage ka niya kay Karma. Pero kasi yun na, that's some of the things na kaya din gawin ng isang set. Kasi pag initcha niya yung tangke, may bawas yung paglapag.
Tapos yung sapak. Pero MVP pa rin. Karma. Definitely. 5-1 and 7 and kumaga
finisher
solid mga sa.
MVP at tayo tonight mga sa. W on the chat.
W on the chat. Pero grabe naman din talaga ang pinakita ni Karma, again going back to that early game kung saan na-track nila yung enemy jungler and went for the invade to steal a cap and get a kill.
Totoo. Honestly, I really felt yung early game pa lang, first 2 minutes, you could feel yung jungle harassment that was being done to Tempo. Honestly, I felt a little bad for them there because you could really tell how in control IIX was in that game. Of course, they had a lot of really good answers, but of course, IIX is gonna come up on top once again with a perfect record.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
3-0.
Di lang 3-0, 6-0 in
Yeah.
terms of games.
3 matches, all wins.
Yeah.
But of course, we have to have our third interview with them. Parang they're used to this already. But let's see who we have on the desk tonight.
Yun!
Alright.
Pogi naman yan! Oh
Grabe
my
naman.
God!
Grabe yung dimples. So napaka...
Wow!
Grabe yung dimples, abot kapitbahay.
Alden?
Guys, shy na siya.
Si Alden full charge. Ito pala si Alden full
Baka
charge.
di na makasagot pa ba yan?
Sige, alright. Serious mode, guys. Of course, congratulations on the win. Of course, perfect record dito sa Split 2. And of course, Giyang, I think since, you know, you're making fun of him, you start with the first question.
Yun! Isa lang una kong tanong. Bagong gupit ya?
First mate!
About the game. Ngayon kasi parang kumbaga undefeated yung scoreline nyo ngayon sa Split 2. Similar to how like SKL, PageUp had nung first parts ng Split 1 natin. How confident are you right now sa condition ng team nyo and this kind of roster? Ikaw, dating kasama mo si Karma, tapos tagal na wala. Tapos ngayon magkasama na ulit kayo. Tapos parang sobrang star team kayo. How confident are you right now na parang i-ace nyo itong Split 2? Sama na rin natin, theoretical or hypothetical, kung maglaban kayo ng PageUp or ng SKL.
Okay. Ano naman po, confident naman po kami pero ako po personally hindi pa po ako satisfied sa performance namin since parang nakukulangan pa po ako sa practice. And since may time naman po kami para mag-practice pa before playoffs qualifiers, pasok na po kami. Ganun. Tatry pa namin i-ayusin yung mga dapat po namin ayusin tapos yun. Ano lang, stay confident lang po kami talaga. Para 100% lagi yung performance.
Ayun.
You have to make sure, again, ito na yung last chance, of course, to go all the way to the playoffs, qualifiers to the playoffs, and of course, the finals, and maybe to South Korea. Pero Crazy Apple, you have a question?
Yeah, yun, again, congrats sa panalo nyo on Noob. So, for me, again, na-mention nga din to ni Giyang and ni Coach Rek before na you guys were teammates before ni Karma, pero may time din kasi na hindi kayo yung magkasama sa team. Ngayon na nabalik ka dito na magkasama kayo, ano yung, may bang naging mga changes, mga pagbabago, ano yung mga naging adjustment na kailangan nyo din gawin to make sure na maging successful kayo as a team?
Sa ngayon naman po, komportable naman na po sila sa akin. Kasi since ako lang po yung nabago. Tapos yung si Lay po, yung barley namin, comfortable na din naman po siya sa road. Ayun, yun, tulad lang din po sabi ko nung una, lang po, practice pa rin po.
Grabe no, actually, yun din yung siguro isa din sa gusto kong ma-compliment dito kay Onops kasi yung thinking na tayo nakikita natin yung game nila, it feels very, pulido, very great, very efficient. But he still sees ways na para ma-improve pa. Iba talaga yun yung parang thinking of a champion talaga eh.
That's right. And I think my added pressure then being the new guy on the team. But of course, the new guy comes in very, very strong. So, of course, it's a really good thing to see for IIX. But Janera?
For me, wala akong question. More of message. Like, based dun sa sinabi niya or sa mga sagot niya, I love na sinabi niya na stay confident lang, which is yun yung pinapakita niya sa atin right now. And nakita natin yun sa game. So, I hope na maging consistent ka lang sa kung ano yung ginagawa mo. Or mas maging consistent ka pa sa pag-improve individually and as a teammate.
Thank you.
Alright, noted daw.
Yun. Dadagdagan ko lang yun. Bibintaman ko lang. Para kasi ito si Onops, aside from like the scrims and all, he also does live streaming. Para sa lahat ng mga mid laners out there, me included, na gusto matuto mag mid lane or mag-improve and want to watch you live, saan namin ka makikita? And schedule.
Pwede niyo po akong panoorin sa TikTok at ano po wala po ako schedule random lang din po Yung app is Punos, the spelling is PUKNOWSS.
Ayun.
Alright, so guys, follow nyo. And of course, notifications on kasi the stream schedule is random. But of course, kung may notifications on, you'll get notified whenever he goes online. But of course, thank you so much again. And congratulations, Elet. And we really look forward to see your performance and the rest of IIX. Congrats! GG's!
Thank you.
Wow, parang super humble niya. Even though he's so good.
Yeah.
You know? And it's weird. It's always the really, really good players that are so humble.
Yeah, tsaka parang talagang nakikita pa niya that there's room for improvement and room for them to get better.
Right? But of course...
Ganun talaga si Onops.
Yeah, you know, how long have you known Onops?
What? 4 years?
4 years?
3 years, oh.
They go way back. But of course, speaking of going way back, we're gonna go way back in the back for a very, very quick break. But of course, do not go anywhere kasi may isa pang match tayo for today. And of course, it is going to be a banger. So make sure that you guys are back here in a few minutes and we'll be back with more Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open Split 2.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
witness my might.
The Earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up! Every stone weaves a different story.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dito sa Wildlands Pilipinas Open Split 2. And of course, we are now at the main event, the final match of the day. And of course, it is Elder Dragon versus Gensokyo. But of course, kung napansin nyo, we are now down to 3 here on the desk. Crazy Apple, please take care on the way home.
Ingat, ingat.
3
Okay
matches.
Okay lang, Crazy Apple, kung iniwan mo kami. Okay lang, yan talaga eh. Yan talaga eh.
Pero in fairness, respect to you, Kian. 4 matches today. And again, still one more. But of course, we're moving on to a new set of teams this time. So of course, it is Gensokyo versus Elder Dragon. Again, 2 very, very strong teams. Many, many very popular players. One of the some star-studded players that we have here. Dito sa Split 2. And of course, the entire Filipino wild around scene. But of course, you know, Gensokyo kind of looked a little shaky the last time we saw them.
Yeah. Kumbaga, medyo pare sila ng Elder Dragon eh. Na kumbaga, natalo sila ng game number 1 and then na-reverse sweep nila. Yung interesting nga na meron dito kasi parehong kinalaban nila doon is yung Lodimir. Lodimir won against Elder Dragon. Lodimir won against Gensokyo ng game number 1 tapos na-reverse sweep sila. So, I'm thinking this is gonna be quite an even matchup kasi just looking at Gensokyo, we saw their performance last split and they're looking forward to having their redemption time this split 2 and magandang matchup yung meron sa kanila kasi paluto sila Rebs eh.
Yes, I agree. And also, yun nga, in terms of the Gensokyo lineup, sila din actually yung parang nangunguna sa mga top kills, top damage, gold damage, gold that they inhibit dun sa game na yon. So sila din yung isa sa dominating players nung previous split. Pero here are, kilala nyo naman to guys, wala nang Elder Dragon. Pangalan pa lang eh, di ba? Isa pa lang player dyan, jungle pa lang, Serebenga na.
Kaya nagtataka ako yun sa IGNL, si Wakasa, saka si Marble, Savant. Flint. Godthon. Come on, bro.
Aura kasi yan, for the aura, you know. Savant, di ba? Parang yun yung extremely talented person, or naturally gifted, kumbaga. And God Thunder, syempre, aura. There's no higher aura than that, diba?
Papaka-Thor pa kasi si Wakasa eh. Pwede sa mga yan eh.
Pwede naman tawagin na lang natin
si Wakasa
Thor.
hindi yan God Thunder. Ibang God sa yan eh. Sa top lane.
Sa top lane.
Oh.
Okay. Baka Volley Bear, God Thunder, diba? But of course, predictions, I think all of us are going for Elder Dragon. But of course, this doesn't mean that we are rooting out Gensokyo just yet. Kasi sinabi mo kanina, again, Gensokyo, they do have maybe a little bit of a hard time sa game number 1, but they're always able to bounce back in game number 2 and number 3. And of course, sila yung usually at the top of our leaderboards every single week. So, yung players ng Gensokyo, they can put up the numbers. But of course, against an experienced team like this, can they put it up against this team?
Kumbaga I think yung more on decision, personally, decision ko dito kung why I voted for Elder Dragon din kasi is like sentiment lang. Parang nakita natin ng mga OGs and
Sentiment?
stuff,
Yes.
ganyan. Na parang okay sila Yamada, sila Rebenga, yung nakita natin yung performance sila, kumbaga even like last year nung mga iba pa yung team nila eh. Like, may AC Vanguard pa nga tapos
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh.
yung mga like OGs, and of course from way back yung mga initial seasons ng Wild Rift, ng mga may Icon series pa, ganyan. Kumbaga sila yung mga in terms of Wild Rift OG, hindi pa nga natin sasama yung LoL. Pag sinabi na natin League of Legends PC, ay nako, yun na.
Yeah.
It's reveal na talaga yung iba dyan.
I mean, how's Classic, guys? How's League Classic?
Masaya.
Masaya.
Masaya. Ang toxic ko dun. Kaya,
Wow!
oh, bumalik yung
Sample,
yung
di ba
pagiging,
yan?
oh my God. Hindi lang kalaban inaaway ko, pati kampe ko. Ganun oh my God. Like, hindi pwede. I cannot touch
Okay,
League Classic.
guys, if you play with Giyang, slash mute.
Pagkalaro niyo ako sa League, wag League Classic. Like, ayain ako yung normal,
Yung normal.
yung modern.
League.
Doon, bait ko sobra. Pero pag League Classic,
Your past self comes out.
bumabalik eh. Bumabalik eh.
Nade-trigger yung puzzle niya na parang, di ba pag sa League, sobrang tahimik niya. Yung League Modern ngayon tahimik lang siya kahit nagtatrash talk na yung mga kampi niya. Maingay sa paligid niya. Tahimik lang siya. Pero sa Classic, ay, parang
may hidden dark past ka.
Kaya minsan, yeah. Very, very dark past. Diba, parang tipong ayaw ng mga kampi ko sa akin kasi parang, okay, sige, paluto pero kahit ako inaaway ako eh. Parang gano'n, dumag na.
Oh my goodness. Giyang, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. It's gonna change my view of you.
Gano'n lang kasi ng growth yan.
Growth. Yes. Character
Personal,
development.
character development.
Takes many, many years, right? But of course, we've seen character development also from these two teams.
Yeah.
And of course, picks and bans, it's as we expect. And of course, securing the Ezreal first pick. Has there been a team that, although open yung Ezreal, did they not pick it?
Parang wala. Hindi.
Parang wala.
Parang
Ay,
always
prior kasi.
auto.
yes.
Kaya-
High pick talaga.
Yung poke, so much value from the poke, the damage output, able to self-peel a little bit.
And even kasi first pick mo yan, wala naman din kasing masyadong magiging risk para sa Ezreal eh. Kasi meron naman siyang pang dash out. And more on poking lang naman siya. So hindi mo rin agad-agad maka-cancel out ng kahit na anong champion. So it's in the safest place wherein pwede mo siyang i-first pick kung gugustuhin man ng ADC.
Oh, wait, open Zillion?
Yeah. Yung ngayon napapansin natin parang yung past 3 series, open yun pero walang gumagamit. Pero dito parang sa Gensokyo, di ba?
I think naban siya previous series.
Previous series
Match
naban.
3 naban siya. Oh, and interesting, my Fiora. We were talking about this earlier na although Fiora, really good dueling champion, doesn't really add so much to these team fights. So, I think we're gonna go for the Nunu here. Really, really good. I think Nuno is also one of the best performing junglers, I would say here. It doesn't show dito sa win rate niya, but you can definitely say it's one of those junglers that terrorize the lanes.
Nakatakot din kasi kumuha ng Fiora knowing na kung ano yung nangyari kanina sa Tempo and Bespren Esports, yung game 1 na yun, na Renekton Fiora yung magkatapat, tas talagang one side lang ng Renekton. Parang isang lane pa lang, 2,000 gold lead na. And I don't think Gensokyo wants that to happen. At least yung potential lang na mangyari yun. Kasi sobrang skill matchup kasi. And in a way, pagdating sa timing, lamang yung Renekton because the Fiora has to like guess when the Renekton will try to stun her. And medyo nakakabaliw yun eh.
Yes.
Parang mag-gaslight mo yung sarili mo. Oo.
Parang mabe-pressure ka into, i-stun na ba ako neto? Ay, hindi pa ata.
Hindi pa. Yan yun.
Hindi, parang i-stun na niya ako. Ay, hindi pa rin.
Yun.
Mag-overthink ka.
Overthink ka na talaga nun. Hirap yun. Stress yun. Hindi pwede.
Yeah.
Yan na lang, Nuno. Masaya gamitin yan eh.
Yeah. Roll ka lang ng snow.
Masasecure mo pa yung objectives. Mas, pa siya, mas effective. Pero, Elder Dragon here, securing Lucian. Probably ito na yung pangsagot nila sa Ezreal, which is really good para sa panlaban sa S dito. Damage potential wise, poking as well. Pero wala pa silang support as of the moment. Marami pang pwedeng ibagay sa Lucian, honestly.
Yeah. Yung katulad na nakita natin kanina, diba, namin din at some point.
So parang hirap na mag-nami
Yeah,
ngayon
parang
eh.
ang unfortunate ng outcome for that game. I was really hoping for more from that bot lane. Kaso, I think that was the game. They had like what? 1 minute gank from the mid laner?
Parang hindi na rin nakita yung full potential ng Nami and Lucian. But Yasuo, probably Gwen. Maganda ah. Gwen is actually a nice pick if ever na mag-Gwen top lane dito yung Gensokyo for yeah.
Right, a good pickup against the Sinzao.
Yun yung kumaga tatapat.
Yes. And right now, wala pang support dito yung ED. So more on support yung naban dito ng Gensokyo. Okay.
Pretty standard picks on the side of Gensokyo. Ito yung meta, ito yung sa kumaga comfortable rin sila na nagamitin. At most yung pinaka-cheesy pick lang sa Gensokyo is yung Nunu, but it's them using it, so they're very familiar with this kind of strat. I think they're gonna be focusing on pressuring the side lanes, not really to transfer it or convert it into kills, but to just provide safety for the scaling champions. Like yung Gwen, yung Camille, yung Ezreal, para mamaya kakayanin na nila pag nag-power spike na like first items or 2 items kapag sa Ezreal, kayanin na nila itong mga masasakit din eh. Yung sa side ng sa Elder Dragon eh.
Damage plus tankiness. You have 3 front lines here for the side of Elder Dragon. So of course, if we can get something from the Ezreal, you like small pokes here and there, that would be very, very helpful. And of course, the Camille to break through. But I don't know, I'm feeling mas leaning ako sa side ng Elder Dragon for this one. Although I like the picks here, I'd say mathematically these champions fare better.
Yes.
But something about Elder Dragon's comp tells me that Gensokyo's not gonna be doing a lot of damage.
I think it's the ease of execution. Yun lang. Parang ganun. Yung Ryze sa likod, yung Lucian, pwedeng humarap, pwedeng lumikod, pero may tatlong front line na pwedeng mag-provide lang ng safety sa kanila. Heroes entrance passage, this is gonna be a Galio support. So it's kinda easy to protect. Alam nila kung sino yung susugod, alam nila kung sino yung paprotektahan. Tapos sa side ng Gensokyo, what's good about their comp is I think the flexibility about it as well.
Oh, that's
Kasi
true.
ang dami nilang pwedeng gawin, wag lang sila ma-overwhelm. Yun lang.
Yeah.
Kasi pag nagkamali sila, ang dali lang sila counterin ng Elder Dragon eh. Kasi ease of execution ngayon sa kanila. So, I think the matchups are gonna be a big factor here. Ano yung lane situation ng bawat lane. Who's gonna be getting the advantage.
And of course, how our junglers interact with this. And of course, we have a Sinzao. It's going to be a very offensive jungler against the Nunu. But of course, it's game number 1 here for our final match of the day. It's Elder Dragon versus Gensokyo. And of course, to bring you guys the action, it's Giyang and Janera.
Thank you so much! But yeah, right now, ito na tayo sa start ng ating match 6. Match 4 today. Game number 1. And honestly, dun sa pick ng support dito ng Elder Dragon, medyo in-expect ko na baka mag-roam siya. Kasi pwede rin eh. For Ezreal and dun sa Zillion nila. But
ang problema lang na ban eh. Kanina.
Yes.
Tayo nga eh. Parang ganda sana yan. Kung sakali. Like proc. Ang laking tulong kasi din talaga ng but early invade coming in from Chemical Kid. Makuha naman nila yung blue. So level 2 na kaagad dito sa Chemical Kid. But Elder Dragon looks like they really want to punish this invade as the auto attacks come through. Ayagil getting low in HP. Chemical Kid as well. But Hachi nearly falls down. Karlsu will not really commit onto it anymore with the flash. Just wants to get that safety. Okay naman na sila. Technically ahead na sila dahil Rebenga doesn't have any camp secured just yet. Na-smite pa nga dito yung Gromp. So that's 2 camps secured by Gensokyo.
medyo masakit yun para kay Rebenga. Na-earlyhan siya ng blue and as well as yung frag niya na smite pa. So, ito rin kasi isa sa advantage ng Nunu eh. Kaya niyang mag-execute, like kaya niyang makaagaw ng monsters or jungle. Even yung objective sa late game is madali lang maagaw if ever na kaya mong i-timing yung skills niya. And if you really are like a good or great Nunu player, kayang-kaya mong gawin yun eh.
Potential gang? Hindi. Scuttle Crab lang gusto ni Chemical Kid. Pero medyo malalim na yung pwesto ni Waka sa may top lane. Rebenga as well, getting a little bit more behind than usual. Pero tayo naman yung makahabol. In terms of gold, hindi naman siya masyado behind. Like 200 lang yan. At most yung rotation line XP na total na ma-acquire niya, hindi siya abot. Technically, hindi siya abot ng level 5. Unless mag-antay siya or makinakaw siya ng onting XP sa isang lane. Kaya medyo mahirap yung sitwasyon niya.
Yes. Pero I think they're gonna be playing it safe as of the moment. Pero potential gank dito sa bottom lane pag nakuha niya tong scutter. Pero okay, maramdam sincerely. Medyo back lang muna tayo ng onte. And this is gonna be like, I think a chill game lang eh. Honestly, walang masyado nangyayari dun lang dun sa early, which is, I think talagang pinunteriya nila yung jungle ni Rebenka eh. Which is now yun din talaga yung ginagawa ni Chemical.
Ang bilis kasi talaga ng pag-rotate eh. Tapos kumbaga, mas matete na yung pag-level 5 kasi kinuha niya pati yung crowds eh.
Yes.
Grabe.
And level 5 na siya ngayon. Siya yung unang-unang nag-level 5. I think, oh God, Thunder. And Jay pala.
Naku, ito yung nakakatakot dito, Janero, kasi recall, time, Chemical Kid, tapos pwede siya dumiretso kaagad sa blue ni Rebenga. Papunta naman na si Rebenga doon, so pwede pa siyang i-assist. Kaso nga lang mag-recall si Marples, pati si Hachi, kaya this might be problematic. Unless Chemical Kid decides to not really go there. Pero mukhang papunta na sila eh.
Gagawin ulit nila! Uulitin ulit nila!
Ayan na, round number 2. But it's time. Okay, nakaabot na naman sila Marbles. Pati si Hachi. Pero natin Justice Punch. Nakuha naman. Kahit pa paano kasi hindi pa level 5 si Rebenga. Medyo alanganin nga yung pwesto dito ni Sincerely. But looks like they're just gonna be snipping its way to secure the first blood in this game. Wakas are gonna be going in, especially with the flash invested as well. But Igel getting a low HP does have the revive. But he's gonna be reviving amongst 4 members of Elder Dragon. And looks like they're just gonna be giving the kill to Yamada.
Medyo, delikado sa part na yun. Pero nagkabigayan. Talaga nagpo-focus sila dun sa part na nakukuha ni Chemical lahat ng monsters or jungle. Basically, yung primary na kailangan dito ni Rebenka in order to rotate more and makatulong sa teammates niya. Nahihirapan siya ngayon na nakikita natin. Talaga niriting nila yung fight dun kanina sa blue. And nagtagumpay sila. Nakuha niya yung blue. But then again, nagkaroon na ng onting changes, which is nandun na nga yung teammates ni Rebenga in order to support him para lang makuha yung blue niya, but hindi sila nagtagumpay doon. But still, nakakuha sila ng kills, which is a very good deal para sa isang Ryze.
Ayun yun maganda. Nakakuha sila ng kill kahit di nila na-secure yung blue. Hassle nga doon para sa kanila kasi buong fight na yun, hindi level 5 si Rebenga kaya hindi siya nakagamit ng Crescent Sweep niya. Kumaga parang nerf to the ground siya sa laban rin kaya namatay din siya. And this time, it looks like Elder Dragon with the resources that they have acquired, they want to get the blue this time. Kaso kung dito talaga nila makuha, grabe talaga yung pag-secure dito ng Nunu. And Cecilia gonna be joining as well. Heroes entrance for the zone control, knocking up 3 members. But Rebenga, again, gonna be falling down. Justice Punch by Hachi, trying to help up the team. Kaso nga lang, medyo kinukulang talaga sila ng bawas. The damage is too high, but Marbles actually carrying the team alongside with Yamada. The damage output is just too insane, getting the triple kill before it actually falls down. But Karlsu secures his own triple kill. Isang arcane shift na lang. Doesn't have the flash and looks like he's just gonna be letting Yamada flee.
Ang ganda. Ang ganda ng nangyaring trade, to be honest. Tinatry nilang kunin yung blue dito ni Chemical, but still, hindi sila nagtagumpay. Although, ang ganda na naging trade na kills na napunta dito para kay si Vante Flint.
Kay Marbles.
Ang haba naman kasi yan, Marbles. Marbles na lang, okay? Pero yun nga, ang ganda ng trade na yun Ngayon Essence Reaver na siya. So, mas nagde-deal na siya ng damage ngayon. Medyo masakit na. And mukhang muntik na makapatay doon si Kaisu or si Karlsu. Which is, pwede niyang ma-turn down si Yamada. Nakatakas pa rin, which is really good para sa isang Ryze. Kasi mag-i-scale lang yun na mag-i-scale all throughout the game. And ngayon, build na ata siya ng Rod of Ages.
Oo nga. Archangel staff. Kumbaga, accelerated yung scaling dito ni Yamada. Dahil kahit assist lang yung mga nakuha niya, meron pa rin naman yung gold eh. And now, he is trying to pressure someone that cannot really be pressured sa objective kasi Nunu yan eh. Pero Gensokyo also pressuring Elder Dragon. Baka makaabot pa nga yun ngayon delikado dito. 360 HP pero nakuha pa na naman with the smite of Rebenga. Knock up here onto him as well. And all the defenses just used by Elder Dragon to protect everyone.
Grabe yung pressure dun kay Rebenga. Honestly, dito sa game na to, kasi lahat ng monster niya, lahat ng jungle niya daw kukuha, nahihirapan sila makipag-deal. Gaya nito, kukunin lang din ulit nila yung blue, which is I don't think na parang naging big deal na lang din dito sa Elder Dragon. Para sinabi na lang na, sige, pakuha nyo na yan, wala tayong magagawa. Ang hirap din talagang agawin eh. Pero it's a nice trade. Actually, nakuha nila yung Infernal Dragon, which is good para sa kanila kasi extra damage yan.
Alam ko nga pupunta pa sila sa sa may red side jungle ni Rebenga eh. Kasi kakaspawn lang yan. Buti na lang hindi kasi makukuha na niya. Kung parehong buff hindi na makuha the entire game, that's gonna be a nightmare for him. Looking at the gold, lamang na 1,000 halos si Chemical Kid sa kanya. Total gold, yun na lang din naman. 1k gold lead lang. So not really too devastating for the side of Elder Dragon. What's good about their comp is that they do have a very strong late game scaling composition. Lalo na dahil sa Rise, the impact of this champion is just too high. Kaya nga ang daming beses na ni-nerf or tune down din yung champion na to. Sincerely as well though, medyo paldo siya eh. Dahil sa mga kills and assists na nakuha niya, 2-1-3 nga yung score niya and even has the Rift Breaker already.
Yeah, and medyo mahirap na nga din makipag-deal sa isang Gwen dito, no? Gugupit na lang yun mamaya and mahirap din talagang labanan. But God Center here, or Wakasa, is actually doing a great job dito sa top lane and medyo hindi natin napapansin pero napakalaki ng impact na binibigay niya in terms of team fights kasi nandun siya lagi.
Yung mahirap lang dahil naka-Divine Thunder dito si Jay kaya napakakuha na talaga niya especially with the procs there, but Hero's entrance and the engage with Rebenga might give them the chance to win this fight as Wakasa survives with 1 HP. Andiyan na nga si Aya gets through barrage, not landing the mark onto Wakasa, barely surviving. Napakalapit na siya para siya yun. Rift Herald gonna be spawned as well into the top lane to try and secure this tower. It's not gonna be enough. Looks like they need to really push this dive. Flash engaged by Hachi and the follow-up by Yamada as well. Ayagil going on the wrong side of the map. And looks like Elder Dragon is just gonna be letting him live. Okay na sila doon.
Okay na sila doon. Sige, nakapag-push na tayo. I think nakabawi na tayo kasi looking at the gold lead right now, nabaliktad na nila. And actually, nakabalik na rin siya in terms of gold here. Kung mapapansin natin, si Rebenga nakakill siya doon, which is actually a great thing kasi nakakuha siya ng gold and medyo na fix nun ng very light or medyo yung gold lead na deal dito with Chemical Kid. But going back with that, maganda yung trade na nangyari. Medyo kinikip up lang ng Elder Dragon yung sarili nila in terms of the team fights as well. Siguro doon na lang din sila bumawi since it's already 5-9.
Alanganin yun. Calling, flash, lahat ginamit. Carl's just dead. That easily because of the engage there by Marbles. Hero's Entrance is gonna be denying the Hextech ultimatum of Jay as well, not giving them a chance to fight back. And dito na rin si Wakasa just preventing anyone from surviving. Look at the damage coming in from the Gwen though. They need to be very careful because of that. Chemical Kid just gonna be the target and he falls down alongside with 2 other members. Wakasa slice and dice to secure a double. That's 4 casualties for Gensokyo.
Grabe. I love how invested dito lahat ng side ng Elder Dragon, especially Marbles doon. Talagang binigay niya lahat kahit na may risk na nandun yung Camille doon sa side niya. Knowing na possibly bumaba yun, pero binigay niya yung flash niya, he dash in and then he secured the kill na ganun-ganun lang kabilis at hindi siya namatay Nakakapag-free hit pa siya dun sa laban and he almost got killed. Pero ang ganda ng pagpasok ng Hero's Entrance ni Hachi Saktong-sakto dun sa
counter sa Camille talaga.
Yes.
Counter na counter yung Camille dahil lang sa gali na yan. Hindi siya makapag-punish siya pa ang mas napapunish si Jay. And gold swing. Napakalaki kanina. Lamang na 1k yung Gensokyo and then 3,000 gold swing. Now, after that fight, it's another set of 3,000 or 4,000. Kaya ngayon, malaki-laki na yung gold lead ng Elder Dragon. Bawing-bawi na si Rebenga. Lamang pa nga siya ng halos 1,000 kay Chemical Kid. Kaya kahit pinugbog siya ng sobra ng early game na yun, kahit lahat ng investment or effort na ginawa ng Gensokyo noon ng early game, sa mga rotations, sa mga invades, everything is just nullified.
Yes, and well, I think we expected this already, knowing na si Rebenga. Parang ilang taon na ba yan dito sa Wild Rift? Parang season 0 pa ata naglalaro to and League as well. Knowing na tagalan na nang lalaro, diba? So,
yun nga yung sinasabi nila kumbaga, unang nangyari nga sa lahat, diba? Yung just gumawa ng Let There Be Light, sabi niya. Alam mo kung ba't niya ginawa yan? Kasi sabi ni Rebenga, ang dilim daw Yun. Yun lang yun. Request ni Rebenga yun. Ganun katagal na si Rebenga. Hindi daw siya makapaglaro ng Wild Rift. Dahil ang dilim daw.
Okay. Madali lang ako kausap. There will be light.
Oh, ganun.
Diba? Is this
No, Hachi, nag-iisa, pero pupuntahan niya si Wakasa, Rebenga, papunta na rin, sasamahan sila, kaso nga lahat
Medyo
binigay na
delay.
talaga dito kay Hachi, nabuhay pa rin naman, execute dito, kaso nga lang meron naman heroes entrance dito si Hachi, talaga pang zone, double knock-up, and looks like the turnaround just gonna be amazing, free hit lang para kay Yamada, Marbles as well, looking for an entry for that dash, Wakasa just zoning everyone out, as Chemical Kid just dies, no trades whatsoever, and 2 members just dead on Gensokyo.
Ayun lang, sinumulan yung laban ngayon. Sila yung natapos doon sa 5v5 na yon. Although nagkaroon ng onting delay coming from the Elder Dragons teammates, naging perfect timing pa rin yun para makapasok si Hachi and as well as Marbles para matulungan sila Rebenga doon. And they won that team fight. And right now, I think this is a sure Baron para sa kanila. Well, this is just the first Baron lang naman dito sa game. Pwede pang bumawi yung Gensokyo dito in terms of just igniting the Baron na sure. Pero we'll see. Kasi tingnan mo, gumagawa din naman sila ng trade-off sa bottom lane.
Push na lang kahit papano para may mabawi yung Gensokyo. Kaso nga lang, mas makakapag-push na yung Elder Dragon. They can go with a 1-3-1. And laning-wise, bawi na din kasi si Wakasa. Hindi na siya kaya ng Camille. Kahit naka full lifesteal item and execution calling ang Camille, may hirapan na siya dito sa Renekton kasi may Baron buff, tapos may Hullbreaker pa siya. Tapos may Executioner's Calling pa. So, fighter build to, kahit paano. So many procs as well on the auto attacks and pwede pang mag-rotate dito yung ibang members ng Elder Dragon. So, Gensokyo might lose all their outer turrets. Worst case scenario, masasama yung inhibitor. So, they're gonna be trying to defend their tier 1. At least, okay pa yung tier 1 nila. So, ito muna yung unang masasacrifice sila na tower while Wakasa is pushing bot lane but they're wanting to really get that engage.
Ganda.
Nakakatakot nga lang yun.
Yeah, nakakatakot nga pag pinasok ko na lang bigla kasi they are going in for that fight.
Naku!
Hoy!
Kita
Rooted!
yung Camille, pero
Okay.
okay naman kahit paano. And take note Jay sincerely is actually pushing top lane. So kahit paano meron silang nakakuha ang bawi.
Yes.
Hindi nila sinasabayan o depensahan yung bot lane nila. Hinahayaan na lang nila kasi kumaga parang anticipated na nila yan. So that forced out Yamada's rotation towards the top side. So it's
Kulang
in a
sila.
way a bit of a win for both sides. Kumaga damage mitigated for Gensokyo and for Elder Dragon naman gold acquired kahit paano.
Yes. And I think naging mas worth yun para sa Elder Dragon even though napushan sila dun sa top lane. Kaya nga sinabi mo, mangyayari din talaga yun. Pero mas lamang pa rin sila sa trade doon. Having that turret push dito sa middle lane and dito sa bot lane nila, almost an inhibitor turret na dun sa baba nila medyo pulado na. So, actually, isang team fight na lang to or kayang-kaya na nilang tapusin if ever since it's a 14 or 15-minute mark din naman and 16 minutes mawawala na yung barrier ng base nila. So, magiging madali na lang actually para sa Elder Dragon if ever na manalo sila sa team fight.
30 seconds, no? Bago mag-spawn yung Mountain Dragon natin. No soul! Kasi nakuha ng Gensokyo yung una kanina, tapos Elder Dragon naman sa pangalawa. So, this time, walang pwedeng makakuha ng yung massive buff na yun. Ang pinaka-nakakatakot nga lang, yung Baron na pangalawa. Kasi dun na pwede gamitin ng Elder Dragon, pampush na talaga, pambasag ng inhibitor towers. And looks like they're also wanting to potentially either zone them out or engage onto them. Parehas kasi pwede nilang gawin. Kailangan lang nila mag-ingat sa Gwen kasi 3-item power spike na with Death Cap. This Gwen hurts so much now.
Yes, and also may anti-heal din yan. So, hindi rin sila agad-agad makaka-damage as well. But I think, hindi na nila i-push ng Dragon Pwede na nga silang, mag-Baron if ever Pero, you're still gonna get it. Dagdag barrier din yan. And, Gensokyo doesn't even care right now kung anong mangyari. I think they're just waiting for the perfect timing para makapag-pick up sila ng at least one. Which is, I think, gagawin nila ngayon. But, yeah, ang hirap gumawa ng mistakes, honestly, dito sa time ng game na to. Kasi isang-isa lang yung parang matanggal dito sa both teams. It will change the game. It will change the team fight. So, kailangan nilang mag-ingat. Kailangan nilang magbantay more on the map kung nasan ba yung kalaban. But God Thunder here is just putting pressure here since meron ng Baron.
And take note ginamit na ni Sincerely kanina yung Ghost niya, naghahabol siya. Kaya ngayon, kung mag-asya lang walang Summoner spell, Hexagon
Okay.
Divinum gonna be used here onto Hachi. This time they're trying to take down the one that is
Okay ba?
being the hero most of the time. Wakasa gonna be joining, kaso nga lang kahit may dominance na, napakasakit talaga dito ng Gwen. Revive gonna be used here, at least onto Chemical Kid. Napakasakit na the zone as well. Across the street, Sana ni Revenga to push them back. But it's not gonna be enough, not there in time.
Medyo
Interrupt
makalat.
lang. Daming ginamit. Para at
Yeah.
least makakuha ng kill, pero wala nakakuha. Panalo nga lang dun sa pag-zone yung Elder Dragon is because most of their members are actually still quite healthy. Iba sa kanila kinailangan pa pumunta na bot lane. Jay is gonna be there, but does have the teleport. He's gonna be using it towards the top side
Medyo late
as
na.
everyone is gonna be turning here onto Chemical Kid. Kaso nga lang yung gilid nila, kailangan ingatan. Sincerely, actually, there's so much damage! Look at the damage coming in from this Gwen, but he's gonna be targeted as well, and there's gonna be no revive for Aya Kill! This time, wala nang bawi yung Gwen! And Elder Dragon, they spot the opportunity. Yammer as well, going on the flank. Hachi trying to get towards them, but being slow, being stunned by the members of Gensokyo. 2 casualties by Gensokyo, but now Elder Dragon has the chance to maybe start a push into the top lane and set up vision on the bot side river.
Ang ganda na nangyari. Honestly, ang ganda ng retake nila doon, nung Gensokyo. They tried to win the team fight, pero hindi talaga kaya eh. Medyo mahirap. Ang tanky na din ng side ng Elder Dragon here in terms of God Thunder. Andyan si Yamada na medyo mabigat na,
Naku!
makunat na. And also, Hachi is there. And
Saka sila
Rebecca
nakakuha ng
as
Baron,
well. And hindi nila nakuha. Hindi nila nakuha yung Baron, Elder Dragon, kasi kung makikita mo, na, medyo kinabahan si Boss Rebs. medyo na, nanginig yung kamay niya. Napa-retry siya agad. Napa-smite siya agad doon sa Baron. And then, nakita yon ni Chemical Kid like an opportunity na i-push na lang yung Baron instead of having a team fight. And nakuha nila.
There's a push in the top lane as well. 10 seconds before the Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon, they're feeling the pressure. Medyo nakakatato para sa kanila. 2v1 against Wakasa. Wakasa has to stay alive and defend this, but it's taking so much damage already there. Might actually die. Yamada gonna be joining them as well. Jay getting low in HP. Habang sinisimulan na dito ng Gensokyo yung Elder Dragon. It's gonna be a 3 versus 3 in the bot side river. Meanwhile, a 2 versus 2 in the top lane. And looks like they're trying to transfer, trying to go towards the bot side river this time. But look at the Gwen. Sincerely, might actually try to push top lane instead. Tiwala na lang sila dito kay Chemical Kid. And it's gonna be the battle of junglers there. Whoever gets the Elder Dragon might potentially just win the game. There's a wave into the mid lane as well. The Gwen is gonna be on the way. Teleport gagamitin na dito ni Wakasa. Chemical Kid being the target this time around, and there's no revive. Sinubukan na mabuhay. Kaso is gonna be taken down. 3,000 left here on the Elder Dragon. His turns is gonna be invested by Elder Dragon as well. Kaso nga lang yung Gwen. Napakasakit yung Gwen. Sincerely, gonna be focusing onto the Elder Dragon. He's gonna be getting it as well. The mid laner of Gensokyo just saved the game. And looks like they're gonna be wanting to push mid lane or end the game through the top lane.
Grabe, ang daming nangyayari dun pa lang sa top lane and doon sa Elder. And it's just so intense. But Yamada here trying to fight this. Pero with that Elder Dragon buff, I don't think de-defend niya pa to. With that 3v1 situation right now, this game has ended.
In a blink of an eye, in a split decision, and just one minor mistake, everything just collapses. And Elder Dragon gonna be bowing down for game number 1. Gensokyo, match point in the series. Napakagandang performance yun, lalo na kay Sincerely, that split decision making ng pag-push. Gusto niya na mag-push ang top lane, tas hindi. Pumunta siya, nauna si Wakasa ng onte, pero sakto yung timing niya kasi wala na nakatingin sa Gwen. Wala na nagtatrack sa kanya. Nakakuha siya ng isang kill, diretso sa Elder Dragon, pagka-snip-sip, boom! Yun na, nagsabog na ang lahat.
And also, yung decision making niya na yun, yeah, you're correct. It made the whole entire game turn upside down to their hands. Dahil, kung makikita naman natin, medyo lugi pa nga sila dun sa Elder team fight na yun eh. Pero kasi yung pressure na binibigay niya, knowing na nakapag-item na siya, mabilis lang siya makakapag-push. Kapag hindi pumunta dun si Wakasa, it's gonna be an end for them. Kaya kailangan meron tumapat. Pero yung pressure din kasi na pupunta dun sa may Elder Dragon, kayang-kayang agawin dito ni Chemical Kid. Knowing na all throughout the game, inaagaw niya yung monsters or jungle ni Revenga. And it's a real pressure para sa kanila, even though with that with that experience of being a jungler for a long time, ang hirap eh. Nasabayan ka ng isang Chemical Kid.
Grabe din kasi, actually yun nga isa sa mga naging problems dito ng Elder Dragon, the bullying that Gensokyo did this entire game, or the early game. Nabawi naman nila eh. Actually, naging ahead pa nga sila ng 5,000 o almost 6,000 gold ata. Yun yung naging kalamangan nila. But everything just fell apart after the power spike of Gwen. This is one of the reasons why this champion is just kinda just busted under the hands of a wonderful, talented player, and sincerely definitely demonstrating how big the impact can be when it is used like very efficiently. Yung mga positioning niya, yung mga timings niya, yung mga burst niya, yung mga target selection niya, and the way that he just handled that final fight. Props din sa buong team dito ng Gensokyo. Grabe yung mga positioning nila, yung mga saves sa ginagawa ni IIXWR, Carlso as well, just free hitting, trying to be very felt in the team fights as well. Si Jay sa mga split push siya and everything, just efforts made by this amazing team to secure the game. And unang game pa lang to ng series natin. Highest damage is Carlso. That's why we mentioned a while ago yung impact niya. Kahit mas nakikita natin yung parang highlights sa fight na yun, yung steal na ginawa ni Sincerely, yung mga position na ginagawa ni Jay, pag frontline ni Chemical Kid, and pag save ni IIXWR. All these time na nangyayari yun, Carlso is just free hitting.
Yes, that's correct. And kita-kita na naman natin, 48,000 damage coming from him lang. And I think it really is commendable na siya yung MVP of the game with a 3-4-6 na even though di natin masyadong nababanggit nga sa game, gaya na sinabi mo, Giyang, but nandoon siya, he was there, and that is 3-4-6 KDA and 15,000 gold, 90% and TVF, that stands for team fight participation, and also damage dealt is 48,000. That is so big.
Pero yung kay mid lane talaga, grabe. Yung sa Gwen. That was just the game-changing moment. Yung siya yung nakakuha kasi parehas naging busy na talaga. Chemical Kid was dead. Siya yung talaga pinakaginawang target dito. So many things went on or happened in that game, and so many things can happen in the next succeeding games. And I think this time, mas kailangan mo na bumalik ng drawing board ng Elder Dragon dahil kumbaga parang yun na yun eh. Tempo na nila sana yun kaso bigla nawala sa kanila. But they do have time kasi at least kumbaga meron naman tayong maikling pahinga bawat game natin, and bago tayo pumunta ng game number 2, we'll just be heading down a very short break. See you guys for game 2.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, dito sa Wildlands Pilipinas Open Split 2. And that game took an unexpected turn at the very, very end. Elder Dragon had a massive lead throughout the game. But of course, Gensokyo will take some unexpected turns and imagine turning it around in a 1v3. Kawawa naman yung last player ng Elder Dragon.
Imagine mo yun yung naging pinaka importanteng part ng match, and Gensokyo won against Elder Dragon by getting the Elder Dragon.
Yes.
Oh my god, wow. The irony of it all. And imagine nyo, from a 6-17 difference in score all the way to the end. Again, this you could say na on paper this should not have been Gensokyo's game, but of course the play, yung false sense of security that Elder Dragon had there, I think maybe let their guard down in the end. Because I think those are, unexpected ng movements from Gensokyo.
Grabe, ang ganda ng... I mean, one of the reasons why talaga nanalo sila is the pulling that they did. Kumaga, dun nahirapan sa pag-power spike na nila Yamada, especially si Rebenga, talaga pinaka nahirapan siya doon. Pero, ganda na bawi na nila eh. Lamang na sila eh. Kumaga, if you watch that from the beginning, may kita mo na parang GG na ata yung Elder Dragon dahil hirap na hirap talaga si Rebenga, parang level deficit, ganyan. Tapos nakikita mo parang, hindi naman pala lamang ng gold masyado. Parang kaya. Tapos parang nakabawi sila, tapos sila nilamang parang, grabe nga nito, palo na si Rebenga, palo na yung iba, parang kaya na ito, and then that happened. Parang, so many, kumbaga, baliktaran yung laban, kaya ang ganda din ng game 1 natin.
Grabe yung yung bigayan nila doon. So, nung first minutes of the game, in-expect ko talaga na, grabe yung improvement dito ng Gensokyo. Though, malakas na team naman na din talaga sila from the previous split. Pero, alam mo yun, talagang meron silang binibigay ngayon na kakaibang gameplay na it actually worked. Pero meron pa ring miss dun sa mid-game kasi nakabawi yung Elder Dragon, which is ina-expect din naman natin from them kasi Elder Dragon yan, 'di ba? Which is kilala naman na dito na as in palong-palong mga players. Pero yung nangyari dun sa sa Elder Dragon na yun yung hindi natin ina-expect lahat.
Grabe yun. Sobrang gusto ko yung ginawa doon ni Sincerely. And ang dami nila nga parang, nagkaroon pa ng decision making si Sincerely pati si Jay. Kung sino ba yung dapat mag-stay doon sa may top lane para tumapat sa Renekton kay Wakasa. Tapos parang si Sincerely yan. Tapos parang hindi nila tinuloy din. It's something na maganda panoorin nyo guys ulit. Tapos siguro yung last part, maybe slow it down, try to adjust. Coach Rek, alam ko nanonood ka. Alam ko i-analyze mo yun, i-vote review mo yun. Sobrang ganda nung kumaga yung every thought process ng every player na nangyari sa last fight na yan. But moving on, game number 2, they have to make adjustments. Elder Dragon, isa sa mga adjustment na ginawa nila is transitioning from red side to blue side para sila may first pick prio, and Gensokyo yung kailangan mag-ban ng mga meta champion or yung mga potential gamitin dito ng Elder Dragon.
That's right. And of course, going back sa outcomes and how game 1 was played, you could say na although Elder Dragon, diba, they always play from behind, I think ito yung parang strong suit nila. Ito yung advantage nila over everyone else in a split 2, and it's that experience and yung macro plays that they're able to do as a team. Although they can be behind, they're able to figure out who should be where, the lane swapping and everything, and of course the way that they played everything to come back from the loss, it was all there. Again, yung nangyari in the end was just, you could say, an unfortunate event.
Yeah.
Kumbaga, right?
Isang awit moment, yung kumaga para,
yun na lang, where you could say na Gensokyo got lucky, but at the same time, what is luck if not being in the right place at the right time for an opportunity, right?
Yeah. Yun eh. I mean, luck can always be a factor, but it's you deciding to be in that moment that makes the
and
the
if
entire
you're
difference,
ready
to take
that opportunity.
Si Sincere, nakita na eh. Parang, ito yung
Parang
panalo namin.
motivational. Yun yung life lessons from Wild Rift.
Parang nakita niya ito yung panalo, ayun yung goal.
Kaya guys,
diretso ka sa goal.
Sarap, yung camera. Yan. This is the sign, guys. Message nyo na yung crush nyo.
Bakit ba tayo nandun sa topic na yan? Napapansin ko lang may napapansin ako eh.
Babalik tayo dyan.
Parang ganun yung focus. Yun yung goal.
Ang sim!
Diba? Pero going back, guys, kidding aside, these are right now, the bans, wala namang actually nagbago dito. Mostly jungle side of the ban. Pero makita tayo ng Aatrox ban here, knowing that Wakaza is one of the most known player in playing Aatrox. So, mahirap din i-open yan. But they have already picked Poppy, which is a great pick para sa early side and a tanky type of champion na sinecure nila agad dito, as well as very useful in terms of team fights then. But then, sinagutan nila agad ng Rumble and Corki. Actually, maganda.
Ooh,
okay.
I like the adjustment and the initiative here ng Elder Dragon kasi kinuha nila yung Poppy na pwedeng kumounter. Kaya kasi ng Poppy yung Fiora eh. So they essentially unlocked the Fiora by picking the Poppy as well. Not sure about the Malphite hover, pero yan, unlikely naman na mangyari yun. But the Rumble is a good pick as well. Kasi I think they thought na maybe this Poppy is gonna go top lane, ganyan, pero mas likely na maging jungle yan para kay Rebecca.
Very tanky pick.
Yes. Actually dito, pwede yung Poppy is support pa. But knowing Wakaza kasi he uses that as well. Pero may Fiora kasi. So that's probably his champ. Pero going on here, if wala pa silang support with this lineup already, pwede pa silang mag-roam, honestly. Kasi hindi naman naban. Pwede nilang i-pick off yun. Laban dito sa lineup. Wise dito ng Gensokyo. Pero I think this is already their bottom lane. Supposedly. Kasi wala pa silang mid. Wala pa silang jungle for sure. And yun lang din talaga yung pwede nilang i-focus as of the moment. Medyo lumiit na yung pool. Kasi sobrang daming naban sa jungle side. Pero marami pa namang pwedeng mapili, honestly.
Ang gusto dito i-switch up ng Elder Dragon and Gensokyo, having their solo laners be on the side lane and yung Dragon laners sila mapunta sa mid lane, they can go for something like a Jax para dito sa side ng Gensokyo. Still is available, kaya pwede nila i-pick up yan. Yun yung makakatapat sa Fiora in case, and then the Rumble can deal with the Poppy kung sakali may side laner ito. And they do hover that so far.
There's the call.
Yun nga. Naging
red like a
okay, yun yung
book.
adjustment.
Wow.
Usually kasi ganun ang ginagawa na pag nangyari, para okay, lugi tayo sa draft. Baguhin natin, ibahin natin yung lanes. Try natin parang i-reassemble. Okay,
Yes.
pag dito baka mas gumana. Kasi strong matchup yung Corki and Nautilus eh. Kaya nila yung Zaya. I like the Mordekaiser pick though. So mukhang ito naman yung adjustment na ginawa ng Elder Dragon. Okay, let's have the Poppy commit in the jungle or in case pwede naman din yung Fiora yung maging jungle kung sakali. Depende kay Rebecca na yan eh. Kasi kaya naman ni Wakaza, kaya niya gamitin yung all three champions na naka-hover na yan. Tapos, have the Gragas as a support para at least meron silang pan-disrupt imbis na yung Braum kasi ang maganda na gawin dito ng Elder Dragon is if sinecure nila yung same work, same effect din ito, yung cast saka yung Transcendent Embrace. Pag sumugod yung Jax, wala makaka-follow up.
That's
or yung
true.
Nautilus. Yun lang.
And I really like yung Mordekaiser pick. I think this is the first time we're seeing Mordekaiser dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open in Split 1 and Split 2. Really nice first time that we're seeing it here on the Rift. And I think na the way they're gonna utilize this is yung ultimate niya. Obviously, if anyone on the side of Gensokyo becomes a problem, you just press ult.
Okay.
And they're out of the picture.
Very aggressive pick again by Gensokyo, having the Hecarim. Wala nga lang pang speed boost sa kanya. No Sona, no Severe, no Seraphine in case. So, it's gonna be very independent. Parang okay, sige, strong independent.
Wow, strong independent.
Palang, ganyan.
Yes.
Ayan.
But knowing na this is Hecarim, for sure may sprint yan and also as well as his retreat, fusion, hindi naman siya for sure hindi naman siya mag-flash dito. So, he can go on individually by himself. Pero yeah, it could have been better if pinartneran nga siya ng Enchanter support. But I think this lineup is pretty good already. And ang ganda rin ng CC na binibigay ng Nautilus dito alongside with the Jax. Ang ganda ng combo. And then you have Karlsu there para lang mag-poke doon sa back lane. Wala naman actually kukuha sa kanya except for Mordekaiser kung iisipin mo or yung Fiora.
That's true. Honestly, parang sayang yung the fact that they don't have any speed boost here because you have a Nautilus, you have the Hecarim, you have the Jax. Parang it would have been so perfect if you had some sort of speed boost so that you can just chase down and again harass the members of Elder Dragon like they did earlier in the level 1 invade. But of course, it's time for game number 2. Could this be the 2-0 from Gensokyo? Their road to redemption here, beginning with Elder Dragon. Or is Elder Dragon going to take us to an even longer day, maximizing our time here today and a game number 3? We're gonna find out, but of course, we're gonna toss it over to your casters, Giyang and Genera.
Okay, ang pinaka-iniisip ko lang dito, winning condition, at least sa setups pa lang, is Elder Dragon na gusto nila magkaroon ng matchup is Fiora tatapat sa Rumble, and then yung Mordekaiser tatapat sa Jack. Tapos nasa side lane sila pareho. Have the Dragon Laners sa mid lane. Gensokyo naman, same din. Sa Dragon Laners andyan. Pero yung gusto nila, yung katapat ng Jax is yung Fiora. Katapat ng Rumble is yung Mordekaiser. Because Mordekaiser is kind of weak against these magic damage dealing champions. Tignan natin kung ano yung magiging result. Mukhang rotation coming in.
It's a
Jax
standard.
versus Fiora. Lamang sa Gensokyo. Mid lane mukhang magtatapat is Rumble and so medyo power to para sa Gensokyo.
Yes. Actually, maganda yung ginawa nila instead of going with that line laning na sinabi mo, which is okay lang din naman, pero hindi sila nag-go for any invasion ngayon. Yun yung nabago. I think iniba na nila yung gameplay nila, which is yun kasi siguro yung ina-expect din na mangyayari ng Elder Dragon in terms of early game, since yun nga yung ginawa nila kanina. But then, ngayon, they played a different game, pero medyo masakit dito yung Fiora.
Yeah. Skill matchup din kasi talaga yan, and definitely Wakasa being one of the more, not one of the most talented players for utilizing Fiora is winning against Jay. Isa mga first interactions nila. Talagang launch na ng launch and proccing those, grassuply and dying, mga vitals din. Yamada, not really having a hard time. Yung maganda dito sa Mordekaiser kasi, pwede mo hilain yung wave. So, laging palapit sa tore mo yung wave. Tapos, siyempre, medyo ma-overpush. May Poppy ka na kasama, mas madali yung gank.
Yeah, that's true. Pero hindi ko na-expect dito yung jungle Poppy. Actually, iba yung iniisip ko na pwede pang maging jungle. But, well, yun naman talaga yung use ng pag-match up in terms of picking up champions. But Hachi here, medyo pulado, wala siyang flash as of the moment. Okay.
Iniisip lang niya kung kaya ba ilaban or hindi. IIXWR backed off first, and Carsey just went for additional damage, so nag-flash na lang siya. Kung nag-overcommit dun si IIXWR, tapos na-blade caller ni Marbles, baka nag-full commit na sila dun kasi meron pa naman silang cleanse para kay Marbles, and wala naman ang defensive summoner spell si IIXWR kasi ginamit na yung heal niya. Yamada having a good time in the mid lane. Hindi naman siya nahihirapan dito sa Rumble kahit paano. We don't see a first strike Rumble as well. Instead, base rush yung kinuha niya for that extra movement speed para pwede siya mag-in, pwede siya mag-out, or chase down, or kung gusto niyang umalis sa laban.
Nagbabatian sa jungle. Actually, it's better if nag-ignite dito si IIXWR instead of heal. Kasi kayang-kaya nilang mag-take down agad ng kalaban in the early game which is, he's into the safer place as of the moment. Siguro mas nag-focus lang din talaga sila on what they can do sa early to protect his ADC as well, which is happening, to be honest. And right now, naiba na yung laning. They swap lanes on what you were saying earlier, and mas magiging madali dito yung rotation for sure. Para sa since nagre-ready na rin sila for the sa mga objectives na paparating.
Mas passive yung nakita natin ngayon compared to game number 1 na talaga sobrang chaotic,
chill ngayon
and baka napagod pa rin yung teams. Kumbaga parang okay, rest muna tayo, tapos kumbaga di na nila kailangan sabihin sa isa't isa. Kumbaga silent decision na yun, agreement ng pareho. Monster Shadow is gonna be invested to try and take down the Karma, and looks like it's not gonna be the case. 1-for-1 trade. Kaso nga medyo malalim na nga dito si Karsu. Rebenga gonna be slowing him down. Wakasa gonna be following up as well, and they're gonna be securing 2 kills. Handed over, funneled over to the side that is gonna be taken down by Jay. So 2-for-2.
Maganda yung naging sagot. Actually, medyo mas mahirap pa yon kasi Jax yung nakakuha ng kill, tapos Hecarim. Though, maganda rin naman na nakuha nung Saya or ni Marbles yung kills doon. Kasi siya din naman yung magde-deal ng damage dito, mostly sa team fights. Pero ang hirap kasi, dealing with a Jax na tatabayan starting from this early game up until or throughout the game ang hirap makapag-deal sa isang Jax, mahirap siya pigilan, and as well as ang sakit ng damage niyan. Talagang ilalock in na lang lahat ng kalaban niya na malalambot doon sa backlane.
Mahabol pa sila dito, alanganin sila. Hayag yun. But yeah, Marbles getting much closer to his first item, the Bloodthirster. Yun yung usually na binabuild talaga if you want safety over damage. Dahil sa target, yung life steal kasi sobrang laking tulong talaga. Blade Withdrawing King potentially for Wakasa to get the trade advantage against anyone. Tankman, ADC, or fighter yung katapat niya. Okay na okay yan. So many stream potential sa Gensokyo. That's actually a mini power spike ng isang team kapag marami sa inyo yung may Sheen, yung mga nagpibuild ng Triforce. Kaya ang hapdi niyan mamaya pag na-build na ni Jay, ni Chemical Kid, and ni Karlsu yung Triforce nila.
I like how, yeah, depends. But I like how pinili nila tong lineup na to. Sobrang chill lang, and hindi sila, ito yung parang naging mindset dito ng Gensokyo. They changed their game plan dahil nakapanalo na sila, which is really good. Kasi if they're gonna be playing the same exact gameplay na ginawa nila earlier, it's gonna be a different story. And right now, iba na rin kasi yung lineup na ginamit nila. So, it's a good thing na this is how they play the game. Hindi sila gumagawa ng any risky moves as of the moment. Tingnan mo, wala pang halos nangyayari. It's just a 2v2 situation dun kanina sa mid lane. But that's it. Tinatake lang nila yung time nila to gain more items and more gold para mag-ready sa teamfight. And I think this is gonna be it.
Naisip ko pa nga kung magta-Triforce ba dito si Jay, or is he gonna be going with the Dusk and Dawn? Depende kasi kung anong build path ang gagawin mo sa Jax, but looks like there is a fight brewing potentially towards the top side, but Keeper's verdict to deny the potential steal. So good plan or good execution coming in from Elder Giant, but the Wakasa being the target this time around. Looks like the Jax really wants to jump in.
Okay.
Giant gonna be connected. Everything just thrown out here to the jungler, to Rebenga, to take him out. And looks like 1-for-1, objective for a kill, and pwede pa pumunta yung Gensokyo sa Dragon. Kailangan nga lang mag-reset kasi pulado sila lahat.
Yes. Pero ang ganda na ginawa doon ni Rebecca, knowing na he's that copy, na pwedeng actually ang tatamaan niya doon si Jay kasi si Jay nasa harapan niya eh. Pero he aim for Chemical Kid, which is really good dahil tumama and hindi niya na-secure yung Herald doon. And right now, pwede pa silang humabol dito sa Infernal Dragon. Yep. Pwede pa silang kumuha eh. Pwede pa nilang ma-steal.
No, death trap nga lang.
The delay, yeah.
For one lang. Objective trade. Medyo masakit na rin dito si Sincerely kasi naka Leandris na siya. So that's some DPS, especially added towards the equalizer DPS ng Rumble.
And masakit na din talaga yung skills niya pag pinaksak niya, especially his ultimate. Medyo pipitik yung damage doon kapag dumaan ka sa gitna eh. Mararamdaman mo, masakit eh.
Oo, nun.
And also with his pag nag-clear siya ng lane, mabilis na lang din siya makakapag-clear ng lanes dito dun sa bottom lane, and he can basically just rotate around if wala naman na siyang minions na hinihintay dun sa lane niya. And which is mas kailangan nila as of the moment if they are gonna go for team fight since may item na rin naman. And
okay, looks like the engage, but the follow-up might actually be better here
Boy,
for Gensokyo! Jay stayed alive! 1 HP and the punishment is just there! The Benga even falls down! Andiyan na nga lang sila, Marbos, the shield. Kaso nga lang kulang. Karlsu gonna be joining in. No more Feather Storm. He is very vulnerable. Buti na lang meron siyang cleanse kaya hindi na siya na-knock up. Great timing as well on it. Gensokyo already secured 2 kills in exchange for their jungler. And Jay completing already the Triforce. So, ito na yung masakit na power spike ng Gensokyo. Kanina, nung nabuhay siya, wala pa nga siyang Triforce nun eh.
actually, yun nga yung yung naiisip ko kanina pa. It's very hard na hindi masyadong i-pick off ng Jax. Kasi, tingnan mo naman, tumataba lang siya throughout the game. 2-0. Wala pang nangyayari. Muntik na siya mamatay doon. But ang hirap kasi patay ng Jax knowing na nag-heal din siya over time ng very, very slight since wala pa naman siyang life steal.
Nakatakot yun
Medyo, pero sumasakit na si si Marbles which is dapat nilang I think i-take down Kasi ang hirap na patay lang ng patay dito si Marbles and hindi nila masyadong napapansin. And that is Saya, by the way. And 2 items na siya as of the moment. Masakit na yan.
Nag-manamin pa dito si Chemical Kid. So that's a scaling item picked up as the second item. So medyo matagal yung power spike niyan in case. Although magamit naman siya ng skills ko. Kaya mabilis lang niya makukuha yan. Kaso nga lang, it's a bit of a slowdown sa power spike ng Hecarim. Pero pag na-complete nila kasi ng sobrang hapdi niyan, Repose gonna be used defensively. Hindi naman tinamaan dito si Chemical Kid kaya it's gonna be okay. Especially that they did secure the tower in the bottom lane. It's a slight win for Elder Dragon. Pantay yung gold.
Yes, and actually, medyo dapat iwasan din to ng Gensokyo na mapusyan sila ng tower. Hindi man sila nananalo sa teamfight as of the moment since lamang sila sa kills, yung Gensokyo. But, magre-reflect yan later on kasi makukuha lang sila ng gold eh. And kayang-kaya lang din bumawi dito ng Elder Dragon in terms of getting items later on para makapalag sila dito sa Gensokyo. Pero kasi all throughout the game, lumalabas din and dumadami din yung gold dito ng Gensokyo and they are just not giving any risky moves. Doon lang every time na nagkakaroon ng objectives, which is it's gonna be going up right now in 30 seconds as well as the Baron. So medyo mahirap. Maraming risk na pwede. Actually, pwede nga nilang i-take dito yung Baron na lang instead of the Dragon. But that's an Infernal Dragon din. So ang hirap i-trade.
Added risk lang dito para sa Gensokyo, isa lang yung anti-heal nila, which is yung kay Jay pa lang. Kaya baka kailanganin nilang at least isa pa sa kanila mag-build, maybe sincerely.
Rumble.
Anti-shield, meron nga lang. Kaya laking tulong yun to deny the shields na pwede makuha dito ni Rebenga, ni Yamada, and of course, yung mga shields na binibigay ni Hachi. And now, second Dragon, definitely, Gensokyo wants to take this down. Kaso nga lang, hindi sila kompleto. Medyo malayo pa si Sincere. Let's see if they're gonna be committing here. Out of Shadow is available. Ginamit na. Kaso nga hindi nila nakuha. Especially because of the Mordekaiser. Yamada just following up onto Karsu, just isolating him and getting the takedown. It's gonna be a 1-1 trade though, as the Keeper's Verdict flies out sincerely. So, good win for Elder Dragon. 1-for-1 kill. Mid lane being pushed right now. Gensokyo trying to defend. Medyo alanganin nga lang yan. Transcendent Praise. Knocks off 3! And Rebenga with the follow-up as well. This time, Wakasa really wants to secure a kill. Jay gonna be going there as well after the teleport. But doesn't have the counter-strike anymore. He needs to be very careful. Just backs away for now. And Elder Dragon getting more leads.
I think ang iniisip dito ng Gensokyo is be more on the safer side. Pero yun yung nagiging problema nila as of the moment. The more na hindi sila nag-commit masyado. Kasi kung makikita natin, nag-ano sila, in and out sila eh. They are having this second thoughts. And I think it's in terms of damage din. Kasi wala si Jay sa team fights. And nakaka-respo dito si Wakasa, which is a different story para sa Elder Dragon. And I think mas kailangan pa nilang mag-commit more dito.
Yeah, commit nga sila ngayon kay Rebenga eh. Forcing the flash. Looks like Hachi wants to get the attention instead, but both of them does fall down. Ito yung medyo delikado ngayon para sa Elder Dragon because Baron is available. And Marbles, actually with a big caller, giving a lot of damage here towards Jay. Yamada is alive. Maybe he can make a play here against Chemical Kid. Medyo alanganin nga lang yan because Ayagel is gonna be in the vicinity. Teleport gonna be incoming. Wakasa after pushing the bottom lane will be going, joining the top river fight. Sincerely getting low in HP. Yamada trying to slam down the members here of Gensokyo, but it's simply not enough. They did take out the Hecarim though, so medyo successful dito si Yamada. No jungler for Gensokyo, no Baron as well.
Ang ganda ng ginagawa doon ni Marbles. Getting that kill sana for Jay na patayin siya. Pero talagang binabantayan niya. Ano ba, lalapit ka ba o hindi? Inaambahan siya. So, yun yung isa sa magandang awareness in terms of team fight. Hindi niya hinaayaan na, since wala nga siyang support to protect him, para pag namatay siya doon, mahihirapan din sila na ma-secure yung matchup na yun. And they probably lose that.
It's the Nautilus. Ayagil. Jay looking for the flank. Baron vulnerable, smite range, and it's gonna be Rebenga that secures it. Marbles is free hitting from the backside. Wakasa is gonna be traded out. Gensokyo loses the objective but gets one takedown.
Grabe. Ito siguro yung yung nagiging consistent si Marbles in terms of his free hitting or kiting dun sa matchup. Nagiging mahirap para sa Gensokyo na pumalag dito dahil sa kanya. Kasi ang sakit na ng damage na dinidil niya. Although wala siyang, 3 pa lang yung items niya. Though masakit na talaga, even though 3 pa lang yan. Pero kasi, alam mo yun, yung damage na dinidil niya in terms of the teamfight when he's skyring is just so great.
Especially ito sa kay Marbles, diba? 3 items sa siya. Karsu, 3 items na rin naman. Kaso ang pressure kasi talaga na Mordekaiser, yun yung problema eh. Pinaka-problema dito ng Gensokyo ngayon is si Yamada pagdating sa carry nila. Yung Corki. Kasi lagi lang siya, i-death ram lang eh. Yun lang naman yung pwede. Yun yung maganda na adjustment na ginawa dito ng Elder Dragon. They have so many ways to deny objective takedowns ni Chemical Kid and also to threaten the carries. Ito si Karsu.
Dalawa rin kasi yung pang tanggal nila kay kay Chemical Kid eh.
Of course sila kaagad, mukhang hindi naman. Pati cleanse na yung ginamit niya. Kaso nga lang biglang yung engage dito ni Chemical Kid medyo nagpapahirap sa kanila. Hindi nila makuha yung takedown talaga and mukhang kinailangan na nila i-sacrifice si IIXWR. Carson as well getting caught. Ayun lang.
Medyo mahirap din sa side dito ng Gensokyo kasi wala talagang halos nagagawa si Chemical Kid. Ang nagagawa lang niya is to fear, is to engage, and then after that, wala na. Yun na lang yun.
Elder Dragon knocking onto the base of Gensokyo. They're trying to defend, but the Baron-empowered minions is just too strong. Mid inhibitor tower gonna be taken down. It looks like they're gonna be transitioning towards the bottom lane as well. Gensokyo, let's yet to find an answer to all these problems that Elder Dragon is giving towards them. Equalizer gonna be dropped. Onslaught of Shadows gonna be invested as well, but the defense with the Keeper's Verdict is just too much for Gensokyo to handle.
Ang ganda.
May flank May flank?
Okay.
Wait, Jay's gonna be in the vicinity. Really good report for the cancel! And Jay just immediately deleted there in an instant. Marbles getting low in HP, but still was able to disengage, especially with the flash in the blink collar as well for the additional snare. Revenga gonna be flashing out, staying alive, as Sincerely is just being decimated by Yamada. And now he has additional stats, additional damage. Ayagal trying to stay alive, trying to flip, but gets pulled in. This time, there's even Rebenga joining him once again. Mid lane being pushed. Wakasa into the mid lane, wanting to end the game, but he's gonna be pushed back here by Chemical Kid, shutting him down. Gensokyo staying alive for now.
Medyo nag-expect ako dun. Sabi ko, may nagtitv dun sa base. Akala ko, gagawin nila, i-retake ni Wakasa yung ginawa ni Jay doon sa bottom lane. Pero he's gonna go for that base. Pero hindi nga niya na-push. Masyado siyang, mag-isa lang siya. And as of the moment, walang minions doon sa
wala pa siyang Hullbreaker.
Yes!
Yun din yung problema
pag-push.
Medyo nahirapan sila doon, but it was good intention, a good strategy kung sakali had there been the minions crashing already onto the Nexus. But this time, without Wakasa, bakit yung chance sila? No teleport as well for this Fiora.
Medyo madidelay yung pagpunta dito ni Wakasa in terms of team fight. And they have to at least maka-pick off pa ng isa. Kasi mahirapan sila kay Marbles
Actually, mas mahirap dito yung sitwasyon ng Gensokyo kasi alam nila pwede talaga i-threaten. Yung ult talaga ng Poppy pati ng Mordekaiser, sobrang malaking problema para sa Gensokyo. That's why even if it's technically a 4 versus 5 setup,
yes, pwede lang din silang ina-back Pwede lang din silang tanggalin sa teamfight So, magiging...
mabibait pa nila.
Huy, ang sakit!
Chemical Kid, gonna be in the vicinity, pero flash in lang! Death Realm and Rebenga, free reign on the Baron. They fixed the problem. Hindi ka na pwedeng ma-outsmite kung walang pwedeng mag-smite sa kabilang team. And now they're just forced into the team fight with the Baron-empowered players here of Elder Dragon. And definitely they're gonna be winning, taking 3 members down of Gensokyo. And now they're sprinting their way towards Karlsu and Jay. Nothing that Jay can actually do, even with the counter-strike. You cannot counter all 5 members of Elder Dragon. And speaking of 5, all 5 are dead. And Elder Dragon just running it down mid lane. They want a game number 3, and they definitely deserve it after this amazing performance in game 2.
They really did deserve it. Elder Dragon redeeming themselves into the game number 2 for this match number 4 series dito sa ating Wild Rose Pilipinas. And grabe yung pinakita nilang gameplay. And their style as well, knowing na magiging problema yung jungle. In terms of game number 1, naging problema na yon, nabully sila, and then ngayon sila naman yung nambully with that Mordekaiser and Poppy combo.
Ganda, ang ganda. Alam the strat. Kaya ito yung mga, kumbaga, ito yung chess game na ginagawa talaga. From the drafting itself, nagsisimula na yung labanan eh. And we talked about even the win conditions of all teams and ng both teams natin kanina sa mga champions na ginamit nila, ano yung mga pwede strategies na gawin nila. Pero isa sa mga pinaka-advantage talaga na meron dito para sa Elder Dragon is yung Poppy and Mordekaiser combination. Objective-wise, there's absolutely almost no way for you to get the objectives unless you you can win against a fight against them. Pero hindi. Nakuha din yun ng Elder Dragon eh. Sila yung nanalo sa fights, kaya nila mang zone talaga, kaya nila manalo sa fight dahil pwede nilang patalsikin iba dahil kay Rebenga. Tapos si Yamada, ibibebe time lang na si Karlsu. Eh walang bawi.
It's like a double situation eh, na na kapag inultihan niya, dito yung dalawa, or isa, even the jungle, even Chemical Kid lang himself, malaking factor na yun eh, para manalo sila sa team fight eh. And it's working. And honestly, kahit hindi yun nangyayari, malaki pa rin yung winning potential nila eh, with marbles. Look at that ADC. Hindi siya namamatay honestly, isang beses lang siya namatay sa game. And then most of the team fights, tamang kite lang siya dun sa gilid, dealing more damage into that. Sobrang commendable. And ang ganda lang ng pick niya dito sa Saya kasi very answerable dito dun sa in terms of having that Jax, that Hecarim na pwedeng humabol sa kanya. Doon sa backlane, di siya namamatay.
Grabe ba naman kasi ng mga bodyguard eh. Sa sobrang protektado siya, pati objective nasasama na rin sa protection ng Elder Dragon. And this time, di na siya nalagpaabot din sa Elder Dragon. Tinapos na nila kaagad. And definitely well-deserving of this victory as well, especially because of this kind of redemption na pinapakita ng Elder Dragon. Gensokyo, if they want to win against Elder Dragon, they have to beat him in the next one. Or else, it's gonna be a very, very successful reverse sweep by Elder Dragon. Looking at the stats, yeah, Marbles getting the MVP with the massive amount of damage na ginagawa niya dahil lang sa mga feathers niya. Of course, the AoE damage coming from this Xayah is pristine, and in this game, we saw an amazing performance, really good stats as well, and definitely just being protected by the entire team as well. Kasi ang dami ng mga bodyguard eh. Yung kanina kay Hachi ba yun, yung support nila, yung sa mid lane, yung 3-man Transcendent Embrace, tapos sakto pa sa snare niya, pagka knock up, snared. Kaya walang takas yung tatlo. Ganda.
Nandun lang sila, and even though may turret doon, patay silang lahat eh. Hindi naging enough yun para protektahan sila, knowing with that combo, ang hirap makatakas like you said. But yeah, very commendable. Actually, all of the players sa Elder Dragon, they did try to prove their point na hindi namin kailangan ng Elder Dragon para tapusin to. Kami yung Elder Dragon. Kami yung tatapos sa inyo.
Ayun. At hindi pa tayo tapos dito. Mamaya pa matatapos yan. May isa pa tayong laban. Huling-huli na para sa araw nito. Let's see who is gonna be winning. Elder Dragon ba or Gensokyo? Let us know in the comment section. But before that, we'll just hop in a very short break. Magbabalik kami para sa huling laban natin, ang Game 3.
The earth hides many secrets. Let's shake things up. Every stone weaves a different story.
It's almost midnight, guys, but of course, we are not done with our games here for the second day of week number 2 because there is more Wild Rift to play here between Elder Dragon and Gensokyo. And guys, it almost looked like a 2-0 for Gensokyo. What happened? Why did it shift towards Elder Dragon?
I mean, it's a great adjustment coming from Elder Dragon, from the drafting itself, to the kits, to the power spikes, to the timings on the objectives, and the way they just handled the targets or the crucial members of Gensokyo. Yung Hecarim and yung Corki. Grabe talaga, dinisable nila, hindi nila pinaglaro ng Wild Rift. Parang ganun, hindi nila pinag-Wild Rift.
And yeah, dun nga yun sa I think it's the lineup wise din, dun sa pinili nila. Di siya masyadong naging effective for Gensokyo dun sa lineup ng Elder Dragon. Though, nakakapalag, oo. Pero kasi ang hirap eh. Ang hirap tapatan ng Poppy at ng Mordekaiser. Kahit nga lang Mordekaiser itself, ano ka lang nun, ultihan ka lang nun, and then some of you will not gonna be in the game for B5 situation. And mahirap yon, especially they have marbles on the side with that damage. I think yun talaga yung kapalaran nila dun sa game na yun if you're gonna watch the game.
Well, of course, with that comeback, that means, of course, we have our game number 3, which means, again, more screen time for these guys. And I think, Gensokyo, they're here for their road to redemption, diba? Right? And you can't just have redemption on an easy road, right? You need to earn it. Yeah. So, of course, Elder Dragon is making them work hard for it. They really, really want this win. They really, really have to prove na deserving sila. And I think they have been really putting some really good things on the Rift today. But of course, I think Elder Dragon, again, parang they're, no matter what, kahit anong situation ng game, no matter what the game state is, it's like they can always come back. They're always cool, calm, collected, no matter what. And I think, they say that parang trait siya ng, people with more years.
Ng mga Gen Z, katulad namin.
Gen Z, yes.
Gen Z.
Gen Z. 7.
Gen Z. Gen Z ka ba?
Sim.
Okay. Parang hindi eh.
Kwento ko yun eh.
Okay.
Diba? Yun.
Genera.
Balik na sila sa game number 1 setup,
Sometimes, they have to do things to fit in.
Yes.
With the younger generation.
I totally understand. So, I'll just let him.
Bulat ako dito ngayon
Parang,
galing talaga.
Sige, hayaan na lang natin siya.
To be fair, guys, honestly, you can't, I think Giyang could pass off for Gen Z. I'm being totally honest.
Kaso hindi talaga eh. yun lang yung problema. Okay.
Back to the
Look
game.
at the bans here of Elder Dragon. Kasi, na-figure out na establish na ano yung win condition ng parehong teams. Ang kailangan ng Elder Dragon, slow-paced early game, transitioning to mid-game. Ang kailangan ng Gensokyo para manalo, very explosive, chaotic early game. And yun ang tinanggal kaagad ng mga junglers dito ng Elder Dragon. Tapos tinanggal ng Gensokyo, scaling champion.
Oh,
Yes.
I like the analysis. I like the analysis. And again, targeting that jungler as well, because that's been parang yun yung main disruptor here for all of these games. And they always go for those level 1 invades here. But I think the Ambessa, again, very fitting sa chaotic playstyle ng Gensokyo.
Yes.
They always want to start fights here. And of course, the Elder Dragon, maybe we're picking up another classic pick here with the Riven.
Actually, pwedeng mag-lock in na siya sa Riven, but no, it's gonna be Jarvan. Para sa kay Rebenga, inuna na nila. This Ambessa will probably be at the top lane for sure. Kasi ang hirap magbigay ngayon ng info eh. If you're gonna go with the Ambessa jungle, it's hard. Actually, yun na siya masyadong ginagawa ngayon eh. More on the top lane side na eh. But here, they pick up Jhin, which is very complimenting para sa Jarvan, to be honest.
Okay, Bard.
Alam mo, medyo natakot ako dito kasi Jhin, one of the strength of this champion is having really high burst damage, lalo na dahil sa fourth shot niya and all. So parang medyo burst type ADC siya in a way. But he struggles against really, really tanky champions. Like yung mamatataas na talaga yung armor, mamakukunan talaga. In last split, nakita nga tayo, Ramos jungle eh.
Oh
diba?
my
Parang
goodness.
ganun na, sobrang ano. And isa lang ang pwede nang dito pang counter sa mga tanks, and that is the Lilia, which can be banned in the second banning phase by Gensokyo if they want to go on that route. Right now, they have established top lane and their bot lane. Ang wala na lang is mid lane and yung jungle nila. So kapag ito, nag-lock in na sila ng Riven, so they're going for a bit of an aggressive lineup para tapatan yung Gensokyo. But if they go on that route, so far, walang pang counter sa tank. So isa yun sa pwedeng i-strat dito ng Gensokyo. Pandalila and pick really tanky champions sa last na dalawa.
That's true. Pero going dito sa side ng Gensokyo, thoughts about this Bard Zeri bot lane?
Actually, it's nice. In terms of team fight, yung Bard, very, alam mo na yung mangyayari, ultimate. And then there's Ambessa and other possibly engaging champion na kailangan pa ng isa pa para sa Gensokyo, which is they don't have any jungle yet or top lane. Pwede pa nga silang mag-mid or Yana, dapat sasabihin ko, but they have banned it. So, possibly more on the side of the mid lane. Marami pa naman silang pwede i-pick. Actually, Aurora is still open. Pwede pa nilang i-pick off yun. But, I'm not really sure about this.
Alright, waiting for that final ban. I think they're gonna be trying to maybe target ban the mid lane a bit more because, again, Sincerely, again, has been making so many amazing plays, so much impact coming from him as well. But here on the side, of course, Yamada is also someone that Gensokyo has to be very, very careful about. And of course, we're gonna get a Maokai lock in here. I think parang may extra layer of protection yung Jhin with the Riven and the Jarvan. But of course, yung Bard, my worry is, of course, you know, the Jhin ult. The Bard instantly counters that. But on the other side, again, parang they're really targeting the Jhin with these picks. The Wukong or the Ahri, either of them, very, very easy to get into the back line and take out, of course, such a high-value target like the ADC.
Yan sabi mga frontline dito ng Elder Dragon. I like this. So many ways to protect the Jhin. Two of the three front lines has damage, and now they're hovering a massive disruptor, which is the Sense. So essentially, apat yung front line ng Elder Dragon. And they have decent amount of DPS as well. Not massive, not really like yung tipo mga Jax, ganyan, pero meron, present yun. And ang gusto nila dito, slowly but surely i-exhaust yung Gensokyo. They're willing to go on a chaotic route in the early game. With this kind of trap, it is possible. Gensokyo, they want to control the fights as well. Pero yung kung paano nila i-control yung mag-iiba dito, kasi sa Elder Dragon, pwede sila yung parang all-in, tapos yun na.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gensokyo has a chance to stop or delay that dahil meron silang Bard. So, pwede rin sila manghuli gamit yung Ambessa, Wukong, and yung
Ari.
Ari, ang dami nilang mga panghuli dito to also even protect the Zeri. So, I like the draft of both teams. Dami pwede mangyari.
Pero kasi mahihirapan sila, to be honest if ipipick off nila yung Jhin dito Kasi knowing na apat yung bodyguard niya, and Maokai itself pa lang, marami ng CC, and then yung Sinch, meron din siyang pangtapon sa likod. So, mahihirapan ka din even though Ari, mahihirapan kang i-cross yung line. Hindi ka basta-basta makakatawid dun sa goal mo.
That's
So,
right.
diba
If you go in at your own risk.
Yes.
Exactly. And I think very, very fitting that we have very exciting comps here for our final game of the day. Of course, it's match number 4 between Elder Dragon and Gensokyo. Really, really interesting compositions. And of course, only one team can win. Is it going to be Gensokyo's redemption, or are Elder Dragon going to prove their experience is the stronger here today? And of course, back to you guys. Casters, take it away.
Ito na. Tignan natin. Kasi kailangan talaga makahanap dito ng mga plays sa early game ang Gensokyo. Kasi parang yun yung kit nila Andun nagre-revolve yung Ampesa, yung Ari, tapos yung Bard. I think there is a roaming advantage with the Bard dahil parang mas nagbe-benefit yung Bard kapag nag-roam siya dahil din sa passive na yung mga chunks yan.
Yes, oo. Mga kinukulik niyang mga collectibles, mga mips niya. Oo Mga tagasunod niya yan, Spirit. But yeah, and mabilis din kasi makarotate tong si Ayagel in terms of his tunnel. Meron din siya nun, so advantage yun. Pero right now, they're gonna go in for that strategy once again na nangaagaw ng jungle. But Rebecca is ready for that already. Since kukunin niya rin na makikipag-trade off lang din siya ng blue. But Jay is here, so the story is gonna be different.
Interesting lane swap, and now an invade. This time by Elder Dragon. Sila ang nakakuha. Rebenga ang nanalo sa Smite battle din. And Jay has to try and help out Chemical Kid. Kaso nga lang hindi. There is a fight in the bot lane, and Sincerely actually got dove there by Marbles and Hachi. So, massive win for Elder Dragon in the early game.
Medyo delikado Nangyari na to kanina nung game number 2 dito sa ating match number 4. Nangyari na nakapatay sa early, si Marbles, and then nagtuloy-tuloy na yon. He was just very consistent. And knowing that this is Jhin, at nakapag-item pa yan na nakapag-item, he's gonna be unstoppable even though na meron kang panghabol dito sa mga sa mga lineups nyo. It's gonna be hard even with a Bard.
Lalo na yung itemization madalas ng mga Jhin talagang sobrang pang-burst ka agad. There's some variations na nakikita natin. Nag-collector iba, parang mag-class if you wanna play it a little bit more safely. Knowing Marbles, I think he wants to go with a more aggressive route. Hachi getting caught by the charm, but it is quite a bit of a tanky champion. Maokai yung gamit niya, so he's gonna be fine.
Di masyado masakit actually Mas annoying pa nga yan si Hachi dun sa mga niya, binabato niyang maliliit yung sumusunod sa ito, sumasabog. Diba? Yeah. It's very annoying. And ang gagawin lang dito ng Gensokyo is, Gensokyo is to like, play it safe. Kasi Carl Su, medyo lugi siya, honestly, in this early game. Kailangan niya mag-item ng mag-item and makapag-gold as early as he can. Kasi mahirap yan with that lead coming from Jhin. That's like 500, 600, 700 gold lead. And that's big already para sa isang ADC this early game.
Kasi yung power spike kasi din sobrang nakakatakot. And it's one of the ways that you can win against the Zeri. You don't need to engage on the Zeri that much. We see a defensive rune by Carlson, naka-bomb plating siya para hindi siya madali ma-burst dito, especially dahil merong Riven, may Sinch pa nga na pwedeng tumalon sa kanya kapag gugustuhin dito ni Yamada. Sobrang nakakatakot, dami pwede sumugod sa Zeri, kaya he's gonna be very reliant on Ayagil. Malaki ang responsibility dito ni Ayagil na protektahan talaga yung ADC niya. Speaking of which, Fate gonna be used onto the Benga. Just a clone by Chemical Kid, but Yamada this time is gonna be the target. Toast lang naman yung ginamit niya, kaya okay lang din.
Nagkaroon ng trade doon, but wala namang namatay, so we're good again. But with that damage, like what you said kanina, nakakatakot yung damage na magagaling dito kay Marbles. That is true. Knowing na squishy lahat ng champion dito ng Gensokyo, na mamaya, pag naka-full build, if mangyayari man na dadating tayo sa part na yon, which is sana naman hindi. Sana medyo fast game tayo. Pero ayun, pag dumating dun sa part na yon, kaya niyang makapag one hit dito Sincerely, probably, or Carl Su. Kasi ang sakat ng Jin, especially sa fourth bullet.
Defensive build ulit tayo dito kay Carl Su, knowing yung amount ng threat na meron dito side ng Elder Dragon. So Bloodthirster yung first item niya. Para at least meron siyang sustain, meron siyang additional shield kapag yung way over ng lifesteal niya. Chemical Kid just setting up with the Cyclone, kaso nga lang nahuli yung totoo. Rebenga as well going in, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade because Yamada's also picked up. Tempered Fate, resetting the fight here for Gensokyo. Biglang flash out na dito yung Elder Dragon, kaso nga lang si Marboz medyo delikadong na yung position niya. Talaga in-engage na lang ni Carl Su, and that's gonna be 2 kills by the Zeri. And Rebenga can't really do anything anymore. Another flag and drag, but the damage isn't really present, and suddenly gold swing to Gensokyo with 3 kills by Carl Su.
Grabe. Ito na yung nangyayari. I think medyo napaaga yung power spike dito ng Zeri. Although wala pa namang items, pero 3-0 yan. And knowing that this champion needs like a lot of gold na kaya niyang makuha in early game. Kasi kailangan niya makapag-item muna para makapag-damage Kasi hindi mo masyadong ramdam ng isang Zeri sa early game. But we saw it. Tamang free hit lang siya dun sa teamfight na even though sila talaga yung inunahan ng Elder Dragon, hindi rin sila nagtagumpay. Ang ganda na nangyari. Hinatak niya patalikod na route. Ang ganda. 3 yung nakuha. Pero hindi naging enough
Add lang din natin dito na isa sa mga nagpapalakas ng Bard pick dito, aside sa rotation and yung parang reset ng fight na kayang gawin talaga. Nakita natin ginawa ni Ayagil, kaya nanalo sila sa fight na yun, nakapag-reposition yung Gensokyo. Pwede na yung Tempered Fate, yung ult ng Jin, and pwede niya gamitan ng first skill, yung stun, yung kahit sino na sa loob ng Cataclysm ni Rebenga. Kahit si Rebenga pwede na tamaan. Ganun, kaya mas madali, like ease of execution. Everyone's gonna be going in and they're gonna be compiled, so pwede lang talaga setan. Think that Chemical Kid was the first one to fall down, pero nakakuha pa sila ng ganun panalo na teamfight, and now they're getting the referral to maybe amplify or accelerate this game even faster. Is a good sign coming from them. Tempered Fate into the mid lane to take down Hachi, and Rift Herald gonna be spawned into the mid lane as well. Maganda nga lang dito para sa Elder Dragon, nakakuha sila ng Ocean Dragon, so kung makaabot sila sa Soul Point or makuha nila yung Soul, sobrang taas ng sustain ng lahat sa kanila. Pero yun yung pipigilan dito ng Gensokyo
Actually, yes, pwede nga nilang gawin yun. Pero knowing na merong Bard, merong Jay to public execute him if ever na maultihan siya ng isang Ayagel, it's gonna be hard to be honest. Parang naging baliktad yung scenario nila.
Ako, Cataclysm locking down the members of Gensokyo as the calling is being used here, or curtain call by Marpos. Medyo delikado nga na yung position dito ni Sincerely. They're gonna be slowed down a little bit, especially because of that that pull coming in from Mayamada. But they do have the portal. Hachi, sino ba namang chase? Kaso nga hindi na naabot yung backline ng Gensokyo. They're just gonna be settling down on a potential push into the top lane. Kiniklear nga lang dito ng Gensokyo. Nilalabanan nila. And they're gonna be turning onto them as well. Medyo alanganin. The charm onto Yamada. Again! Same scenario in the bot side river happened in the top lane. That charm coming in from Sincerely is just too much for him to handle.
Medyo pinilit nila yung push na yun, which is hindi dapat. Though kasi low na naman yung yung Gensokyo. Pwede na silang mag-back, which is I think yun yung inisip ng Elder Dragon doon. They tried to commit, pero kasi Ari yan. Ari, Carl Su is there, and Ayagel as well. Ang hirap na i-push yun, ipilit yun kung talagang i-defend nila. And it happened. Ang hirap pigilan na ma-push yun if ever na wala doon yung 5. But they did try to protect it. And they did. And ang ganda naging trade nun para sa Gensokyo.
We see a little bit of a gold lead coming from Gensokyo's side, 2.5k. Power spice coming in from those with Shin Procs. Triforce completed by Chemical Kid. May clips na rin dito si Jay going in for that Cerilia's Grudge potential second item for the additional stone. And also, syempre pang threaten lang sa mga medyo malalambot dito sa side ng Elder Dragon. Delikado na na-charm na naman! Forced out the flash from Yamada. And the Ghost just to stay alive. Even the ult. Para na mabuhay siya. Rebenga as well might be the next target here. And ito yung nakakatakot. Di pa ginagamit yung Tempered Fate. Sincerely though, doesn't have the Spirit Rush, but the Tempered Fate is gonna be used here onto the blue buff and onto Hachi as well. Delikado na nga, Nature's Gas gonna be used, and the Cataclysm locking down everyone, forcing out the dashes of Gensokyo defensively. But another knock-up by Chemical Kid, medyo alanganin nga lang. At least it's just the jungler dead, but the curtains are gonna be opened. IIXWR took 2 bullets, and the 4th shot to Sincerely finally getting the revenge. And 3 members fall down, bowing down to the Elder Dragon. Gensokyo giving them a chance to come back once again.
Siguro isa yun sa hinihintay natin kanina pa na nandun si Wakasa sa teamfight. Kasi ang hirap eh. Nandyan si Jay doon sa side ng Gensokyo, but Wakasa is doing his job na makapag-item din on himself individually. And right now, mas nagkaroon ng threat eh. Nagkaroon ng pressure, kumbaga, nung pumasok siya. Which is really good. Kasi nagkalas-kalas yung Gensokyo eh. And as well as that final bullet, as you've mentioned, tumama nga doon. And right now, he's 3-1. And mind you, meron na siyang collector nun. So, nag-i-stack up lang yan, which is more damage na magagaling pa para sa kay Marbles.
Sakit na yun. Sobrang hapdi ng Jin. Magtetek Blaster as well for that additional range. Fate not connecting. Set up sana sila para kay Hachi or kay Marbles, pero mukhang tutuloy pa rin sila. Nature's Gas gonna be used again defensively. The clone helping out, interrupt Rebenga, but it's still not gonna be enough. Finally, they were able to pick up Hachi, but might be the cause of their jungler. Devan, or at least Marbles gonna be picked up as well by Jay. Backside the flank, really good on the Gensokyo side. Yamada tried to do the very same. The damage isn't really there just yet.
Yeah, pero feeling ko magiging mahirap to para sa Gensokyo once na makapag-item na to si Yamada. Knowing na meron na siyang pang slowdown dito sa kalaban, what if pag nagkaroon pa siya ng pang burn doon sa item niya, 'di ba? It's gonna be hard for Gensokyo na mag-push through doon sa fight na yon. Kailangan nilang i-take down agad yung Singe if kakayanin nila. Kasi yung damage doon, continuously damaging the champions.
Charm, pa-burst nila, and they're gonna be committing, forcing out the flash. May Tempered Fate pa nga para sa reset na yan. Big responsibility for Yamada to interrupt. There's gonna be flag and drag by Rebecca as well into the Cataclysm. Kaso nga na may knock-up. Chemical Kid just disrupting everyone. That's gonna be 2 kills by Sincerely, and a chance this time to deny the potential Ocean Dragon Soul from Elder Dragon.
Yes, and also, may Baron pa. So they can just go straight dun sa Baron. But nandito kasi si Marbles, and also nandyan pa si Yamada just to delay this Baron. Pero anong gagawin yan? Wala si Wakasa as of the moment. I think they're just gonna go in for that push na kaya nila dun sa mid lane and then sa bottom lane, and then they will just trade this Baron. Kasi first Baron pa lang naman eh. Marami bang pwede mangyari, honestly. And I think it's gonna be a good trade if they're gonna just push it.
Yun na nga, Baron. So, pwede na nga nila i-answer yung wave. They can set up for more. And what's really good about this for Gensokyo, kaya pabor din to para sa kanila. Kaya na nila kasi solo, or dueling against Elder Dragon. Their game plan right now is very simple. Divide and conquer. Pag hiwa-hiwala yan, Yamada cannot deal with Sincerely. Wakasa may struggle against Jay. Marbles and Hachi, lugi sila dito kay Carlsu pati kay IIXWR. Lalo na kapag may presence pa dito ni Chemical Kid. Kaya medyo mahirap. Elder Dragon still continuing grouping up. They're letting the push happen in the bot lane, letting the push happen into the top lane. They're just gonna be trying to defend this mid lane. Kaya si Carlsu medyo play safe yung positioning niya, knowing that someone might be there topside kasi yung iba, andun lang naman sa blue side jungle na Elder Dragon. Spot out Wakasa, spot out Rebenga as well. Patuloy pa rin sila sa pag-push. Transition nila Carlsu dito sa may bottom lane. Just complete tracking on the members of Elder Dragon. Alam nila, nanalo pa rin naman sila dito kasi nakakuha sila ng gold. After getting the towers, getting the minions as well, now we see a 5,000 gold lead by Gensokyo.
And actually, they can push the top lane as well. Kasi sobrang daming minion wave. And I don't think they're gonna be defending it. Medyo mahihirapan kasi silang mag-defend as of the moment. And knowing this Ahri is very unstoppable as of the moment, mukhang magkakaroon na rin siya ng Rabadon if he gonna go back. And it's already an Infinity Orb and a Luden's Echo. Makikita mo naman kung gano'n niya kabilis ma-execute yung kalaban. Even though medyo tanky sila, nahihirapan din talaga silang magstay sa lane eh. Knowing that is Yamada na naka-AP, Though, magkaka-item naman na siya. But, ang hirap din kasi sa isang Cinch mage na tumagal sa teamfight even though he's dealing a lot of damage. He's doing the best that he can para magampanan niya yung trabaho niya as a mid laner. But still,
Naku, muntik na! Flash! Grabe yan.
nakakatakot niya. Parang mini heart attack. May gold, merong may public execution. Pag tumama lang yan, sure call eh. So, ang hirap din talaga eh. But Carso here is just, gaya lang sabi mo, playing safe. Hindi tumadaan sa kung anumang face check na pwede niyang magawa dito. Kasi isang stun lang sa kanya, wala na yan.
Nakakatakot yung position talaga na meron dito. Pag mahuli nila si Carso, yun na. Pwedeng maibaliktad na talaga. Pati blue buff magiging objective na. Pero malapit na tayo magkaroon ng Dragon and Baron din. Ibigay na lang na Elder Dragon itong blue buff. Potentially even the Dragon. Let's see though.
Actually, pwede na nga nilang ibigay yung yung Dragon eh. Pwede na silang mag-Baron since mauuna namang lumabas yung Baron dito eh. Pwede na lang ibigay yung Infernal kasi hindi naman masyado makaka-affect yan eh. Though may damage yan na mabibigay. But this is a second Baron. And mas kaya na nilang i-push yung inhibitor if ever na makukuha nila yan.
Pwede kasi gawin dito ng Gensokyo kaya nakikita natin yung best sa may bot lane kasi pwede siya na lang yung kumuha dito ng Dragon habang nagsiset up yung ibang members ng Gensokyo sa topside river.
Yes.
Isa sa mga strats na nakikita natin palagi. Pero nakikita natin nag-recall naman so I think he's gonna be getting an item. See what that is.
Pwede. Actually, pwede pa nga siyang bumalik
Again,
dun eh.
nag-upgrade ng boots. Mas makunat na siya.
Yes.
Ilan dito yung physical damage dealer? 3.
They're just gonna wait for it. Ayaw din nilang mag-commit sa Dragon eh. Kasi wala rin naman na magagawa yun. Wala ng soul eh. So, ano pang magagawa niyan? If ever, kung sino man yung team na kukunin yung Dragon, they're just gonna go for the Baron itself. It's gonna be a trade for sure. And right now, they're just gonna be waiting for someone na ma-pick off dito sa isang team. And no one is just going on the lane.
Naku, yun lang! Huli ka agad dito ni Jay. Effort fate for the reset. Kaso nga iba na stuck dito dahil sa Nature's Grasp. Wakasa trying to go in. Kaso nga wala siyang flash. He wasn't able to really get onto the backside. As well, going in does have the Cataclysm. Knocks down the back line.
Oh no!
Is gonna be used to buy some time, but Rebecca dies! Yun lang! Na-timingan. Look at that, the item by the Zeri. Can you really anyone expect that itemization? I don't think Elder Dragon did. And that 2 seconds of him being golden just gave them the chance now to secure this Baron. And it's up to the remaining 4 members here of Elder Dragon to make something happen here. Yamada getting low in HP. Public Execution gonna be connecting here onto the backline. Marbles getting low in HP. Kaso nga nandito na kasi Ken.
Oh!
Effort fate for the reset, but I don't think there's anything that Elder Dragon can actually do this time. Wakasa is on the other side of the Baron pit. And it's only Yamada there to distract them. Waves crashing into the bot lane, wave crashing into the mid lane as well. Kaya ito yung mga entry points na nandito ng Elder Dragon. But I think the Baron Nashor is just gonna be secured here by Gensokyo.
Grabe, napakadaming opportunity sana na mangyayari. But then, talagang sinecure nila. They are trying to kill Carlsu kasi yun talaga yung magiging problema nila if they're gonna go in for that fight. And hindi nga in-expect ni Rebenga yun na magkakaroon ng hourglass dun sa gilid. He thought na okay, nagamit na yung cleanse, nagamit na yung flash, nagamit na yung dash. What more? I will commit. Nag-flash in siya and he go in. But yeah, hindi niya ina-expect. And that was like the loophole na nangyari para makuha nila yung Baron doon. And this is very, delikado na dito yung Elder Dragon eh. Kasi pwede na nilang i-push yung inhibitor dito. All lanes. To be honest.
Medyo maganda yung position niya. Hindi alam to, kaso nga lang nag-reset na lang siya kasi medyo malalim na dito yung waves. Mid lane, bot lane, simultaneously being pushed here by Gensokyo. They have the level 2 Baron empowered minions. So, mas matindi na ito. Mas malaking pressure na ito para sa Elder Dragon. They only have one chance here to come back in the game. Although, Gensokyo, they need to be very careful. Medyo masakit nga dito yung iba members ng Elder Dragon, especially Wakasa and Marble. Tempered Fate not going to be connecting onto anyone, but it buys them a little bit of time to push the bot lane and to the mid lane inhibitor towers. Gensokyo unlocking the pace. Will they opt for the end? Will they attempt? Everyone just gonna be turning here onto JJ. Gonna be successful in taking him down as well. That's one takedown, but can they actually get more? Sincerely getting low with HP. Trying to dash away, but Yamada is able to take him out. The Jindo gonna be traded out. Kaso nga iba members, andito na nga sa base. Chemical Kid is going on to the Nexus, and that's gonna be it. The denial of the reverse sweep. It's going to be the members here of Gensokyo redeeming themselves once more, taking down the Elder Dragons in game number 3.
That is a hell of game number 3. That is very unexpected. Knowing that comeback potential coming from the Elder Dragon themselves, they have tried. And nakita natin yon. Nakita natin yung ginagawa. Marbles, nandun na yung damage niya. He can even one-shot an Ari if kakayanin niya, if tatama yung last bullet niya. Masakit na siya eh. Pero kasi hindi nila kinakaya, whenever they try to engage yung Gensokyo, hindi nangyayari yun eh. Kasi more on the safer side sila, on the team fight, and then dun na nagkakaroon ng mas way para mapakita or ma-showcase ng Gensokyo yung potential nila in terms of engaging, and that's what they did. Pasok lang sila ng pasok, they will try to recreate or to try to take turns dun sa ginawa nila gamit yung ultimate ng Bard, and it's just so beautiful. Ayun o, kung makikita mo, dyan pa lang, it started there.
Yeah, yung naka-triple kill si Karsu. Look at him just being able to free hit massively into this fight. Siya din, binigay na rin sa kanya yung kill para at least paldong-paldo siya, and entire game, paldong-paldo nga talaga. Nakita natin yung mga outplays na ginagawa dito ng Gensokyo. Sobrang ganda talaga. So many ways that Elder Dragon tried to get to them and get the winning condition on the fights, trying to get the flanks, trying to get the pokes, trying to get the catch onto Gensokyo, but time and time again, nakita natin merong parang may ace up their sleeve. Ito yung malaking win na nakuha nila. Nakatatlong kill ata sila dito, especially with Marbles getting those shutdowns as well. Kaso kulang eh.
Kulang talaga. And actually, I expected from that fight already na, I think this is the comeback potential of Elder Dragon. Pero hindi eh. Gensokyo keeps on answering back doon sa paulit-ulit nilang pag-engage, and they are just doing it. All the damage, all of the strategic plays that they can give at this game, binigay nila lahat. And nakita natin yun. And actually, Chemical Kid, very commendable. Doon pa lang sa game number 1, up until the game number 3, talagang focus lang sa goal.
Yup. Yung pagkuha niya na, well, nakita nila eh. Okay, the waves are hitting the Nexus, why not join them? And yung iba busy kasi, Elder Dragon, weren't able to spot that out, and Gensokyo just went for the punish. Yung mga ganong clutch moments, big deal talaga.
Yes.
And ang bilis adjustment dito ng Gensokyo. Karsu again, back-to-back being the highest damage dealing player into the game. This time it's a little bit lower kasi
it's a Zeri, yes.
Matitindi yung mga laban din natin eh. More kiting and than just free hitting, but still gonna be the MVP of the game. Ganda ng performance.
I like how he pinpoints someone dito sa post niya sa sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas. Napaka MVP type of picture eh. Talagang kuhang-kuha niya. Pero
idol niya kasi yung Zeri eh. Ayun, tumuturo din, di ba? Mangingidlat.
The Gen Z guys. Giyang. Making jokes. Pagbigyan na natin. Pero yeah.
Thank you.
That is it, guys. And yun na yung actually, ito yung nagpainit sa gabi ko. Ngayong gabi. Sobrang intense ng laban. We did not see that coming. Actually, lahat tayo ina-expect na Elder Dragon yung mananalo, right?
Yep.
That is actually our predictions. Pero it turns out, they prove us wrong.
That's right. Silence the doubters. Silence us. But of course, we can't be silent because we need to do our job. Pero guys, again, what an unexpected turn of events. And I think that, again, Gensokyo, Road to Redemption achieved. They've taken down the Elder Dragon. And of course, this just means that hopefully even more wins for them throughout their journey here. Dito sa Split 2. And of course, you know, at the end, this is what happens when you focus on your goal. Focus on the Nexus. And they get the win. And speaking of the win, let's talk to one of our winners.
Yun! Sino ba ang makakausap natin ngayon?
Let's see.
Uy!
Okay! Hello,
Pogi?
Chemical Kid.
Ayun, oh.
Yan.
Congratulations.
Killer smile!
Ayan, can we have a killer smile?
Uy, nahihiya siya.
Ayun,
Diba?
Yun.
Nahihiya na siya.
Alright, serious interview. Sige. Congratulations again, Chemical Kid. And of course, you know, very, very convincing yung win nyo here, especially on this last game. Now, first question is, ano yung preparations nyo against Elder Dragon specifically? Kasi parang sila yung one of the bigger teams that you have to go up against.
Nagpo-focus lang po kami sa sa sariling strengths lang po ng team namin, sa sariling playstyle po namin. Tapos ina-apply lang po namin sa kahit na sinong nakakalaban po namin.
Alright, playing sa individual strengths. And I think sa Gensokyo, lahat sila, parang all of them, again, leaderboards every single week during Split 1. So, it makes sense yung individual strengths. Pero, Giyang, I think you have a question.
Sa akin naman, how was the experience sa game number 2? I know it was the game that you guys lost, pero yung strat na ginawa doon ng Elder Dragon, diba, yung meron silang Poppy, tapos meron silang Mordekaiser. What's going on to your mind and the rest of the team as you try to look for solutions para ma-handle or ma-counter sana yon or manalo sana sa game na yon?
Sinusubukan lang po namin maging kalmado po kahit medyo alanganin yung game na yun. Kasi as a jungle po, parang ang hirap kasi mag-start ng objective dahil may Poppy tsaka Mordekaiser po sila.
Well,
Right,
that's true.
Staying calm. And again, thinking about it now, against so many talented people dito sa Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open, I feel like the junglers have the hardest job. Even not, diba?
Yes. Kasi isipin mo naman yung nangyari sa kanya dun, no? Hindi, lalapit siya, pero at the same time, papalayuin din siya. So, you know, wala na siyang ultimate. Nagamit niya na din yung sprint niya. So, what more, di ba? Mahihirapan lang din siya. I do have a question, though. Tawag dito, dun sa game number 3, what was, ano yung sa tingin yung naging strategy nyo or naisip nyo that time when starting the game, thinking about the lineups, to win that?
Nung nakita po namin lineup nila, naisip po namin lamang kami level 1. Kaya naging strategy po namin mag-invade agad.
So parang gaya lang din yun sa game number 1 nyo. Kasi ganun yung ginagawa nyo eh. I saw that ganun yung ginawa nyo kay Revenga and naging bully kayo in terms of all other players as well. But Revenga itself na naging lock-in kayo dun sa jungle side. Ganun din yung ginawa nyo sa game number 3. So that was your... Is that your idea or lahat kayo dun sa communication na yun?
Idea po ng buong team.
Oh, so idea ng buong team to bully Revenga. Okay.
Okay. May galit sila kay Revenga.
Add lang ako kasi kahit ba nung game number 1 na yon, kayo nakakuha ng lead, tas bilang nakabawi yung Elder Dragon nun. Then it all boiled down to one fight, yung Elder Dragon fight. Nakita namin kasi din na yung Camille, si Jay, tapos yung si Sincerely, yung Gwen, nasa top side sila, nilalabanan nila yung Renekton, tapos parang nag-iisip sila sino ba yung magsistay, sino ba yung pupunta ng fight. Nangyari yung Gwen yung nagstay, pero humabol din sa fight, tapos siya pa yung nakakuha ng Elder Dragon. Like, what were the comms going on? Ano yung mga parang decision na ginagawa nila, and how was the feeling after, siyempre, yung kayo nakakuha ng panalo doon, ay Elder Dragon, and yung panalo sa fight, and sa game?
Siyempre, masaya po, tapos nabawasan yung kaba. Ang comms po namin nun is tatry po nilang patayin yung Renekton sana, yung Camille tsaka yung Gwen. Kasi nung hindi na kaya, pinababa na lang po namin yung Gwen. I mean yung Camille.
Okay.
Tapos pinagstay po namin yung Gwen.
Okay. Makes sense. And I think, again, even
And
Elder Dragon
dun pala
didn't
yung
expect
confusion.
it, diba?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and pretty solid game plan, especially to secure game number 1. And of course, game number 3 in the end. Now, Chemical Kid, before you go, may gusto ka bang i-shout out or may message ka ba for future opponents?
Shoutout po sa teammates ko. Shoutout po sa buong Xbox, pati kay Nicole Shane.
Ayun!
Ay! Let's go! Ayan, from our winner today, Oh, he's shy. Then you have to be proud. At least my pang flex ka today. Yeah. But of course, congratulations again, Chemical Kid, and we'll see you on your next matches. Congrats. And of course, that means we have a big update dito sa group stage standings natin. Group A and Group B, we will have a wrapped up. And of course, our top seed is going to be IIX for Group D and Gensokyo for Group A.
Okay naman yung, kumbaga, Gensokyo, Elder Dragon, okay naman yung sitwasyon pa rin ng Elder Dragon kasi kumbaga isang loss pa lang yung meron sa kanila.
Yes.
IIXWR remaining undefeated, one of the fastest games din na nakikita natin and solid talaga yung performance and okay lang din naman yung sa tempo kahit pa paano. Yung medyo alanganin ngayon yung sa, syempre yung Vladimir, Revenge.
Yeah.
Excite yung pag nag-time na tayo sa Group C and D, like,
Yes, oh my goodness. But of course, next week, of course, is the beginning of week number 3. So we're going to be seeing another group. I believe this is going to be from Group C. So a lot of new teams we're going to be meeting for the first time and a lot of teams that are coming back for revenge, for their own redemption arc as well. And of course, familiar names, we have HRIP, TSKR2 this time, and UA1.
Nakaka-excite ako kasi isa to sa mga parang marami mga naging changes sa mga teams na yan. Isa din sa mga active sa mga community tournaments natin and yung mga scrims din. TSKR, kumbaga ito, naglagay ulit sila, HRIP, they're trying to redeem their performance, UA1, and yung bonus round na dating AC bonus round or AC Esports, ganyan. Na dun din dati sila ONOPS. Kaya ito, kumbaga, revamp and restructure. Rooting for everyone.
To be fair, I really like yung mga re-rosters natin for Split 2. You can really
Yes.
feel yung instant impact for each team. I think it was IIX especially that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
And I think it's really gonna be interesting to see kung ano yung, who's the replacement for the teams that maybe lost a player, diba? So it's gonna be pretty spicy for Group C next week. But of course, it's time to end the day. Alam ko, what? It's past midnight now, guys. Good morning. It's Monday. So if you guys have work or school or anything, thank you guys so much for joining us dito sa broadcast natin. But Giang, Janera, final thoughts of the day.
Yep, very enjoy. Ang very fun, very thrilling, and very satisfied ako sa mga performance na pinakita sa atin ng mga teams. Nakikita natin talaga yung amount of preparation na ini-invest nila to have a good performance, decent, maybe even great performance against their matchups, and talagang bigay todo sila ngayon.
Yeah, and honestly, sobrang proud ako sa mga nasa top seed natin ngayon, especially IIX. Kasi I never expected na magre-roster sila. And knowing that, nung nakita ko yung poster, ONOPS, and then Karma, sabi ko, whoa, okay, this will be good. And right now, nakita nga natin kung ano yung good din, and which is not that good. Probably greater. Diba? Nakita natin, they are in the top seed right now. And I'm expecting more from them.
That's right. Of course, they're going to be leveling up, especially sa playoffs qualifiers natin, then to the playoffs, and who knows who we'll be seeing. We're so close to finding out who will be our representative for Smash. But of course, that is going to be it dito for day number 2 of week number 2. And of course, my name is Vixco, together with Giang and Janera. And this has been Wild Rounds Pilipinas Open, Split 2.